Chapter 151, Madame's Doubts, the Dragon and Tiger Monks, Heaven's Decreed Phoenix. After taking the ginseng fruit, Zhao Huai had undergone 2 refinements throughout his body and reached the peak of the 7th level of the initiation stage. Pure spiritual qi continued to flow in, gradually filling his entire qi sea and the meridians throughout his body. The more qi, the harder it was for Zhao Huai to keep up with the speed of qi flow, even with his continuous circulation of qi absorption. From a distance, he was entirely enveloped in spiritual qi. Zhao Huai felt as if his whole body would explode, like it was about to be burst open by the spiritual qi. The terrifying spiritual qi brought by the 1000-year ginseng fruit was too much for him to handle at this time. Zhao Huai closed his eyes and concentrated, sitting on the ground, guiding all the terrifying spiritual qi erupting from his body into the qi sea and sealing it up. The fruit's potency was so great that it couldn't be fully absorbed, so he could only temporarily store it and slowly refine it in the future. After stabilizing the terrifying spiritual qi in his qi sea, Zhao Huai finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that Gu Tianji had reminded him earlier, otherwise, he would have died from his body exploding at this moment. As Zhao Huai sat up, a voice came from outside the house. "Brother-in-law? When did you get back?" At the pawnshop's entrance, Pei Shangyun, wearing a simple and elegant dress, entered the door and was surprised to see Zhao Huai. "After I finished my work, I naturally came back." Zhao Huai smiled faintly, then couldn't help but ask. "Where is your sister?" "Sister? Sister has something to deal with. She'll be back soon." Upon thinking of her father and sister still negotiating, Pei Shangyun couldn't help but stutter a little. She had been excluded from the talk about her sister's affairs and their future plans. They even said she had a loose tongue and a child like her shouldn't be listening to these matters. So, Pei Shangyun came back angrily. Unexpectedly, she ran into Zhao Huai as soon as she returned. Hearing her younger sister-in-law's reply, Zhao Huai's joyous mood was somewhat diluted. He had thought that upon returning home, he'd see his wife immediately. But now he had to wait. "Brother-in-law." Pei Shangyun saw Zhao Huai frown slightly and called out worriedly. Afraid of what he'd do, she remembered his furious demeanor with a sword in hand during their previous trip to the capital city, which almost resulted in her father's death. That would have been terrible. Pei Shangyun hurriedly explained, "Sister is really fine. My father and some other relatives just came to visit her. They're talking right now and will probably be back later. They told me to come back and take care of the shop first." Now, although her sister wasn't wearing a yellow robe, she was almost royalty, guarded by her father and the 5 armies of senior general, and was enthroned as the emperor. Her father had been lying low for years to provide a backup plan for their family. A carefree prince like her father was safe, but if faced with danger, they would be utterly defenseless. It would be easy for someone on the throne to target him, they could simply find an excuse to do so. In such a precarious situation, Changning King Peiming had no choice but to secretly take matters into his own hands. All for self-preservation. He had recently sensed a crisis brewing within the Xia country, prompting Peiming to take action sooner. Regardless of who became the emperor, he would likely not meet a peaceful end since his identity posed a threat in their eyes. He was of high status, wielded a certain prestige, and held royal power. Considering Yu Yunping's suspicions, it was only a matter of time before he took action against Peiming. Instead of waiting for trouble to come their way, it was better to take action beforehand. Of all those who wished to become the emperor, only one person would not see him as a great threat. That person was his elder brother's daughter, Princess of the Xia, Yu Qinghan. Peiming had watched Yu Qinghan grow up and had been with her for more than 10 years, so he knew what kind of person she was. Yu Qinghan was naturally kind-hearted and very different from her elder brother. Moreover, their close relationship with each other made her the best candidate for the throne. She was indeed capable of handling such a significant responsibility. All of these discussions were for the sake of enabling the Pei family to live better lives. Pei Shangyun had always kept this in her heart. Upon hearing Pei Xiangyun's words, Zhao Huai casually asked, "Xiangyun, does your sister have many relatives?" His intuition was more sensitive than he had imagined. Why would Pei Xiangyun's father need to visit his wife if he was doing well? Had something happened? Facing her brother-in-law's question, Pei Xiangyun hesitated for a moment and replied vaguely, "Not many, our family is relatively closer." Hearing this, Zhao Huai nodded. "It's about time, I'll go cook." Fearing that Zhao Huai would continue to inquire further, Pei Xiangyun immediately headed to the kitchen. "When did you learn to cook?" Zhao Huai couldn't help but laugh, finding the situation amusing. "I learned when you weren't home during these few days with my sister," Pei Xiangyun replied, pouting her lips. Watching his sister-in-law leave, Zhao Huai whispered to himself, "I hope my wife's relatives are genuinely visiting, as it should be. Now the Yan country's national fortune is recovering, and countless forces are secretly coveting it. I hope my wife won't get involved." Zhao Huai was well aware of Yu Qinghan's character. She was gentle, kind, and considerate, but deep down, she could be strong and dominant. In short, she was easily swayed, but not easily intimidated. If anyone caused her harm, they would certainly suffer the consequences. However, if they used schemes to lure her, then things might not go well. Suddenly, "Ah, who are you?" a scream came from inside the house. Chapter 152, Madame's Doubts, The Dragon and Tiger Monks, Heaven's Decreed Phoenix, Additional Update, 2. It was unmistakably Pei Xiangyun's voice. Damn! Zhao Huai suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to tell Pei Xiangyun about Yin Nanyu and hurriedly walked up to her. In the courtyard, Yin Nanyu's silver hair was wet and draped over her smooth shoulders, steam rising from her body. This appearance was due to her using true vigor to evaporate the water. She stared coldly at the woman standing before her in a dress, her expression unmoved. "Who are you, and what are you doing in my house?" Pei Xiangyun pointed at Yin Nanyu, angrily. This woman of unknown origin and flirtatious appearance was undoubtedly a bad person. "So you're young Master Zhao's beloved wife?" Facing the questioning, Yin Nanyu's eyes remained calm and untroubled. If Pei Xiangyun really were Zhao Huai's sweetheart, then the position of the crown prince's wife would be secured. This woman didn't seem very bright. Easier to deal with than exquisite fairy Chu Yuking. Hearing the silver-haired woman's words, Pei Xiangyun gritted her teeth and said, "Just because of that bastard, how could I like him? I'm his younger sister-in-law. It's all about the same." "What do you mean?" Just as the two were about to argue, Zhao Huai stepped in. "Enough, enough. We're all on the same side. Stop arguing." He stood between the two, speaking seriously. However, Pei Xiangyun didn't appreciate it, pouting and angrily saying, "I can't believe I called you brother-in-law. You actually went out and found a woman, a mistress. Are you worthy of my sister?" Facing the continuous accusations, Zhao Huai couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Don't you think you're reading too much into it? She just happens to be a friend I saved when passing by." "What mistress? Nonsense! I don't believe it." Pei Xiangyun crossed her arms, shaking her head. "How could you just happen to save such a beautiful woman? And she's taking a bath in our courtyard? Who are you trying to fool? She's your mistress." She was utterly convinced. Hearing this explanation, Yin Nanya faintly smiled and showed no intention of clarifying. Because she wanted to see the relationship between Pei Xiangyun and Zhao Huai shatter. Otherwise, how could she win Zhao Huai over? "All right, stop making a fuss." Zhao Huai placed his hand on Pei Xiangyun's head and rubbed it. It looked like he was comforting a child. He asked Yin Nanyu, "Are you feeling better now?" "Thanks to young master, I feel much better." Yin Nanyu nodded earnestly. This spiritual spring was indeed extraordinary, helping her injuries recover quickly. She wondered what special substance it contained. However, in Pei Xiangyun's ears, this conversation had a completely different meaning. "Well, I'll give it to you. Just you wait. Pei Xiangyun's face was flushed with anger, and she stormed out of the room. Seeing her like this, Zhao Huai rubbed his forehead in frustration and turned to say, "You can stay in the inn now. Just mention my name, and they'll let you in. I'll leave the contact information to you. Don't worry, Your Highness. I'll handle everything," Yin Nanya promised expressionlessly. After giving instructions, Zhao Huai ran out to chase after Pei Xiangyun. Yin Nanya walked out of the backyard, examining the items around her. A tank of goldfish on the cabinet, a peace and prosperity calligraphy scroll in the corner. "Husband, why aren't you back yet?" A white-haired myna bird on a beam above her head spoke human words. "How envious!" Yin Nanya's lips curved slightly, a smile appearing on her face. She stepped out of the pawnshop's gate, glanced at Zhao Huai's retreating figure, and a trace of tenderness appeared in her eyes. She then slowly walked towards the courtyard of the Raven sect. In Jinzhou, on a vast military training ground, Yu Qinghan stood on a high platform, her eyes sweeping over her elite army. They were dressed in silver armor, holding menacing spears and bows. Their war horses breathed heavily. The soldiers were all tall and muscular, full of vigor and determination, giving off an oppressive aura. "The soldiers under my command have been trained on spiritual rice and beast meat. They're not only capable of resisting cultivators in the initiation stage but also have the power to fight the numerous chi-refining cultivators. Besides, there aren't as many cultivators in the human world as we imagine," Changning King Peiming said with pride. He had invested a lot in this army, with careful selections made for each individual based on their background, parental occupation, and origins. Strict military discipline and generous rewards ensured that everyone was loyal to an extraordinary level. "What's the name of this army?" Yu Qinghan fell silent for a moment before slowly asking. Even she had to admit that these soldiers, individually, were quite strong. "On par with the 5 armies of Senior General Changning Imperial Army." The Changning King Peiming spoke, one word at a time. "How does it compare to the 5 armies of the Senior General?" Pel Ming asked VVLTN a smile. "You cannot compare them in such a way." Yu Qinghan shook her head. The 5 armies of Senior General were the elite forces she had built since becoming independent. They had fought countless battles under her command, achieving countless victories, conquering the land and advancing relentlessly. They were unrivaled in their combat experience and efficiency in carrying out her orders. The 5 armies consisted of halberdiers, archers, heavily armored soldiers, lancer cavalry, and iron cavalry. But now, those who were scattered were gone, those who had retired had left, and the ones remaining were few. In comparison, the current Changning Imperial Army displayed even higher quality than the 5 armies of her time. The ultimate reason was that the Xia country was now more prosperous, with better resources and conditions for training stronger soldiers, which was quite normal. Back in her time, they had recruited ordinary young men, and even prisoners of war, who were naturally no match for the soldiers of today. That's why the 2 armies couldn't be compared directly. At this moment, 2 streaks of light flashed across the sky above them. Chapter 153, Madame's Doubts, Monks Kang Long and Fu Hu, Heaven Determined Phoenix 3. This caught the attention of Yu Qinghan and Pei Ming. The light descended quickly, landing on the high platform. 2 figures came into view. One round and one tall. The first was a fat-headed monk emitting golden light all over his body. He was burly and steady in his steps, his body not looking corpulent, but rather extremely strong. He held a bronze bowl in his hands, draped in yellow monk robes, with a powerful aura, like a ascetic monk who had practiced for hundreds of years. The other was a tall blue monk, very thin, like a bamboo pole, with one hand clasped together, holding prayer beads, and a silver ring around his neck. They both shared a similar powerful chi, neither one inferior to the other. "There are actually 2 monks here." Yu Qinghan looked over and revealed a puzzled expression. "Did these monks come here for some reason?" Changning King Peiming saw the 2 and his pupils constricted, matching their contrasting figures, he quickly deduced their origins. They seem to be Amitabha, pardon our intrusion upon you all, benefactors, said the chubby monk first with a smile on his face. Allow me to introduce myself, this humble monk is Monk Fu Hu, from Little Lingyan Temple. Kang Long. The thin blue-robed monk only gave a slight nod, then bowed. His face was calm, and he looked like someone who spoke very little. It turns out to be monks Kang Long and Fu Hu of Little Lingyan Temple. My apologies for our negligence. Pei Ming, as a prince, showed a respectful attitude towards these two monks. From this, it was evident that the status of these two monks was indeed high. Yu Qinghan glanced at them and nodded her head to say hello. Speaking of monks Kang Long and Fu Hu, she also recalled their origin. Little Lingyan Temple. One of the 5 immortal sects, a holy place for Buddhism. They specialized in the practice of Buddhism, and it was also the main sect worshipped by the Xia country. The Yan country believed in Daoism, while Xia country focused on Buddhism. Monks Kang Long and Fu Hu were the 2 most talented youths of the Lingyan Temple, known as the Bane of Demons. They had mastered the Buddha Sutra and had subdued countless demons and monsters. After the founding of their country, the majority of the demons in the northern region of Xia were dealt with by Little Lingyan Temple. Yu Qinghan's gaze turned to Monk Fu Hu and she immediately noticed. This monk's body seemed to be refined with gold, giving an indestructible impression. His skin was covered in bright golden Sanskrit characters, with radiance constantly sinking and emerging. In the dark, it felt like there was a living Buddha standing behind them both. From one look, they were powerful in the golden core realm, and their golden core was at least above the 6-turn level. With each step they took, there was a cluster of Buddha chi formed beneath their feet that turned into a golden lotus 3 inches long. What brings the 2 of you here? Yu Qinghan's demeanor didn't waver, even when facing 2 golden core realm powerhouses, she spoke calmly. It was impossible that they were her enemies. Monk Fu Hu, with a Maitreya Buddha-like expression on his face, spoke unhurriedly. True dragon has been born, Yan country's national fortune is revived, and every immortal sect has already taken action. Yu Qinghan's tone was cold, and she frowned. The remnants of Yan country have caught the attention of the immortal sects. What is the abbot's attitude? Her gaze became serious. Heaven-determined phoenix. The thin monk Kang Long spoke indifferently. Heaven-determined phoenix. Yu Qinghan murmured to herself. Monk Fu Hu laughed. To maintain the stability of the mortal world, the abbot sent us down the mountain. Upon hearing this, Yu Qinghan immediately understood. These 2 monks were here to help her. P.S. Apologies for the wait, everyone. There were some network issues. With this update, there are 9,000 words today. Chapter 154, The Princess and the Crown Prince, The Intersection of Fate, Yan country's ancestral artifact. The Buddhist monks actually stood on her side, and the other party must have some purpose. Recalling what Xiang Yun had said a few days ago, the fate of Yan country was on the rise, and the current emperor, her elder brother, had already ordered the elimination of the remnants of Yan. Combining the monks' words just now, the other immortal sects had already taken action. It is not difficult to guess that the Buddhists agreed to come down the mountain in order to compete with the Taoists for perpetuation. This is the only reasonable explanation. In her view, they were no different from her uncle. Both wished for her to ascend the throne as emperor. They even attempted to force her to accept everything through this compelling approach. They never considered her feelings, merely using her title as an adequate means. This approach angered her greatly. Nevertheless, she had no choice. Could she personally kill her uncle? Thinking of this, Yu Qinghan suddenly felt a sense of helplessness. This helplessness stemmed from facing her destiny with no way to resist. But her husband once said, "People do not believe in destiny. My fate is mine, not dictated by the heavens." With this in mind, Yu Qinghan raised her phoenix eyes slightly, looking again at the 2 monks before her, dressed in silky white robes, with delicate features that made them look like characters from a painting. She furrowed her brow lightly and said coldly, Two venerable monks, do you wish to interfere in the matter of Xia country's abdication and succession? Her words were filled with dominance. No, my Buddha will not interfere. Monk Fuhu shook his head. The immortal sect cannot interfere in mortal affairs, which is a rule and also the biggest difference from the devil sect. But if they do not interfere, can they really affect the overall situation? Looking at the smiling face of the chubby monk Fuhu, Yu Qinghan suddenly realized something. Although the immortal sect could not interfere in the mortal world, it could influence it and affect every move among the people. Sometimes, a single attitude can cause many to back down. Likewise, a powerful background can achieve the same result. If an immortal sect stands by her side, what would other forces think when they see it, if not back down in fear? What if I refuse? Yu Qinghan said in a chilly tone. Hearing her answer, Monk Fuhu and Monk Kanglong exchanged glances, both seeing the surprise in the other's eyes. Then, Monk Fuhu regained his composure and said, "Benevolent one, there is no room for turning back on this matter. Your thoughts are still too naive, young one." Monk Fuhu shook his head, his smile remained, unaffected by her words. Bodhi has no trees, the bright mirror is not a platform, originally there is no one thing, where can dust be attracted? If the mind is originally pure, why worry about being tainted by worldly affairs? Monk Fuhu's words conveyed that if the mind is pure, it will be undisturbed by worldly concerns or material things, and even if contaminated, will not become corrupted. It was like the opposition between Buddhism and Taoism. Their essence came from perpetuation, but it did not affect the purity of Buddhism. In fact, Monk Fuhu was also enlightening Yu Qinghan. Through the immaculate Buddha eye, he saw the stubbornness, disdain, and doubt that was well hidden within Yu Qinghan. Combined with the events that had transpired, he instantly understood why she had become disheartened towards Xia country. She had concerns in her heart, perhaps about matters or people. It was this layer that was the most important reason. As for this, Monk Fuhu didn't have a good solution. Buddhist practice could influence a person but could not change them. True dragon sins, be careful. At that moment, the always quiet monk Kanglong spoke, looking serious on his thin face. Each of his words was scarce but crucial. Yu Qinghan was utterly confused by the few words spoken. Monk Fuhu, who was beside him, smiled and explained, "My junior brother means that the current true dragon of Yan could cause huge waves in the future, or even overturn Xia country. That's why every choice you make must be carefully considered." Yu Qinghan's gaze was calm as she said indifferently, "It's still too early to say that." Seeing her nonchalant attitude, Changning King Pei Ming, with an elder's tone, couldn't help but reprimand. "Qinghan, have you not let go of these years among the people? Your father was wrong to you, but in the end, it was all for the sake of Xia country. On your journey to the capital, I admit, it was my mistake not to tell you about the planned preparations. You were wrongly treated in the prison. But now, everything is ready. Who can stop you from ascending the throne if you just nod? As long as you can become the emperor, nobody can stop you, no matter who you wish to exact revenge on or settle scores with. Compared to the throne, what do those grievances amount to?" Pei Ming didn't understand her. How could an emperor who cares about trivial matters achieve great things while being distracted by the trivial? After all these words, Yu Qinghan remained silent, seemingly unmoved. Monk Fuhu clasped his hands together and sighed, "A human heart with a sense of destiny is rare and precious. You have someone in your heart, young one." Pei Ming waved his sleeve, sighed, and said with a burning gaze, "You are a ninth heaven phoenix, with noble status and exceptional talent. That pawnshop dealer does not deserve you. If you don't seize this opportunity, the emergence of the rightful king of the Yan will truly be a disaster for Xia country." In the eyes of Changning King, Yu Qinghan was the best candidate for the throne. In the eyes of the immortal sect, she was the one who would decide the direction of the world's fate. Of course, they wouldn't consider a pawnshop owner worthy of her. In this world, who else was worthy of her? The training field was cold and quiet all around. Chapter 155, The Meeting of a Princess and a Prince, Destiny's Confluence, Yan Country's Ancestral Artifact 2. Yu Qinghan stood on a high platform. Through the shadowy groves, she could see the fair on the main street outside the courtyard. At this time, the market was bustling and lively. It was as if she saw the familiar figure in Huai's pawnshop, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. She didn't know why. A sense of resonance arose in Yu Qinghan's heart. She looked at her exquisite dress. In an instant, she seemed lost in thought, her mind filled with reminiscences. Stunned for a moment, she suddenly remembered. This dress seemed to have been bought for her by him. After one last look at the blue sky, Yu Qinghan, with her back to Pei Ming and the monks Kang Long and Fu Hu, squinted her eyes and said, "I regret that I can't obey." Her distinct aura and cold demeanor intimidated the crowd below the platform. The Raven Sub-Bureau in Jinzhou. In the courtyard of the mansion, Yin Nanyu came to a spacious ancestral hall. In the center of the hall was a gilded bronze statue with a raven's head and a human body. She bowed to the huge statue, then took out the ceramic crow immortal figurine from behind the statue. She raised a hand, and with a strong squeeze, a drop of crystal clear blood slid down her fingertip. It landed on the statue. The next moment, a dim light flickered in the statue's eyes, making it seem alive. "Respected Saintess, it's a relief that you're safe." A raven cultist dressed in a black cloak bowed at the doorway, expressing his respect. Upon hearing that the Raven's headquarters in the capital city had been razed by the imperial court of the Xia, no news came out for several days, causing panic among sect members everywhere, who feared losing their guidance and future. They didn't know what to do. It wasn't until they saw a crow rising in the sky, a symbol that the Raven sect was unharmed, that they felt relieved. "What news have there been in the places where I wasn't?" Yin Nanyu didn't turn around, merely, she gently stroked the crow immortal statue in her hand. A sect member reported, "While the saintess was absent, the imperial court of the Xia eased its onslaught on our sect, but launched a series of clean UPS against remnants of Yan country, leading to numerous major events everywhere." "Go on." Yin Nanyu, her eyes as radiant as gemstones, said calmly. Sect members from the Immortal Sect's spiritual mountains have reported that the large formations within the spiritual mountains have been fluctuating frequently. It seems the major immortal sects have made their moves. The limitless immortal sect seems to be remaining neutral and has not taken any action. The Eternal Taoist Temple, Exquisite Palace, and even the Little Lingyan Temple have all sent people down the mountain, while the only exception is Medicine Pill Valley where there's been no movement. Yin Nanyu nodded, unsurprised. She had known about these messages ahead of time. Only the attitude of the Little Lingyan Temple and Medicine Pill Valley are unknown at this time. The Little Lingyan Temple was easy to guess. The Xia worshipped Buddha, so they should be the enemy of Yan country. The Medicine Pill Valley, a sacred place for pill making, was the Taoist rites of an ancient medicine immortal. It had produced many universal treasures and gathered a number of well-known high-grade alchemists. The number of pills produced in a year was countless and incalculable. Many of the pills in the immortal cultivation world were produced by Medicine Pill Valley. Even though it was one of the 5 immortal sects, its number of disciples were far less than the others, only a third of their size. With the disciples preferring a wandering lifestyle and the sect rules being more relaxed, the cohesion of the sect is not as high as others. Add to that the unique attribute of pill refining held by Medicine Pill Valley. This was a presence that most sects couldn't offend. Even the other immortal sects didn't dare to offend Medicine Pill Valley lightly. Any cultivator would inevitably need to deal with pills. "What else?" Yin Nanyu asked, her face as calm as still water. The subordinate continued to report. Changning Perfect Ural Prince Pei Ming of the Xia returned from a journey, closed his doors to visitors, and disappeared without a trace. No news came out, which was highly suspicious. Some people said that he had gone south. Some members of the sect speculated that he was avoiding attention from the current emperor. Hearing this name, Yin Nanyu's eyes narrowed slightly. Changning King Pei Ming was a well-known name. the only non-royal king of the Xia. If she hadn't remembered wrongly, this Pei Ming had a deep relationship with the first emperor and is the uncle of the current new emperor. But with the suspicious nature of the current new emperor, this prince probably won't last long. Yin Nanyu didn't believe that the battle-hardened prince would sit and wait for his death. He might be plotting some sort of rebellion behind the scenes. However, ultimately, he was not of the Yu surname. This throne would certainly not be secure under him. He would have to support someone else to achieve it. As Yin Nanyu thought about this, a person came to mind. A person who had been forgotten by the world. She had once led the Xia's army to conquer more than half of the territories of the Yan Dynasty. From south to north, she was invincible and was known as the legend of the Xia. Yet, 3 years ago, she was forced to resign due to a major change in the imperial court. The infamous senior general retired, faded into obscurity, and returned to the mountains. 3 years had passed, the world had forgotten there was once such a unique female general, a noble princess. But Yin Nanyu had not forgotten. At that time, she had just succeeded to the position of the saintess, right when the world was in chaos. The guidance of the Crow Immortal told her. This woman was born with the heavenly mandate, a person she could not afford to provoke. With her present, the Xia would not fall and would rise as bright as the sun. Therefore, at that time, the Raven sect could only lie low and not expose itself. Yin Nanyu suddenly remembered that there was such a big figure who was not dead yet and was still alive among the people. Through the eyes of the Raven, she could see that the new emperor would not live long. Chapter 156, The Meeting of a Princess and a Crown Prince, Destiny's Confluence, Yan Country's Ancestral Weapon 3. If the plan to restore Yan Country reaches its most critical point, this woman takes advantage of the situation to ascend the throne. She will become the top enemy of both Yan Country and the Raven. Thinking this way, Yin Nanyu's heart couldn't help but be heavy. Which of Xia Country's princess and Yan Country's crown prince will receive the heavenly mandate? However, at the same time, a hint of excitement stirred in his heart. Meeting a worthy talent, encountering a worthy opponent. It is a matter of strategizing for the sake of a whole country. If one can defeat such a formidable opponent, then it is undeniably something to be proud of. Xia and Yan, all within grasp. Yin Nanyu made up his mind, and his subordinate continued their report. Currently, the Northern Wolf Empire has started to probe the north. Sect members from the borders have sent back news that the offensive momentum is immense and might be the largest war in history. Respected Saintess, shall we launch a rebellion? Yin Nanyu smiled faintly. Launch it, of course. The present-day Raven is different from the past, their protection has increased, making it even more convenient to take action. A small coastal town in the south, an inconspicuous abandoned Taoist temple. In the dim room, the air was thick with blood. A black-robed Taoist priest with a beard on both sides of his cheeks sat on a meditation cushion. Master Lord, the bloody immortal sect has arrived and is waiting in the main hall, saying that there is an important matter to discuss. At this moment, a voice sounded from outside the door. The black-robed Taoist priest opened his eyes and said indifferently, I know. What is the bloody immortal sect doing in our corpse tomb sect? We have always had a relationship of mutual non-interference. After saying this, he stood up, picked up his dust whisk, and walked towards the door. The bloody immortal sect and corpse tomb sect are both sects within the devil sect. Because of the immortal sect keeping the world in check, they seldom show themselves in public unless they are major evil sects, and they don't interact with each other, like well water not offending river water. Now, with the bloody immortal sect taking the initiative to visit, it was highly suspicious. Soon, a man in a bloody robe, with red eyes, appeared in the black-robed Taoist priest's vision. The man was sitting in the center of the main hall. Upon seeing the black-robed Taoist priest, he hurriedly stood up and bowed. I have long admired Immortal Corpse's great reputation, and I am honored to meet you, Senior. He was well aware that the Taoist priest before him was the sect master of Corpse Tomb sect, with reportedly deep cultivation that lasted 500 years, and was the target he sought to persuade on this visit. Immortal Corpse waved his hand and said, "What has happened?" "It's about the revival of Yan country's national fortune and the news of the ancestral weapon," the man in the bloody robe slowly replied. Upon hearing this, Immortal Corpse stretched out his hand to stop the other party from continuing to speak and looked around. "You guys should leave." "Yes." Hearing their Master Lord's command, the surrounding disciple immediately withdrew. "Has the ancestral weapon been found?" Immortal Corpse asked seriously. The revival of Yan country's national fortune meant that the ancestral weapon hadn't been lost and had resurfaced. What is an ancestral weapon? It is the life-bound immortal weapon that ancestor Yan Ziyu held in his hands 500 years ago. Legend has it that those who obtain the ancestral weapon can gain the secret to becoming immortal. Subsequently, the ancestral weapon has been guarded by the Yan imperial family and the immortal sect disciples from generation to generation, used to safeguard the national fortune. Even immortal sect disciples, if they wanted it, had no way to get it because they would be backlashed by the ancestral weapon. After 800 years passed, the power of ancestor Yan Ziyu remained. 3 years ago, Yan country perished, and the ancestral weapon became the object of contention between the immortal and devil sects. Both sides launched a fierce war for this, putting in significant effort. The immortal sect slightly won the upper hand, but they couldn't find a trace of the ancestral weapon. It was as if it had disappeared. The man in the bloody robe shook his head. "It has not been found yet, but it is certain that the ancestral weapon is in the hands of the rightful king of Yan." Immortal Corpse frowned. "Why are you so sure?" The man in the bloody robe was calm. "The Devil Lord once said that only the ancestral weapon can lead Yan's national fortune, and awakening the ancestral weapon requires a strong Yan bloodline. Now that the rightful king of Yan has emerged, it is the best proof that the ancestral weapon exists." Chapter 157, Calamity of Ancestral Weapon, 10 Devil Sects. Upon learning this information, Immortal Corpse's breathing became much more rapid. This contains the secret to becoming an immortal. Who was Yan Ziyu? An unparalleled demon that emerged 800 years ago, stepping on countless immortal sect geniuses. In just 100 years, he suppressed an era and established the Yan Dynasty. It prospered for a full 200 years. Even though it could not withstand TNE erosion or Lime Ardor Live Nunaria years and became extinct, Yan Lu's greatness is undeniable. 500 years ago, he was just an ordinary devil cultivator disciple of the Corpse Tomb sect, sweeping the entrance of the sect. He could only listen to his senior brothers discussing the legendary figure who suppressed both the immortals and devils. Those times have passed now. Such an unparalleled figure as Yan Ziyu has long since disappeared, as if he were missing. 500 years later, as the sect master, he gets to hear news about the ancestral weapon firsthand. At this moment, Immortal Corpse felt that he had never been so close to Yan Ziyu in his entire life. Moreover, with the immortal path severed, there are fewer and fewer top cultivators in this world, one less with each death. Half of his own lifespan had already passed as well. The only chance for him to become immortal lies in the Yan ancestral weapon. So many years have been spent stuck in the rebirth realm. If he could decipher the secrets of the ancestral weapon, perhaps he might break through his bottleneck. Having understood all this, Immortal Corpse was already tempted, and he calmly asked, "Why would you come to me if you truly have information about the ancestral weapon?" He was well aware that the other party would not tell him such precious information out of the blue. The bloody immortal sect must have some request. The man in the bloody robe smiled slightly and said, "You are being too modest, senior. Naturally, we all want the ancestral weapon to fall into our hands, so fighting amongst ourselves would be unwise, but other people do not think so. Senior, do you know about the old fiend of Netherworld?" Upon hearing this name, Immortal Corpse was slightly startled and said in a deep voice, "I, of course, know about that old monster." He was cautious and never showed his face. He relied solely on a possession secret technique to seize the bodies of talented sect disciples. He killed people and snatched treasures, relying on this trick to live thousands of years. He was a true old monster and ranked first on the immortal sect's hit list. The man in the bloody robe nodded earnestly. That's right, Sect Master received information recently that traces of the Netherworld Devil were found in the westernmost land. Corpses were everywhere in the surrounding villages, so he must have been heading south. He must have learned about the birth of the rightful king of the Yan and is after the Yan's ancestral weapon. The old fiend of Netherworld has a limited lifespan and would definitely not be able to share the ancestral weapon with other people. He is an inevitable opponent for us. Although the Devil Sect seemed as loose as the outside world described, it actually still had organization and discipline. The 10 Devil Sects were the 10 most powerful forces within the Devil Sect. The unwritten rule was the law of the jungle, where the more powerful a Devil Sect, the more resources it could occupy. Unlike the Immortal Sect, the Devil Sect once had a supreme being who ruled over the entire Devil Sect. This being was known as the Devil Lord. After the severing of the Immortal Path, the Devil Lord had been ruling over numerous devil cultivators. But as his strength grew higher, the influence of the severed Immortal Path became greater, and the Devil Lord also began to show his face less and less. 100 years ago, there were still occasional news of the Devil Lord. Now, there was no news at all. Some people believed that the Devil Lord was conserving his strength and lying low. As a result, the strength of the Devil Sect weakened considerably, giving the Immortal Sect an opportunity to dominate. Currently, the Devil Sect is under the control of the first Devil Sect, Heavenly Devil Palace. Immortal Corpse hesitated for a moment upon learning that the old fiend of Netherworld might be involved. No wonder the bloody Immortal Sect came to him, as having more people meant more strength. The other party intended to unite several Devil Sect forces to deal with the old fiend of Netherworld. But if they acted recklessly, they would risk perishing. Immortal Corpse said solemnly, "Even I might not be able to defeat a formidable old monster like that. Senior, you don't need to worry about that. Many people have joined the team. As long as we work together, there is no need to fear that old monster." The man in the bloody robe responded with a smile on his face. The old fiend of Netherworld was just one of the obstacles in their pursuit of the ancestral weapon. Even more obstacles are other devil sects involved, such as the Poisonous Sect, and the 7 Devil Sect. Right now, the Heavenly Devil Palace has not expressed its attitude yet, but it is impossible to confirm whether they will also interfere with this matter. Regarding the grand plan of the path to immortality, who can be sure? Could it be? Suddenly, Immortal Corpse seemed to understand something. It is rumored that the bloody Immortal Sect has an ancestor with immeasurable strength, comparable to the old fiend of Netherworld. Could it be that the bloody Immortal Sect ancestor also wants to take action? He shook his head and continued to ask, "Even if the ancestral weapon appears, we still need to find the location of the rightful king of the Yan. Now that he has hidden himself and refuses to show up, what good methods do we have? The rightful king of the Yan would certainly not reveal himself to the rest of the world. They still needed to use their skills to find him. As vast as the Moradal world is, they couldn't just search blindly like trying to find a needle in a haystack, right? Even among the mortal world, hidden cultivators abound. If they found out, they would be in danger too. Have you forgotten about our sect's bloody treasured spiritual rat?" The man in the bloody robe smiled faintly. "I nearly forgot." Immortal Corpse slapped his head, and immediately remembered. Within the bloody Immortal Sect, they trained the bloody treasured spiritual rats to specialize in finding spiritual objects, locating them based on their chi. Originally, they were used to lock onto prey with high blood essence concentration, as the training of the bloody Immortal Sect required a large amount of blood. The higher the essence concentration, the better. Later, it also developed into a tool for treasure hunting and tracking down people. The essence of the Yan country's national fortune lies within the descendants of the Yan. As long as the Yan bloodline is found and traced through essence and blood, the rightful king of the Yan can be found. Even if the essence and blood are diluted, it's fine, they just need to find the general direction, and that's enough. Immortal Corpse was suspicious. "I remember that the bloody treasured spiritual rat is extremely precious, and only by using the essence and blood of cultivators above the rebirth realm could they be successfully trained. Although this condition sounds simple, it's actually extremely harsh. Every cultivator in the rebirth realm is a 100-year-old cunning fox. Trying to kill them is as difficult as reaching for the sky. Even if they're killed, their rebirth realm spirit could still escape. Raising a spiritual rat is not an easy thing. The man in the bloody robe smiled. There is only one remaining bloody treasured spiritual rat in our sect master's residence, and that's absolutely enough. Immortal Corpse nodded his head. That's good. Everything is ready, all we lack now is the essence and blood of the Yan royal family. This is too easy. After 100 years of Yan country's establishment, there are many bloodline descendants scattered throughout the human world. I have already sent my disciples from the sect to search. The man in the bloody robe chuckled. Immortal Corpse looked deeply at him, and couldn't help but admire the bloody immortal sect master's devotees' methods. This man in the bloody robe was Yang Yuan, the senior disciple of the bloody immortal sect, leader of the 8 blood vessels, and a considerate, humble person. He was definitely capable of taking over the bloody immortal sect. Otherwise, the matter of forming an alliance with the devil sects wouldn't have been entrusted to him. How many people have been mobilized this time for the ancestral weapon? Immortal Corpse asked. The senior disciple of the bloody immortal sect, Yang Yuan, stretched out 2 fingers. So many. Immortal Corpse looked astonished. This number was definitely over 100. When a lion fights a rabbit, it still uses its full strength. Yang Yuan said slowly. The rightful king of the Yan is not a helpless mortal, nor a rabbit. There must be a large number of immortal sect people guarding him. Immortal Corpse nodded in agreement and asked again, when are we setting off? We will leave now. Let's take a trip to the mortal world. P.S. This chapter is for yesterday, I'll continue writing. Chapter 158, Yan Jing's Identity, Reunion on the Immortal Road, Dark Clouds over the City, Demonic Gate Gathering all together. Jinzhou, at the entrance of the vegetable market. The crowd is bustling, passers-by are all looking curiously at the tall and the short at the street corner. Zhao Huai, dressed in a white robe, showed elegance, yet he was holding Pei Xiangyun by the collar of her clothes expressionlessly. I've explained everything, are you being disobedient again? You little brat, always meddling in others' affairs. Put me down. Pei Xiangyun's eyes widened, her lips pouted, showing clear dissatisfaction with Zhao Huai. I'm not little. She said, exasperated. Come home with me. Zhao Huai was rather straightforward with his younger sister-in-law, grabbing her and ready to leave. If you do this again, I'll tell your sister about all the trouble you've caused. Upon hearing this, Pei Xiangyun was immediately frightened. What she said and what her brother-in-law said, even if they were the same, would sound completely different in her sister's ears. Her sister would certainly not listen to her explanation. Brother Zhao, have I not admitted my mistake? Zhao Huai ignored her wailing, set her down and walked away. On the way, they passed by the Jishi pharmacy. Zhao Huai initially wanted to say hello, but noticed that the pharmacy's main gate was tightly closed. There was no sign of anyone inside. By reason's sake. This guy never missed an opportunity to earn money, why would the pharmacy be closed now? Could something have happened? What's wrong, brother Zhao? Seeing Zhao Huai's wandering gaze, Pei Xiangyun couldn't help but ask. Nothing, just reminded of something. Zhao Huai shook his head, about to turn around and leave. A familiar voice came from behind. Brother Zhao, long time no see. He turned around and found it was Yan Jing, whom he hadn't seen for several months, coming out the door. Still lean with a kerchief on his head, not much older than middle age. For some reason, after a long absence, Zhao Huai felt that there was something different about Yan Jing. Indeed, it's been a while. I was out of town for a few days and got a bit busy. Zhao Huai replied with a smile. And this lady is? Yan Jing noticed the young woman in a dress next to him, staring at him, and asked curiously. This is my wife's little sister, she's staying with me for now. Oh, I see. A knowing smile emerged on Yan Jing's face. "Brother Yan, why aren't you doing business today?" Zhao Huai glanced at the empty pharmacy inside the gate and asked quietly. Yan Jing smiled silently, put his hands behind his back and walked a few steps, remarking poignantly, "I can't carry on any more, there aren't many peaceful days left." "What do you mean?" Hearing this sentence, Zhao Huai seemed to realize something. He quickly glanced at the horizon in Jinzhou. It was late noon, and the sun was beginning to set. Yan Jing retracted his smile and said solemnly, "Yan country's national fortune has revived. It's impossible for the mortal world to remain as it used to be. There might be significant changes." "Is it really so?" Zhao Huai appeared to be slightly stunned, acting as if he just knew about it. Of course, he knew who started all of this, but he couldn't show it. So he paused for a few seconds and said, "Even if Yan country comes out, I don't think the mortal world will necessarily be in chaos, right? The immortal sect has always maintained the order of the mortal world, it's not that easy to overthrow." Zhao Huai thought of the exquisite palace coming down the mountain, as well as the people from the eternal Taoist temple. He felt that Jinzhou was relatively safe. Plus, his cultivation had recently improved. He was unbeatable in the initiation stage and could barely fight with the lowest realms of the Golden Core. With the immortal sect as his backer, he should be safe. The only thing he had to worry about was Xia country's suppression. But what they should be more concerned about now is the alien tribes from the north. Pei Xiangyun had been lowering her head and fiddling with her fingernails. But when she heard the two words Yan country, her ears perked up. She knew early on that her sister's husband was no ordinary person. She could never figure out his identity, and his cultivation was also very high. She suspected that he was a wandering disciple from down the mountain. Now hearing this conversation, it seemed to be the case. Both of them referred to the mortal world, only members of the sect would use such a term. Which sect does her brother-in-law belong to? She hesitated to tell her father about the extraordinary deeds of her highly accomplished brother-in-law. Because she was really afraid that her father would cause trouble for her brother-in-law, and her sister had also instructed her to keep it a secret, and not to cause any additional problems. With regard to Zhao Huai, her view has shifted from initial contempt to reverence. Her own sister's husband is truly formidable. Seeing Zhao Huai's nonchalant attitude, Yan Jing sighed, "Brother Zhao, Jinzhou is not a place to stay for long, neither is the mortal world. Brother Yan, what news have you received?" Zhao Huai knew Yan Jing's character, he never wasted effort on useless matters, he immediately asked seriously. "All I know is that the immortal and demon sects seem to be taking action, but I'm not sure what exactly." The immortal and demon sects. Zhao Huai paused for a moment. News that even Yan Jing didn't know? Isn't he known for being omniscient? Yan Jing took out a treasured wooden token from his sleeve. It was entwined with branches and enveloped in green light. "If it's fated, use this to find me." Zhao Huai took the token, looked at the big characters on it, his eyes revealing surprise. "Brother Yan, are you?" "Yes, I am a disciple of the Medicine Pill Valley." Yan Jing smiled and said, "All these years I have traveled all around the world, gone from place to place, finally settling in Jinzhou. I encountered you by sheer luck. Jinzhou is indeed a good place, but there's always sorrow in parting. It's time to leave. I'm sorry, Brother Zhao, I've been keeping this from you all these years." "No problem." Zhao Huai laughed bitterly, without any sign of being upset. Because he himself was also hiding his identity, how could he blame Yan Jing? Yan Jing turned around, locked the door, looked at the heir of Zhao Huai, and smirked. Chapter 159, Yan Jing's Identity, Reunion on the Immortal Road, Dark Clouds over the City, Devil Sect gathering all together too. It seems that your cultivation has improved. I assume you've had some fortunate encounters. I've always known that you are not an ordinary person. When we meet again on the immortal method path, don't forget about me." Upon hearing this, Zhao Huai smiled brilliantly and responded, "Certainly. Watching the other person leave, Zhao Huai felt a mixture of emotions welling up in his heart. The path of immortal cultivation was inherently lonely. Encounters were all due to fate, whether the meeting happened sooner or later, there would always come a day of departure. There would always be more opportunities for encounter in life. Pei Xiangyun looked at his side profile as he was lost in thought and asked cautiously, "Brother-in-law, are you a cultivator from a sect?" Zhao Huai glanced at her and shook his head self-mockingly. "Me? I'm just a loose cultivator." After that, Zhao Huai continued to lead Pei Xiangyun on their way home. Along the way, people constantly greeted him. Having lived here for many years, he had a few acquaintances. When they returned to Huai's pawnshop, it was already dusk. "Why hasn't Madame returned yet?" Zhao Huai glanced at the pitch-black pawnshop, frowning. At that moment, Pei Xiangyun exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, my sister sends a message." A myna bird fluttered over, a paper strip tied to its foot. Without hesitation, Zhao Huai said, "Let me see." Pei Xiangyun took out the paper strip and handed it to him. Zhao Huai eagerly looked at it. Gradually, his eyes fixed on the content of the letter, and his brows furrowed. Seeing his expression, Pei Xiangyun tensed up and quickly asked, "Brother-in-law?" Zhao Huai no longer looked at the letter, returned it to her, and calmly replied, "Well, your sister said that she is staying at a relative's house and will return a few days later. She asked you to find food for yourself outside." "I see." After listening, Pei Xiangyun nodded, her mind stirring. It seemed that the negotiation wasn't going smoothly. If her father Hanti persuaded her sister, he probably wouldn't let her come back. Her father had been planning this for a long time, and he wouldn't give up easily. "Which uncle did your sister go to see?" Zhao Huai asked another question. He remembered inside the letter, it mentioned this person. There were just a few words, but no other information. Pei Xiangyun's eyes darted and explained, "It's my father. My father and sister's father are old acquaintances, and he has always regarded my sister as his niece. This time, he happened to visit her since it has been a long time since they last met." Zhao Huai nodded lightly, fed the goldfish, then stood at the entrance of the pawnshop, watching the setting up street vendors and the people passing by. He murmured, "It's strange. Fairy Yu Qing should be back by now. Chu Yuking had said she was investigating the safety of the entire Jinzhou area, and a few hours had passed. She should be back by now." The summit of Jinzhou. At dusk, the setting sun slanted to the west, and the eastern hill bathed in amber light. The ancient wall was mottled, and there were few people walking in the official road below. On the blue stone path on the city wall, a group of cultivators dressed in black robes stood. Each of them had strange attire and ferocious expressions. Looking at the fairy in the blue skirt in the sky, their faces were grave. "This woman is quite formidable. Yet, even with so many of us from the Seven Devil sect, we still can't take her down." Chu Yuking looked at the devil cultivators below and said indifferently, "Do you really think you can get involved in this?" She waved her hand gently. The 12 transparent ice cones condensed by magic power around her emitted dazzling radiance. Swoosh! The sound of wind breaking could be heard. As the ice cones pierced the devil cultivators' bodies in the blink of an eye, they left huge bloody holes. Their lifeless bodies fell, the vitality in their eyes dissipating. After dealing with these people, Chu Yuking's face finally eased a little, but she could sense more auras approaching from afar. From a distance, it looked like black clouds were gathering, filled with howling demonic winds as if the black clouds were crushing down on the city. Their actions are quite fast. Chu Yuking's eyes narrowed. She took out a 10,000 Li transmission talisman from her sleeve, planning to report this matter to her master lord. But the transmission talisman had not flown out for long before it was crushed into powder by an invisible force. Her expression was astonished. "What is this?" The transmission talisman could communicate over tens of thousands of miles, even the powerful in the Golden Core realm could not capture it. Obviously, there was a mysterious existence that enveloped the area's heavenly fate. Recalling her mission, Chu Yuking regained her spirit, revealing the icy crystal snow lotus-shaped magical weapon in her palm. Chu Yuking held the magical weapon in one hand while wielding her fingertips as a sword in the other, uttering a soft command. The split moment she finished reciting the incantation, magic power splashed everywhere and icy air spread across the ground. In an instant, a deep blue barrier rose into the sky, piercing through the clouds. The ice phoenix phantom appeared behind Chu Yuking, immediately forming into a terrifying icy stream in the surroundings, adding another layer of power to the protective formation of Jinzhou City. Dozens of miles outside Jinzhou City, in the mountains and countryside, corpses of puppets walked bizarrely with sharp fangs and twisted bodies, their dark turquoise skin as hard as fine iron. They were carrying a black sedan, with the sedan's body covered in eerie humanoid patterns. There was a corner of the curtain lifted, and a black-robed deist sat inside, holding a dust whisk. At the same time, in the sky, there were several blood-robed men standing suspended over the air, their backs carrying bloody wings. At a glance, they were numerous, transforming magic power into shapes. Only powerful cultivators in the initiation stage could compress the scattered magic power within their bodies into their desired shapes, and then wield it at will, using it conveniently. A giant rock blocked the path ahead. Whoosh, whoosh. Without any hesitation, the blood wings behind them started to flow together. In the blink of an eye, the original dark red wings inflated into a huge hand. This blood-red hand was full of fierce chi, just like a ferocious beast. As the hand clenched into a fist and raised high, it smashed into the giant rock, blocking the way with a thunderous blow. Boom! The sound echoed, and the giant rock suddenly shattered. The man in the bloody robe wore an expressionless face as he glanced at the blood-red, crystal-clear spirit rat in his palm. After sniffing it, he released a wisp of blood chi and pointed straight at Jinzhou City. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, a roar of laughter erupted from the sky. Though the figure was not visible, the sound arrived first. A large mass of black smoke raced through the sky, emitting an overwhelmingly powerful ghost chi and condensing into groups of dark red ghost clouds. A scholar dressed in an ink robe sat atop the ghost cloud. A countless number of lonely, wild ghosts wailed mournfully beneath him, baring their teeth and claws. Ghost chi of lost souls, so Mr. Ghosty from Soul Ghost Ridge has also come. I wonder how many graves you've dug up recently. The deist inside the sedan narrowed his eyes and looked up at the sky as he murmured to himself. Yang Yuan, the senior disciple of Bloody Immortal Sect, looked up at the sky and calmly said, "We are all here to find the ancestral weapon, so let's not ruin the harmony." The scholar in the ink robe on the ghost cloud took a sip of fine wine handed over by the ghost beneath him and smirked evilly. "I, of course, understand this rationale, but isn't not inviting me a little too unfair?" Green poisonous fog filled the air amidst the trees, withering leaves, flowers, and even turning the grass on the muddy ground black at a visible pace as it passed by. A beautiful woman with a snake and scorpion veil on her head, riding atop the poisonous cloud, also joined the gathering. "Oh, this is quite lively." A clear, delicate laughter sounded, but no one was happy or welcoming. All wore cold faces and said nothing. It was obvious that they were not willing to see the current situation develop like this. The reason was that there were too many people, and they did not want too many people to know about the ancestral weapon. "Here, Archduji? Even your poisonous sect has come to join the excitement." Yang Yuan was very surprised to see her figure. The presence of the poisonous sect was quite low and did not stand out among the devil sects. Yet today, even she had arrived. Where did these guys get the information from? Always cautious, Yang Yuan had an ominous premonition in his heart. "Where did you learn about the ancestral weapon?" he asked curiously. Upon hearing this, the spokesmen of the various devil sects remained silent for a moment. Obviously, none were willing to say. Yang Yuan took the lead in speaking. The Bloody Immortal Sect learned about the fluctuations of Yan country's national fortune through the observation of the atmospheric qi, and then, the sect master received the reports from the disciples of the section. "It's quite a coincidence that someone else informed me as well." Not a disciple, but someone else who reported that they had found a trace of the ancestral weapon. Yang Yuan glanced around and discovered that everyone else had a similar expression. Mostly the same. The same. The explanations of several people were more or less the same. It seems that the gathering of the devil sects today is not a coincidence. Yang Yuan frowned. There must be someone instructing behind all this. Chapter 160, Dark Old Demon, Crisis Arrives, Extra. Early morning, with faint mist and the crowing of roosters. As people gradually filled the streets of Jinzhou City, vegetable vendors and fruit farmers pushed their carts to the fair. This should be the place, it's more reliable to get a demon cultivator to find someone. A deep purple-robed elderly man chuckled lightly. With white hair and a disheveled look, he did not seem eye-catching, nevertheless, passers-by couldn't help but look at him. That's because an unsettling feeling emerged whenever they walked past him. Consequently, people around him chose to avoid him, keeping a distance of several meters. The purple-robed elder didn't care about the surrounding gazes, as he walked steadily through the streets, passing the inner city and finally arriving at the nearby commercial district, bustling with various industries. He stopped in front of a shop, glanced at the spotless Huai's pawnshop sign, and clucked his tongue. This is indeed a good place. It's quite a pity if I have to take action. Inside Huai's pawnshop, Pei Shangyun, holding a feather duster, was cleaning the dust piled in front of the counter, humming a tune as she looked at the empty pawnshop. She couldn't help but purse her lips and grumble. Stinky brother-in-law, he left early in the morning. I don't know what he's up to leaving me all alone. I'm not his nanny, why am I the one watching the shop all the time? The white-haired myna perched leisurely on a roof beam, preening its feathers. Suddenly, it raised its head and looked at the pawnshop's entrance. Pei Shangyun also heard the sound of someone crossing the threshold, and raised her head to look at the entrance. She saw the curtain lifted as a shadow entered. It was the old man in the deep purple robe from outside. Pawn or pledge? Pei Shangyun didn't pay much attention to the old man and continued to flick dust with the feather duster nonchalantly. Where's the shopkeeper? A faint smile rested on the old man's face. He left early in the morning. Bringing something to me works just as well, and I'll do my best to give you a good price. Pei Shangyun propped her head up, speaking lazily. She didn't know what her brother-in-law was thinking, insisting on running such a troublesome shop. Why couldn't he just close it and focus on immortal cultivation instead? He only knew how to bother others all day long. I'm not here to pawn anything. The purple-robed elder shook his head. Not pawning? Could he have come to borrow money? Pei Shangyun's eyes were filled with confusion. She asked, then what are you here for? I'm here to look for someone. The purple-robed elder spoke calmly. In that calm statement, it seemed as if an overwhelming killing intent lurked. An invisible momentum surged from the old man's body. Feeling her eyelids twitch, Pei Shangyun sensed danger and asked cautiously, looking for someone? You should report it to the government if you're looking for someone. What are you doing here? The purple-robed elder seemed to have heard something amusing, and laughed softly. The one I'm looking for is already found. I'm just worried he won't come with me willingly. Why don't you help me figure out a way, young lady? Pei Shangyun was not afraid. After all, she is a cultivator herself and could deal with any delinquents. Besides, she had such a powerful sister and brother-in-law, so she had nothing to fear. So, she smiled and said, "A way? If it were me, I would find his weakness, seize it, and then he wouldn't have any choice but to follow." Good idea. The purple-robed elder nodded, apparently in agreement. But the person I'm looking for is right here. Who? Pei Shangyun felt the tense atmosphere in the air, as if walking on a knife's edge. She discreetly took out her whip weapon, ready to subdue the opponent if he made a move. Her yell Nianjiun was adds 01 Ut 1 Y not to Detrilia Witn. The shopkeeper here. The purple-robed elder let out a faint laugh, then glanced around at the shop's furnishings, commenting. Such simple decoration, and then fixed his dull gaze on Pei Xiangyun's face, showing no emotion. "Kid, it makes no difference whether you use your weapon or not. Even if you replaced it with a magical weapon or a spiritual treasure, the outcome would still be the same. You are nothing more than a chi-refining realm cultivator too weak. You." Pei Xiangyun's face turned pale. Her cultivation level was seen through in an instant, indicating that the other party's cultivation was at least in the initiation realm. Moreover, she had the hidden spiritual jade from her sect on her, which was used to conceal her chi. How could any ordinary person see through her realm? Under the protection of the hidden spiritual jade, he still saw through her cultivation level in an instant. This old man is very dangerous. At this moment, how could she not guess the old man's motive? The other party must have come for brother-in-law. "What do you want with my family's shopkeeper?" Pei Xiangyun took a few steps back, her almond eyes filled with panic. "I warn you. My brother-in-law is very powerful, even those in the Golden Core realm can't match him. Ha ha ha." The purple-robed old man sneered upon hearing this, as if he had just heard a joke. Then, from beneath his white beard, his eyes became extremely deep, and a hint of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Nonsense, Golden Core realm, it's just rubbish. Golden Core realm, rubbish." Hearing this, Pei Xiangyun shuddered, her almond eyes filled with shock. An initiation stage cultivator could stand at the pinnacle of the mortal world, and even within the great sects, they were considered foundational pillars. Not to mention those in the Golden Core realm, they were the powerful elites within the sects, capable of inheriting great responsibilities, and were key figures in determining the prosperity of a sect. In the eyes of this old man, those in the Golden Core realm were rubbish. Then what realm was he in? "Who are you?" Pei Xiangyun asked apprehensively. "Me? I've almost forgotten myself, having experienced so many bodies and so many years." The purple-robed old man stretched out his old hand, his eyes filled with confusion as if reminiscing. The next second, a large amount of demonic fog surged around him, enveloping the entire pawnshop, making it look incredibly eerie and terrifying. Devil cultivator. Pei Xiangyun couldn't believe it. There was actually a devil cultivator in Jinzhou City. Why would a devil cultivator target the mortal world? There were no treasures in Jinzhou, nor was there anything special about it. The purple-robed old man's body floated in the air, his white hair also fluttering, as he looked at Pei Xiangyun opposite and laughed softly. "Don't even mention the Golden Core realm, even nascent souls are just worms in my eyes." His demonic might rolled, and the terrifying oppressive aura spread out. Pei Xiangyun's heart was tilled with extreme tear. Facing this old man, she couldn't muster any will to resist, feeling utterly suppressed. In front of him, she felt as insignificant as a grain of sand in the ocean, as if he could crush her with a casual squeeze. A nascent soul cultivator's lifespan had already reached 1,000 years and was a renowned existence in the immortal cultivation world. But this old man still looked down upon them. Could it be that his realm was even higher? Metamorphosis stage. A realm that she didn't even dare to think about. Mastering the rules of heaven and earth, manipulating the great power. Even the leaders of each immortal sect were probably around this realm. "Girl, for now, I'll spare your life. I hope when your family's shopkeeper returns, you can prove useful. Otherwise, you'll have no value left," the purple-robed old man said with a faint smile, his ordinary words giving off a hair-raising feeling. Pei Xiangyun's heart chilled as if she was in an icy cave. The other party was determined to find brother-in-law. What if he refuses? She carefully and tremblingly asked. The purple-robed old man sat in the pawnshop's recliner, his old eyes slightly narrowed, leisurely saying, "If he refuses, I'll have no choice but to kill him, seize his flesh body, and take his flowing qi." Pei Xiangyun felt a wave of despair in her heart, her gaze cast towards the street. As the shop's entrance was gradually obscured by the demonic fog, she silently screamed, "Brother-in-law, don't come back. P.S. Whenever the update is a bit late, I find that some people always think I'm going to become a eunuch." Just to be clear, this book will never become a eunuch, I'm planting my flag here. If, in case, it really happens, you can ask for a refund, my contact information can be found in the fan group. Chapter 161, The Death of the Young Master of Jinzhou Pawnshop, Seeking Subscription. At this moment, at the junction of the inner and outer city of Jinzhou, Zhao Huai, who was walking on the road, suddenly stopped, slightly raising his handsome face under the bamboo hat, and an expression of hesitation appeared on his face. For some reason, he suddenly felt a palpitation in his heart. Ever since he had bid farewell to Yanjing yesterday, and Chu Yuking had not returned all night, he had been restless when he left the house this morning. The last time he had experienced such a situation was when he faced the Demon King, but even that had not been as intense as this time. He could clearly hear the sound of his own heartbeat, pounding strongly and persistently, as if it would leap out of his chest the next second. Is my mind so tense because of Madam? Zhao Huai muttered to himself. Having learned from his previous experience, now at home, he felt that something was missing if he couldn't see Madam. Perhaps because of this, his nerves were so taut. However, there must be a reason for everything, and all signs could not be groundless. With this thought, a simple and ancient golden bronze coin appeared in Zhao Huai's palm. Under the illumination of the early morning sun, the copper coin shimmered and was dazzling. Let me see what will happen today. Zhao Huai thought to himself. With that thought, he threw the copper coin into the air. He watched as the golden bronze coin spun continuously in the sky, falling. Finally, it landed on the back of Zhao Huai's hand. Lines of text appeared before his eyes. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined, let's see what happens. Hexagram 1. The north wind blows south, south geese need to go north. Your fortune today is misfortune. Trace guidance, calamity of bloodshed, extremely ominous sign. Upon receiving this result, Zhao Huai was stunned. Extremely ominous, an outcome he had never seen before. Even the worst situation he had encountered before was only very ominous. What exactly is going to happen today? At this point, Zhao Huai finally understood the source of his own palpitations. Calamity of bloodshed. There must be a great calamity today. But the only thing he couldn't understand was where this danger would come from. Could it be that the former department of Yan country was being purged? Or did something happen to Madam? Or is someone trying to harm him? No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure it out. Good morning, Boss Zhao, where are you headed? At this moment, an ant passing by on the street saw Zhao Huai's figure and came up to greet him. Zhao Huai recognized the person and recalled that she had been a customer at the pawn shop. He immediately showed a smile and replied, "Good morning, I'm going out to take care of some business." He came out so early to look for Yin Nanyu. He had told her that he had arranged a place to stay in an inn across the street and she was free to stay there. However, when he got up today, he didn't see anyone. It seemed that she hadn't gone to stay there. The innkeeper said that she had gone to another place and had purposely left an address. Upon hearing the aunt's greeting, the shopkeepers of the surrounding shops realized who the man wearing the bamboo hat was. It turned out to be the handsome Boss Zhao of the pawn shop. "So it's Boss Zhao, nice to meet you. I happen to have some old things here that I want to sell. Could you please take a look at them next time?" Many shopkeepers saw Zhao Huai's figure and greeted him with a smile. And they even actively provided a lot of business. Zhao Huai's pawn shop was not big, but the prices were fair, and it had helped many people in an emergency. Its reputation among the shopkeepers was quite good. "I'll definitely do it next time. When you all come to my shop then, I'll be sure to give you a good price. But I have something to do today, so I will appraise the items next time." Zhao Huai replied with a smile, and after a few words, he managed to break free from the crowd. Continuing to walk forward, his mind was constantly pondering the hexagrams. North wind blows south, south geese need to go north. What does it mean? Is it telling me to flee to the north? After walking for a while, Zhao Huai came across a mansion. A silver-haired woman was standing at the entrance, waiting for him. It was Yin Nanyu, whom he had been waiting for. She was dressed in a complicated black and white long skirt that day, which looked a bit like the color scheme of a maid's outfit, especially the kerchief on her head. Yin Nanyu's fair and pretty face revealed a rare smile when she saw Zhao Huai. "Your Highness, you don't seem to be in a good mood today." Zhao Huai sighed, "I've run into some serious trouble. As for you, why didn't you stay in the good inn and buy a house here instead?" Yin Nanyu replied with a faint smile. "After going back, I thought it would be better not to trouble the royal crown prince, so I used the remaining spiritual stones to buy a house here to live in." "Your Highness, why don't you tell me what's bothering you?" Zhao Huai's expression was solemn, and his eyes were extremely deep. He thought of Yin Nanyu and wondered if she might have a solution. So he sighed, "If you knew that your life was in danger, would you still be so calm and composed?" Hearing this, there was no surprise on Yin Nanyu's face, but she calmly said, "Your Highness's concern is normal and necessary. Just being the crown prince of Yan country is reason enough for countless people to want to kill you in the future, to restore Yan. Even though your Highness is currently hiding among the people, danger always exists. You cannot wait until it arrives to detect it because, by that time, it will be too late. So, it's better to make early preparations." Hearing Yin Nanyu's explanation, Zhao Huai found it very reasonable. "Do you have any ideas?" "Your Highness, please come with me." Yin Nanyu pushed the door open and went in first. This place was different from the Raven Sect's summer resort. It looked more ordinary. Zhao Huai's divine insight covered the entire house. After some thought, he slowly entered. Chapter 162, The Death of the Young Master of Jinzhou Pawnshop, Seeking Subscription. 2. By the time Zhao Huai came out of the house, it was already noon. The sun had risen. Zhao Huai walked out onto the street, looked at the sky, and couldn't help but mutter, "I hope this method can turn misfortune into blessings." He set off on his way back. It should be okay for Pei Xiangyun to watch the shop alone, so long as she doesn't mess up the prices. According to Madame's letter, she should be back in a few days. Sugar-coated haws for sale. No charge if they're not sweet. Every now and then, vendors pushing carts selling sugar-coated haws passed by the street. For some reason, whenever Zhao Huai saw sugar-coated haws, the first thing that came to his mind was Madame's smiling face. The longer he couldn't see her, the more he missed her. Even when looking up at the azure sky and the endless clouds, he could see her silhouette. "Give me one." Without further ado, Zhao Huai took out a few copper coins from his waist and picked out a large one from the stick. "All right. Here you go, guest." With the sugar-coated haws in hand, Zhao Huai strode towards Huai's pawnshop. After passing several streets, the signboard of Huai's pawnshop gradually came into view, but Zhao Huai's heart inexplicably twitched. It was a feeling of fear and trepidation. Zhao Huai also realized that something was wrong. The area was too quiet, an abnormal silence was a sign of danger. In his divine insight, a white-robed man appeared. The purple-robed old man sitting in the pawnshop suddenly opened his eyes, his muddy eyes now clear and sharp. "Damn it!" Pei Xiangyun, terrified, knelt down beside him. Seeing the elder's reaction, she immediately realized something and her breath involuntarily hitched. Zhao Huai was coming back. She knew that if this devil made a move, Zhao Huai would have no chance of survival. "Run!" Pei Xiangyun desperately ran to the curtain and shouted outside. But she soon realized that she couldn't scream at all. All vibrations in the air were erased by an invisible force, making it impossible to transmit sound. Boom! Pei Xiangyun felt an odd force suddenly strike her body, sending her crashing heavily to the ground, creating countless cracks and causing a significant tremor. Puff! Pei Xiangyun spewed a mouthful of blood, leaving a trace of blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. "You didn't die because you still have value. If you cause more trouble, you can only die." The purple-robed elder looked down upon her indifferently. Although no sound came from inside the shop, the vibrations in the house were still visible. Zhao Huai was still some distance away from the pawnshop. Before he even approached, he felt an overwhelming pressure rushing towards his face. He instinctively backed away. Xiang Yun. Zhao Huai called out his younger sister-in-law's name with a telepathic message. But he received no response. His heart couldn't help but grow heavier. What should he do if something happened to Pei Xiangyun? How would he explain it to his wife? His figure continued to retreat, but the invisible pressure seemed like a giant hand, stretching out to drag him back into the endless abyss. Zhao Huai felt an unprecedented fear of danger and immediately flew towards the distance at an incredible speed. Ordinary cultivators couldn't even see his shadow. The purple-robed elder appeared on the eaves in an instant, looking at the retreating Zhao Huai, and sneered. Humph, trying to escape. This scene had played out countless times in his eyes. For thousands of years, countless young geniuses had fled at the sight of him. But what's the use of running? In the end, weren't they still destined to become his vessels? Slowly, an extreme sense of twisted pleasure formed in his heart. The more he saw them fleeing, the more it stirred his excitement. Chasing prey was always a fun process. In Huai's small pawnshop, Pei Xiangyun lay on the ground, her originally smooth skin now bloody and mangled, as she saw the purple-robed elder gradually disappear into the distance. On the verge of fainting, she saw the white-haired mina fly down from a beam and tilt its head, looking at her with its tiny beady eyes earnestly. "Stupid bird, go, find my sister," she said weakly. It seemed as if the white-haired mina really understood. It actually nodded its small head, flapped its wings, and flew out of the house. After speaking, Pei Xiangyun fainted completely from excessive blood loss. In an alleyway within Jinzhou city markets, Zhao Huai mobilized all his true vigor, running desperately. Finally, the elder's figure vanished from behind, and he was about to breathe a sigh of relief. The next moment, a large hand landed on his shoulder, patting lightly. It was just a simple pat, but it felt as if it contained the power of a towering mountain. Zhao Huai felt as if a mountain was added to his shoulders. Whoosh! His body plummeted to the ground. He crashed into a large hole, raising a thick cloud of dust. Zhao Huai struggled to his feet, still half kneeling, with his throat feeling hot. Cough! He coughed up a mouthful of blood. He looked up to see a dark purple-robed elder, with white hair fluttering in the windless air, standing in the void. From the invisible, the great power of heaven and earth was added to him. The force of the great Dao. And even the top-tier divine skill of spatial displacement. He was definitely a metamorphosis stage cultivator at the pinnacle of existence. Zhao Huai couldn't help but think of the scene where the master of the exquisite palace instantly killed the demon king with a pale blue speck of light. Speed meant nothing to these mighty ones. Because a single thought filled with murderous intent from them could cross 10,000 li. Chapter 163, The Death of the Young Master of Jinzhou Pawnshop, Seeking Subscription. 3. To kill someone, it's as easy as flipping a hand. Why run so far? If you cooperate with me, perhaps you can save yourself a life. The purple-robed old man looked down at Zhao Huai and said with a faint smile. Cooperate with you? What do you want? I am just an ordinary cultivator. Zhao Huai said weakly, testing the waters. He didn't understand why he was targeted. He had neither spiritual root nor talent. If it weren't for the destiny assisting him, he wouldn't have been able to cultivate to his current realm. What did the other party see in him? How did he provoke such an old monster? It seemed like an old devil who had just awakened from a long slumber. The purple-robed old man said indifferently, "Boy, don't pretend. Do you think I don't know? It took me a lot of effort to find you. The fortune of Yan country is within you. No matter how far you run, I can find you. So there's no need for nonsense. I want your flowing qi, and you must become my vessel. And lastly, you must tell me the whereabouts of the ancestral weapon." There are two types of body snatching. The first is to completely strip away the flesh and consciousness, replacing them with another body. The other is to choose a vessel, cultivate one's soul, and parasitize the body, retaining consciousness. However, everything that is possessed will become nourishment for the host, existing as a spare tire. As long as the host dies, the vessel will become the second body. It was evident that the purple-robed old man wanted to refine Zhao Huai into his vessel. By doing so, not only would he avoid the backlash of national fortune, but he would also obtain everything from Zhao Huai. Zhao Huai looked at the elder in front of him, beads of sweat forming on his forehead and his back soaked in cold sweat. He felt an inexplicable sense of dread. His mind raced rapidly, trying hard to think of countermeasures. But all of his efforts were in vain. In the face of absolute power, any means were illusions. You are quite calm in your heart, even now you are still thinking about how to escape. The purple-robed old man saw through Zhao Huai at a glance, and the corners of his mouth hooked up in mockery. Your Taoist mind is indeed ranking among the many geniuses I have seen. But what's the use of that? The oppressive power of the purple-robed old man prevented Zhao Huai from even moving his body. The top grade 3 flowers gathering at the top destiny protected his mind, avoiding most of the pressure, but he still couldn't help shaking. Zhao Huai gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. The purple-robed old man slowly landed, looked around the well-arranged streets, and muttered to himself. I'm envious that you can live comfortably in such a place. Life is indeed leisurely, but the world is not as beautiful as you think. Even I have to be cautious every day. So, what makes you deserving? As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of oppressive force struck like a tidal wave. Zhao Huai could no longer resist and fell to the ground. Tell me, where is the ancestral weapon? The purple-robed old man's voice was cold. What ancestral weapon? Zhao Huai gritted his teeth. The ancestral weapon that has been passed down for 500 years in Yan country. You can't possibly not know. The purple-robed old man narrowed his eyes, looking displeased. I really don't know. What's the use of the ancestral weapon? At this, the purple-robed old man laughed. Boy, are you trying to gain information from me? I'm not afraid to tell you. The ancestral weapon contains the secrets of immortality. I don't have much time left and I need it to prolong my life. If you don't provide me with information about the ancestral weapon today, you will be worse off than dead. The purple-robed old man's voice was cold. The terrifying oppressive force and aura converged into a single point, rushing towards Zhao Huai. The heavenly flower and earthly flower could not stop the oppressive force from rolling towards his mind. It didn't seem like pressure, but rather a vast devil mountain, bearing down on him. I really wish I could talk to someone, but you'll have to do. The loneliness in the purple-robed old man's words was palpable. He then showed no mercy and directly pressured Zhao Huai's mind. The elder's spiritual power had already transformed into a primordial spirit, completely overpowering, leaving Zhao Huai no chance to resist. Zhao Huai's pupils shrank, and there was a buzz in his mind. It seemed as if his eardrums were about to shatter, and his entire body was enveloped in surging evil qi. What's the use of such a persistent resistance? The purple-robed old man coldly snorted. Slowly, the vitality in Zhao Huai's eyes faded away, and his body turned cold. When the purple-robed old man stood up again and his withered palm left Zhao Huai's body, his old eyes narrowed, revealing a hint of unease. Damn it! The purple-robed elder threw the body aside, roared, and transformed into a shooting star, fleeing into the sky. Thump! His body remained in a kneeling position, but it still fell. This scene caught the attention of a passing apprentice. Bro, what happened to you? You're not supposed to sleep during the day. Wake up! The apprentice shook him for a while with no result, puzzled. As if thinking of something, his face changed and his trembling hand reached toward Zhao Huai's nose to check. Dead. Someone is dead. A sharp scream echoed throughout the street. It caught the attention of passers-by on the surrounding streets, who flocked into the alley. Quite a few people instantly recognized Zhao Huai. What, LSNT, this Boss Zhao from Anyang Street? Boss Zhao? The handsome master of the pawn shop. Yeah, it's him. I remember doing business with him a few months ago and got quite a sum of money when I sold a stone. What? Boss Zhao is dead. Impossible, I just saw him earlier today. Wasn't he fine? Zhao Huai was not a household name in Jinzhou, but his handsome face had won him praises and the admiration of many women and girls. Now that they learned about Zhao Huai's death, everyone was shocked. Some even found it hard to believe. Boss Zhao of Jinzhou pawn shop just died like this? Facing the crowd's astonished exclamations, Zhao Huai lay on the ground, unresponsive, his eyes staring at the distance but no longer blinking. A string of perfectly preserved sugar-coated haws was still on his waist. Quick, contact Boss Zhao's family. Yes, I'll go right away. At the same time, high up in the sky, a bird with white feathers on its head soared. It flew until it reached the sky above an ancient courtyard. Yu Qinghan wore a light blue embroidered skirt with a thin light-colored outer garment, showcasing her beautiful figure. Looking at the sky outside the window with her slightly heroic eyes, she seemed to lose herself in a reverie. Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat. It wasn't a sudden impulse, but a pull from a special feeling. However, that feeling came quickly and disappeared just as fast. Your Highness, have you made up your mind? One of the maidservants by her side asked softly. Yu Qinghan did not look at her, sitting by the window with her eyes narrowed in a lazy manner, and said, If I don't agree, you won't let me go, will you? This is the prince's command, and there's nothing I can do. Forget it. Yu Qinghan also felt somewhat disheartened. Maybe she should just pretend to agree and leave. After all, having her freedom restricted all the time wasn't a solution either. It's over. It's over. A human voice approached, and Yu Qinghan looked up in surprise to see a familiar myna bird flying towards her. Why are you back again? Yu Qinghan whispered. Not long ago, she had used this bird to send a message, explaining her situation. Logically, without any special circumstances, there should be no reply. Slidenmov. She had a bad feeling in her heart. Chapter 164, Conditions for being an Emperor, Zhao Huai's Golden Cicada Escape, Dispute over the Ancestral Artifact. Birdie, what's wrong? Yu Qinghan stretched out her slender jade finger, allowing the white-haired myna to come onto her hand, her phoenix eyes revealing confusion. Fine sister. Husband in danger. The myna spoke human language, repeating what it had heard. Hearing these two sentences, Yu Qinghan's eyes revealed slight shock. Her husband is back. This was her first reaction. But soon she realized something. Her husband is in danger? How could that be possible upon thinking about it? When her husband was in the capital city, even opponents at the Golden Core realm couldn't stand against him, who in the mortal world could match him? However, the myna's words indicated that something had indeed happened. Xiang Yun, what on earth happened? Yu Qinghan murmured under her breath, worried for Xiang Yun's safety. What kind of situation had she encountered, that she didn't even have time to write a message and had to use the myna to deliver the news? Also, what danger has her husband encountered? Yu Qinghan's mood couldn't help but darken. She became somewhat restless and agitated. She paced back and forth in her room, thinking constantly in her mind. She had previously asked Xiang Yun to return so that her husband wouldn't be worried about her when he returned. Who would have known that something like this would happen? She was trapped here and couldn't get out. If she wanted to leave, she would have to agree to her uncle's demands and take on this heavy responsibility again, which was undoubtedly what they wanted to see. Could it be a scheme to force her? And then get her to submit? She could not rule out this possibility. However, Xiang Yun had encountered trouble too. Her uncle couldn't harm his own daughter, could he? Perhaps he could, or perhaps he couldn't. But would she dare to gamble on it? She wouldn't. Her husband was her weak spot, her everything. If her husband truly died, she would regret it for the rest of her life. However, if she didn't leave, she wouldn't know the status of her husband, whether he was dead or alive. She was backed by the limitless immortal sect, it didn't matter who it was. As long as anyone dared to harm her husband, they would have to pay with their life. So, should she agree or not? Yu Qinghan's mood was extremely tangled and complicated. Her 5 jade fingers clenched tightly, like ants on a hot pan. Regardless, at this moment, confirming Xiang Yun and her husband's well-being was the most important thing, other matters could be considered later. Yu Qinghan could no longer sit still. She hurriedly got up and walked out of her bedroom, the mina perching on her shoulder. As she arrived at the door, a golden restraint slowly appeared. It was apparent that she had been placed under house arrest. "Greetings, General." The silver-armored soldier guarding the door saluted and said respectfully. "Let me go." An indifferent look flashed in Yu Qinghan's phoenix eyes. "The prince has commanded that before the general has figured it out, you may not take even half a step." The silver-armored soldier cupped his fists and said. "I said, let me go." Yu Qinghan, word by word, murderous intent in her eyes, with all her aura unleashed. An oppressive force spread out, pushing back 2 silver-armored soldiers who trembled in fear. "Qinghan, why show such anger? After all, they are your subordinates." Changning King Peiming slowly walked up from the courtyard, with monks Kang Long and Fu Hu by his side, closing their eyes and resting. Yu Qinghan took a deep breath, her eyes deep, and said, "Xiang Yun is in danger, in grave danger." Changning King Peiming shook his head, not believing her. "How is it possible? I, your uncle, have control over everyone in Jinzhou City, how could there be any danger?" Bang! Yu Qinghan punched the golden restraint, creating ripples. Her face darkened and she said, "What kind of father are you?" Changning King Peiming's face also looked somewhat unpleasant as he was yelled at. Did he, a prince, not need any face? "Watch your tone, I'm your uncle." Peiming scolded. Yu Qinghan sneered, "So you can lock me up?" "You." Peiming was momentarily enraged but thought of something and let out a sigh. "Everything your uncle does is for your own good." Seeing that they were about to argue, the round-headed, fierce-looking monk Fu Hu shook his head. He had initially disapproved of her house arrest. However, that was someone else's family matter, and it wasn't his place to give opinions or intervene. They were only responsible for protecting her life, they had no right to interfere in anything else. "Prince Pei, it seems like what Lady Yu said is not a lie." Monk Fu Hu's immaculate Buddha eyes could observe a person's subtle movements and expressions and even see through people's hearts. He saw how anxious and restless Yu Qinghan was, genuinely worried and in a state that did not seem feigned. "Agree to my terms, and I'll let you go." As Yu Qinghan scolded, Peiming spoke solemnly. "What conditions?" Yu Qinghan finally closed her eyes and uttered these words she never thought she would say in her lifetime. "Lead the army, go north, and become an emperor." Peiming cleanly and neatly spoke these 6 words. The air was silent for a moment. Yu Qinghan opened her eyes again, this time, her phoenix eyes only revealed indifference and coldness. "I agree." In the end, she gave her answer. "Have you thought it through?" Peiming chuckled softly, as his mood inexplicably improved. At the same time, he was also surprised by how quickly she agreed. Yu Qinghan didn't pay him any attention, but said to herself, in a light voice, "I can agree to you, but you must also promise me a condition for becoming an emperor." "Tell me." Peiming didn't care. As long as his niece was willing to ascend to the throne, any conditions were not a problem. "Never bother Jinzhou again, get out of here." Chapter 165, Conditions for Becoming Emperor, Zhao Huai's Golden Cicada Escaping Technique, Conflict over Ancestral Artifacts 2. Yu Qinghan's face was frosty as she said. "No problem, after ascending to the throne, it's just a matter of your own words. You don't need to ask me any more." Peiming didn't think this condition was a condition at all. He politely spoke to monks Kang Long and Fu Hu standing next to him. I'm sorry to bother the two of you. Seeing that her own goal had been achieved, now it was time to restore Yu King Han's personal freedom. The tall and thin monk Kang Long did not say much, waving his hand lightly. At last, the golden restriction in front of Yu King Han was lifted. Standing on the eaves of the roof, she looked far away, apparently searching for the location of Huai's pawnshop. But she didn't see any movement. General, this is your stuff. A soldier was holding a tray with the droplet pendant on it. Yu King Han jumped down, landed steadily, took the storage pendant, and held it in her hand, silent. At this time, rows of silver-armored soldiers lined up in the spacious courtyard in a semi-kneeling position. Welcome, General! Welcome, General! Welcome, General! The military solemnity reached its peak, shaking the ground, but there was no trace of a smile on Yu King Han's face. Since you have agreed, it's time to head north. Pei Ming laughed involuntarily. No rush, Yu King Han said calmly. What do you mean? You want to back out? Pei Ming's eyebrows furrowed. He hurriedly looked at the monks Kang Long and Fu Hu, but at this moment, Kang Long and Fu Hu had stood beside Yu King Han. On her left and right. I have never regretted what I promised. Yu King Han disdainfully glanced at the other party, then raised the general seal and ordered her troops. From now on, the one who decides in Changning Mansion is the master of this palace. Her voice was cold and overbearing. Boom! Boom! The soldiers knocked on the ground using their weapons, responding to her words. Yu King Han turned around and walked towards the main entrance, emotionlessly issuing her first war order, let's go, it's time for killing. On the street outside Huai's pawnshop, several workers carried a dead body slowly to the entrance of the pawnshop, shouting aloud. Make way, make way! Master Zhao has met with an accident, everyone, move aside. People on the street gathered in circles, whispering. I heard there's a dead body, it's a young man who runs a pawnshop. He's not bad looking either. What? Boss Zhao is dead? Wasn't he alright just yesterday? Boss Zhao was such a good person. I fell into a debt mess 2 years ago, and it was Boss Zhao who helped me out of it, allowing me to work for him to slowly pay off my debts. I'll never forget that. That's right, on the occasion of some celebrations, when he needed to use money urgently, Boss Zhao's prices were usually higher. I've never seen another shopkeeper like him. He had a sharp tongue but a heart of tofu, an absolute good person. The world really doesn't treat good people well. He should have lived a long and happy life. Rest in peace, rest in peace. The neighbors on the street, seeing Zhao Huai's dead body, were sighing and mourning. Many of them even had tears in their eyes. Get out of the way! Everyone, get out of my way! Suddenly, an urgent voice came from the crowd. Pushing through the crowd was a youth in brocade clothes, a ring on his thumb. He was none other than the son of the governor, Li Yanqing. After parting more than half a year ago, the two had not seen each other for a long time. Since experiencing the fox demon incident, Li Yanqing had been weak for several months and couldn't get out of bed, recovering for a long time. Moreover, every time he visited, Zhao Huai was not in the pawnshop. At this moment, Li Yanqing saw Zhao Huai's lifelike corpse laid out in front of him. He couldn't believe his eyes. How could such a powerful senior suddenly die? Does Boss Zhao have any family members? I haven't seen any, the only one I've seen is his wife who just married him a few months ago. Yes, where is his wife now? The neighbors chatted and then moved on to other topics. An elder with high moral character and prestige saw the scene, shaking his head. Let the shopkeeper rest in peace. Hearing this, the neighbors sighed and the crowd gradually dispersed. Only Li Yanqing was left sobbing in front of Zhao Huai's body, wailing in grief. Senior! You died so tragically. I should have come to see you earlier. Who did it? I will kill them. Li Yanqing's grief-stricken shouts made Pei Shongyun, who was lying under the counter, twitch her eyelids slightly. She finally woke up and coughed dryly, still a little weak. As soon as she woke up, she saw a man hugging another person at the door, wailing mournfully. Brother-in-law. Pei Xiangyun's expression froze as she saw the person lying on the ground. Impossible, how could it be? Brother-in-law is so strong, how could he die? Her mind involuntarily recalled the terrifying devil. Her body shivered, still trembling slightly. Seeing Zhao Huai's corpse, Pei Xiangyun's heart ached. Her heart was empty. He had just been alive yesterday. Now he was dead. Memories surged in her mind. Brother-in-law, who are you really? Me? Just a loose cultivator. Brother-in-law, can you and sister be quieter at night? Tisk, kid, don't worry about it. I am not a child. For some reason, Pei Xiangyun's eyes became sour. Later, she couldn't help covering her face and sobbing. Chapter 166, Conditions to Become an Emperor, Zhao Huai's Golden Cicada Escape, The Battle for Ancestral Weapon 3. Who is she to my senior, that she's crying even harder than me? Li Yanqing thought to himself. No, I can't cry anymore. Only children cry. My brother-in-law wouldn't want to see me like this. Pei Xiangyun wiped tears from the corner of her eyes and sniffed, determinedly saying, I have to tell my sister about this news so she can find someone from Limitless Immortal Sect to avenge my brother-in-law. Only someone from the Immortal Sect could deal with this devil, who was an incredibly terrifying power. Brother-in-law, take care, and wait for my return. Before leaving, Pei Xiangyun softly spoke to Zhao Huai, who lay on the ground with his eyes closed. She then said to Li Yanqing next to her. Hey, Mr. Li, I'm leaving my brother-in-law in your care. No mistakes allowed. Li Yanqing was taken aback when he heard her call out to him. How did she know his family name? Pei Xiangyun had thoroughly investigated her brother-in-law, even about the people he had contact with and what he usually did. After giving her instructions, Pei Xiangyun quickly ran out without looking back. However, just as Pei Xiangyun left, Li Yanqing suddenly discovered a piece of paper in Zhao Huai's collar. Upon a closer look, it turned out to be a black talisman covered in strange symbols. What is this? Li Yanqing picked up the talisman, curious. Within an ordinary mansion in Jinzhou City, a man in white lay motionless on a bed. A black talisman was affixed to his chest. The next moment, something unexpected happened. Spiritual chi from all around gathered and contracted onto the man in white, causing the black talisman to shatter. A pair of sharp eyes suddenly opened. He sat up. His handsome face was quite eye-catching. This man was none other than Zhao Huai, who, to everyone else, was already dead. I'm alive. After waking up, Zhao Huai still felt somewhat dazed. He wasn't dead. However, the realistic immersion brought about by the talisman had left him disoriented. He laughed, his laughter containing 3 parts self-mockery and 7 parts anger. Old devil, I, Zhao Huai, will remember this enmity. Zhao Huai said indifferently. Your Highness, it seems to have been a success. A crisp voice sounded by the room door. Yin Nanya stood at the door, her face wearing a faint smile. Indeed, it's all thanks to your talisman and the fake body. Otherwise, I would have been dead. Zhao Huai said with great emotion. If he had been the one subjected to the spiritual pressure from the old devil, his mind would have been invaded, and he would have become the old devil's vessel. However, that was not him, it was merely a stand-in. Earlier in the day, he had asked Yin Nanya how to avoid this disaster. Her answer was to create a stand-in, a fake body that could fool everyone. The old devil had only used his flowing chi to lock onto Zhao Huai, not knowing who he really was. As long as they created a stand-in carrying Zhao Huai's chi, they could lure out whoever was behind this and find out who was trying to kill him. As for Zhao Huai himself, he was disguised by a fox demon's life-bound magical skill, the 1000-faced human skin. It was hard to see any flaws unless one looked closely. I've never heard of your birdie sex concealing technique being able to hide one's fate as well. Zhao Huai thought about it and couldn't help but feel relieved. This concealment technique, which hid one's flowing qi, was a sect secret that Yin Nanyu had taught him. Alas, it's because of these secret techniques that my birdie sect has been destroyed. Yin Nanyu's eyes were filled with sorrow. This qi hiding technique was a divine skill passed down to her by the Crow Immortal. The people of the Immortal sect would always hunt down the demonic and crooked sects in the immortal cultivation world based on the residual qi to prevent them from seizing the perpetuation. If it weren't for this divine skill, the Raven sect wouldn't have survived until today. When it came to hiding and manipulating fate, consuming and taking a part of it, she was very proficient. Your Highness, what does the person trying to kill you want? Yin Nanyu couldn't help but ask, looking at Zhao Huai's side profile. It seems to be for the ancestral weapon. Zhao Huai pondered for a moment and said hesitantly. The ancestral weapon. Hearing this news, Yin Nanyu's face was also somewhat surprised. Do you know about the ancestral weapon? Zhao Huai looked at her, his eyes full of questions. Yin Nanyu nodded. 100 years ago, its existence began to spread throughout the immortal cultivation world. The ancestral weapon is Ancestor Yan Ziu's life-bound magical treasure, and it's said to have been refined into an immortal tool. It contains the secrets to becoming an immortal. The one who obtains it can become a Taoist immortal. I see. Zhao Huai held his chin, muttering to himself. But why would they come looking for him? He didn't know where the ancestral weapon was either. Yet, the old devil couldn't have found him for no reason. There must be more to it than meets the eye. After contemplating, Zhao Huai freed himself from the shadow of the old devil and sighed. The pawnshop owner is dead. But the Crown Prince of Yan is still alive. P.S. I'm asking for monthly votes at the end of the month. Chapter 167, The Turmoil of the Devil Sect in Jinzhou begins, a sword towards the sky from the white-robed ghost face. The sky above Jinzhou city was wrapped in a layer of black clouds, bearing down on people's hearts and making it hard to breathe. Boom! The vast muffled sound shattered the silence, spreading throughout the city. It left the people in a state of confusion, questioning what was happening. The sound was not a roll of thunder, its source was from above the city. This calamity of bloodshed comes from the devil sect. Zhao Huai stood by the window, observing the spectacle in the sky, understanding that the extreme evil predicted by the copper coin divination originated from there. The devil sect was after the ancestral weapon. They believed that the weapon resided with the rightful king of Yan, him. Right now, the divination results had not changed, indicating that he had merely avoided a crisis temporarily. The danger is still far from over. He also wondered about Xiang Yun's fate, under the hands of the old devil, whether she could save her life. News of the ancestral weapon being released, the devil sect gathering, with these devil cultivators entering the city, the common people were likely to be affected. No matter what, first, he had to find Madame. Jinzhou was very dangerous now. All the above were the concerns of Zhao Huai at present. Your Highness, I think we can first join Fairy Yu Qing. Her cultivation is very strong, nobody in the devil sect is a match for her. Yin Nanyu observed the back of Zhao Huai, voicing her opinion. Zhao Huai nodded, cautiously saying, however, this face of mine shouldn't appear for now. Yin Nanyu agreed wholeheartedly. Indeed, your current guise as the pawnshop young master is no more. Your Highness should assume a different face to avoid being hunted by these devils. Zhao Huai did not hesitate and directly put on a mask he took out from his storage ring. The face painted on the mask was green and fierce, like a malicious ghost. However, when Yin Nanyu saw this face, she froze on the spot. Why did this face look so familiar? Right. Isn't this the white-robed ghost face from the peak of the capital city? She clearly remembered the figure who wreaked havoc in the imperial city that night. So it turns out, Zhao Huai was the unpredictable element Crow Immortal mentioned that night. At this moment, Yin Nanyu was shocked. She couldn't believe that the present rightful king of Yan was the same person as the white-robed ghost face. After the surprise, as she thought about it carefully, it made sense. She could even say that this was a good thing. Because ever since the white-robed ghost face severed the city with one sword, the fortune of the Xia had evidently declined. In this way, the motives of the attack that night finally made sense. The white-robed ghost face was originally an enemy of the Xia. Single-handedly severing the imperial city and the fortune of the Xia was plausible. This was perfectly in line with their own objectives. What's the matter? Did that scare you? Zhao Huai turned around, discovering that Yan Nanya was in a daze and waved a hand in front of her eyes. No, I'm just curious why your highness chose such a mask. Keeping her composure, Yan Nanya responded with a faint smile, not revealing any weaknesses. Zhao Huai looked at himself in a bronze mirror before him, adjusting his collar and slowly put on the ghost face, lightly laughing. Isn't it quite ordinary to make your enemies afraid? Your highness is right. This address your highness is too formal and easily exposes us. Better call me young master. Yes. Despite so many from the devil sect arriving, there was no response from the immortal sect. This was too irregular. The people of the immortal sect must be made aware of the disturbance in Jinzhou. Else, the few of them alone stood a great danger confronting the major devil sects. Zhao Huai held the jade token given by Eternal Taoist Temple Gutianji, silently planning in his heart. Before leaving, he looked up at the pitch-black sky for the last time, murmuring, "What a fine Jinzhou city, now turned into this state." Having said that, Zhao Huai leapt up, and flew off with sword control. Yan Nanyu, on the other hand, tore open a charm. A pair of black wings sprouted from her back and she followed him. The summit of Jinzhou. The evil qi bubbled over, drenched in blood for miles on end. Within the dark sky, rivers of blood flowed, continuously churning. Most of the people of Jinzhou closed their doors tightly. Hiding in their homes, trembling in fear. The original bustling alleys were now filled with fierce ghosts and specters, showing their fangs and claws. Ugly walking corpses lined the streets, carrying a black sedan, proceeding slowly. It was a scene similar to a night parade of 100 ghosts, where corpses carried a coffin. Shadowy, mournful sounds wailed, countless demons and monsters leading the way, seemingly endless. These ghosts and monsters were cultivated by the devil cultivators, akin to slaves or servants. Many cultivators with malicious intentions indeed tamed some demons and fierce ghosts to be at their disposal, using them as tools for killing. Such actions, offensive to heaven and earth, were despised by the righteous path, subjected to the immortal sect's disdain and hunting. Chu Yuking stood on top of a lofty rooftop, holding a shining spiritual sword, shining brilliantly against the dark sky. Beneath her were piled up bodies of many devil cultivators. However, her cold and clear face was still filled with concern. The number of strong men from the devil sect had exceeded her estimates. The whole of Jinzhou was surrounded by the devil sect, making it extremely difficult to break out. But she couldn't retreat. It was her mission given by her master lord to protect the rightful king of Yan. Standing above a thick ghost cloud, the scholar in an ink robe looked up at Chu Yuking on the rooftop, sneering. "I didn't expect that there would be people from the immortal sect here. The rightful king of Yan must be in this place, there's no doubt about it. The ancestral weapon must be with the rightful king of Yan, the information must be correct. That woman looks familiar, is she intending to confront all of us alone?" Chapter 168, The Turmoil of the Devil Sect in Jinzhou begins, a sword towards the sky from the white-robed ghost face 2. A green poisonous mist coalesced into a seductive snake-like woman, wearing a scorpion-shaped headpiece, her dark eyeshadow complementing the bewitching smile that clung onto her face. A bloody silhouette streaked across the sky, prompting Yang Yuan, the senior disciple of the bloody immortal sect, frozen mid-air, to look at the figure brandishing a sword, a pensive look crossing his eyes. "That's the exquisite fairy from Exquisite Palace. This woman is extraordinarily gifted, with the rare icy phoenix heavenly spiritual root that can only be seen in 100 years. Don't treat her lightly. Ha! Extraordinary talent, is it? Which one of us here to find the ancestral weapon can be treated lightly?" A bald man condescended from the ground below. He was a true disciple from the Seven Devil sect, one with no heavenly spiritual roots but has mastered the Seven Devil skill. His devil core could reveal a unique aura. Having reached to the late Golden Core realm, he considered himself superior. His sect leader declared that whoever found the ancestral weapon would become the successor of the Seven Devil sect. Many people agreed with the bald man's statement. Everyone here, every devil cultivator, was responsible for at least 100 deaths. Today, countless strong cultivators of the Golden Core realm, which are usually rarely seen, gathered here in large numbers. Their goals aligned, all came for the ancestral weapon. Ha ha ha, fairy, it seems you are the only one here today. What do you think are your chances of winning? The bald man roared out into the void with a brutal sneer. Killing you is as easy as flipping my palm. Chu Yuking's response was nonchalant. In response to the provocation, she took decisive action. In an instant, she held her icy spiritual sword high above her head, its radiance giving off a piercing chill. The frosty sword chi formed a river in the sky, attacking like a torrential wave. The bald man's countenance did not change, his black chi danced like devil's flames, clinging to his fists, smashing against the sweeping frost. The black chi condensed into a powerful magic power, and a gigantic black tiger illusion slowly materialized. The devil cultivators surrounding the scene watched in silence. They only hoped that the bald man could put Fairy Yu Qing's strength to the test. No one wanted to be the first, so they let him seize the opportunity. Chu Yuking depleted her icy magic power, causing a blue frost sword chi to carve a rift in the void. In just an instant, she had sent the bald man flying. He rolled backward on the ground with such great force that he only slowed to a stop after 100 meters. Without any hesitation, Chu Yuking lifted her sword again and charged forth. Yang! An ice phoenix spread its wings, sweeping towards them with a chill that was overwhelmingly cold. Immediately, the entire alley was covered in snow, resembling the icy cold of December. The bald man struggled to stand up, spewing blood from his mouth and roaring in fury. He released his devil core, and a giant black tiger illusion once more coalesced. No one in the crowd sought to assist him, or even felt any sympathy for him. Everyone present was after the ancestral weapon, and they all thought that the fewer competitors, the better. Chu Yuking maintained a serene look as she lifted her sword to attack, her figure vanishing in the blink of an eye as she accelerated from a walk to a run. The majestic ice phoenix illusion soared in the sky, bringing sharp chills each time it moved. Unable to withstand even a single breath, the black tiger illusion shattered in the blink of an eye. Crack! The sound of the devil core shattering rang out, the bald man's eyes widened in horror, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into an ice sculpture. He could hardly believe that the gap was so immense within the same golden core realm. However, his death served to show the devil cultivators surrounding the scene the true extent of Chu Yuking's power. Fairy Yu Qing is extremely skilled, she is at least in the upper realms of the 6th stage of the golden core realm. Let's not hesitate anymore, let us attack together, otherwise none of us will get the ancestral weapon. Yang Yuan or me blow a immortal NCC, with a stern race, sent his message into the minds of the others. He then took the initiative to take action, slowly landing on the ground, his blood wings transforming into an outstrike innumerable times larger than before. A green mist spread out, the Viper Lady from the poisonous sect also took her action. This poisonous mist was corrosive, and the stones it made contact with melted into a flowing black liquid. The light green mist transformed into the shape of a poisonous scorpion, hissing as it charged towards Chu Yuking. Seeing that everyone else had acted, the scholar in the ink robe didn't hesitate further, urging the fierce ghosts below him to take to the skies, screaming and charging forward. All are outstanding individuals of the devil sect, with infamous reputations and far-reaching notoriety. If it weren't for the ancestral weapon, they would certainly not have come together on this day. Seeing several people joining hands, Chu Yuking's face remained calm. She gathered her magic power and her spiritual chi surges, forming a vortex. A golden core rose from her chest, dazzling like the sun, its bright light flourishing. Yang! The ice phoenix illusion solidified even more, it let out a deafening cry with its head held high. A huge frosty blue magical shield formed around her, blocking all incoming attacks. It let out a dong sound. With chi scattering in all directions, even Chu Yuking herself backed off slightly, barely able to withstand the combined attack of several people. You make moves to seek for the location of the ancestral weapon. This was Yang Yuan's cold message as the two sides squared off. Immediately, the disciples of the Bloody Immortal sect took their orders. Many devil cultivators scattered around, seeking for the clue to the rightful king of the Yan, led by the bloody treasured spiritual rat. Outer city of Jinzhou, Black Dress Lane. Zhao Huai, who had come from the inner city, saw the chaos in the city. The streets were strewn with corpses, loose black souls were leaping around in midair, and the sky was covered with a layer of bloody mist. The cultivators living in seclusion in the city all fought back, defending against the invasion of the devil sect. But there was too few of them, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Upon seeing this, Zhao Huai couldn't help but feel an emotion stirring in his sword eyes. Young master, seeing how Fairy Yu Qing has not returned all night must be a clear indication she's fending off the invasion of the devil sect. Considering she will definitely be in great danger, perhaps it would be best to retreat and rethink our plan. Yin Nanya was utterly cold-hearted, not showing the slightest hint of emotion towards Jinzhou City. Chapter 169, The Turmoil of the Devil Sect in Jinzhou begins, a sword towards the sky from the white-robed ghost face. In her eyes, Jinzhou was just a city, and it could easily be replaced with another one if needed. However, it was different for Zhao Huai, this was his home for the past 3 years. He ate, slept, and cultivated here, and experienced the ups and downs of life along with all the little details about his wife. It was impossible for him not to have any feelings about this place. But defending Jinzhou and defeating all the devil cultivators was almost impossible. That unfathomable old devil alone could level the city to the ground. As he thought about the purple-robed old devil, Zhao Huai felt a surge of anger within him. Damn you, devil! I must avenge this injustice. But he knew he was no match for the devil at this point. He must rely on the power of the immortal sex to deal with him. He forcefully held back his emotions and turned his head and muttered. But how do we break the seal of heaven and earth here? Give me half an hour, and I will find a way to break through this seal, said Yin Nanya seriously. Half an hour? Zhao Huai muttered, while at the corner of his eyes, he saw several devil cultivators in bloody robes, looking extremely ominous. They stormed into the homes of ordinary citizens, committing atrocities. Men were killed, their blood drained, while women were kept for the gathering yin to supplement yang technique. A crying baby girl was sitting on the ground, ignored by everyone. The inn's shopkeeper had a desperate look and dared not make a sound. He was slapped down to the ground by a devil cultivator and spat out a mouthful of blood, falling unconscious. People were fleeing in all directions, without daring to look back, terrified of drawing the attention of the devil cultivators. This was the consequence of cultivators intervening in the mortal world without self-restraint. A nearly devastating blow. The human world had completely fallen into hell. Many devil cultivators needed mortals to act as auxiliary aids in their cultivation. One of the devil cultivators heard the baby's cries and felt extremely annoyed. With bloodshot eyes full of murderous intent, he stomped down to crush the baby to a pulp. At this moment, swish! A flash of sword light burst forth. The devil cultivator was decapitated, his blood splattered, and his body fell to the ground lifelessly. The crying baby was caught by a man in white robes. Zhao Huai stood arrogantly with his sword, his expression utterly indifferent. Oh well, another cultivator that isn't afraid of death has arrived. Kill him. Stop talking, our mission is critical. Attack together. A few devil cultivators discussed briefly and charged forward with their weapons, all in the initiation realm. Zhao Huai wore a bamboo hat and maintained a calm expression under his ghost face mask. With one hand on the long sword handle, he lightly tapped the air with the other. The seemingly casual tap transformed into numerous sword qis. Puff! 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 The devil cultivators who charged at him were pierced through by the sword qi and fell to the ground with widened pupils. The splattered blood tried to cling to Zhao Huai's white clothes. However, an invisible sword intent flowed around his body, causing the blood droplets to be smashed into a mist and dispersed. Zhao Huai's expression was cold as he walked on the street, observing the carnage, and the dead bodies scattered everywhere. His heart was filled with rage. These were the corpses of common people. His divine insight spread out, and he found countless occurrences like this happening throughout the city. Young Master Yin Nanyu, who was following, looked at the tragedies on both sides of the streets and frowned, hesitating to speak. She couldn't say she was used to such scenes, but apparently, she had seen this sort of situation before, so she didn't feel uncomfortable. Woo woo! In the dead silence, only the cries of the baby could be heard. Take care of her, hurry up and break the formation. I'll buy you some time, said Zhao Huai. Zhao Huai handed the baby to Yin Nanyu and stepped away. Yin Nanyu took the wrapped baby and glanced at the baby girl in her arms. When she looked up again, Zhao Huai had already disappeared from sight. The summit of Jinzhou. Dressed in white, leaning against the railing of a dangerous building, staring at the scarred Jinzhou city. A torrent of killing intent appeared in Zhao Huai's eyes. His whole momentum skyrocketed, and in the next second, he transformed into an indestructible qi projectile, piercing through every street, reaping the lives of the devil cultivators below at the speed of light. Not until a row of corpses appeared before his eyes, as if they were an army. Zhao Huai's right hand, holding the sword, pressed harder and harder. His body's surging wave of qi quickly spread, and the vast and boundless magic power poured into the spiritual sword, while the fierce and brilliant sword qi became even more splendid like a rainbow. It reached a peak in the next instant. Drawing the sword, slashing. Boom! Even the city wall shook violently. The majestic sword qi shot out, the sword whining like a howling cold wind, as if to tear the sky apart. From afar, it looked like a scorching sun shining on the world. The walking corpses in front of him couldn't withstand the erosion of sword qi, their bodies disintegrated uncontrollably, and they were shattered by the overwhelming sword qi. Soon, all the walking corpses on the entire street were cleanly wiped out. In a distant black sedan far away from half of the city, a gust of yin wind blew, and the old Taoist priest in a black robe sat inside, holding a dust whisk in his hand, and wondered aloud. Not only the old Taoist, but all the outstanding figures of the devil sect on the battlefield of another part of Jinzhou had sensed it. It seems that there is more than one immortal sect disciple. Someone is ruining our good deeds. You continue to deal with her, I will go and check. The scholar in an elegant robe spoke via transmitted voice. He then rode a ghost cloud and left. Chu Yuking watched him leave, but was powerless to do anything. She was one against many and, although not at a disadvantage, she couldn't do anything to them. They were outnumbered. She could only rely on her magic power to hold on. The scholar in an ink robe rode the ghost cloud to the place where the disturbance occurred. He saw blood everywhere. Devil cultivator corpses piled up in heaps. It's a sword cultivator, the scholar in the ink robe muttered. Before he could react, a violent fluctuation of spiritual qi appeared in his divine insight. It became increasingly intense. The crisp, bone-chilling sound. It was the sound of sword whistling, a vast sound of sword whistling. In the space between heaven and earth, it was like a giant dragon roaring, echoing throughout the area, surrounded by irrepressible heaviness. A myriad of sword qi illusions suspended in the sky, furious waves like tides. It was like the scene of 10,000 swords returned to sect. Looking far away, a shadow appeared in the void. His momentum reached its peak, and it seemed as if the whole city's sword qi overlapped on Zhao Huai's body. Under the dark sky, the sword radiance shone like daylight. The awe-inspiring spiritual qi pouring back in once again emerged between heaven and earth. Not only did it envelop the scholar in the ink robe, it also covered the devil cultivators in the streets. What is this? The scholar in the ink robe was horrified, looking at the terrifying sword chi with disbelief in his eyes. Meanwhile, the devil cultivators all looked astonished at the vast sword chi, which cut down with a towering presence. There was nowhere to hide. A thick sense of fear welled up within them. Chapter 170, Sword Intention manifests and shocks all the demons. Phoenix learns about the death news, confrontation with the old demon. The overwhelming white sword chi engulfed everyone's vision. A dazzling brilliance illuminated the entire sky as arcs of sword chi formed above Jinzhou, making it seem like another layer of sky, opposing the heavens. Under this sword, disciples from the devil sects such as Bloody Immortal Sect, Poisonous Sect, and Seven Devil Sect fell in large numbers. The fierce ghost army under the command of the scholar in an ink robe was completely eliminated, the ghost cloud dispersed, and he was also unwilling to face this sword head-on. In the chaos, he could only use the devil core as a defense. An apparition of the black ghost banner emerged, only to be baptized in the vast sword sea. For a moment, it was on the verge of collapsing. The condensed apparition was quickly pierced by the sword chi, leaving it in tatters. The scholar in an ink robe was pierced through by the endless sword chi, his body was mangled and bloody. His golden core quickly became riddled with holes, and the scholar in an ink robe shouted out in horror. Impossible! His body was constantly pierced by the sword chi, while his golden core kept repairing his wounds. His life was worse than death. He was like a small boat in the storm, on the verge of capsizing. The surging waves of white sword sea lasted a long as the time it takes for one joss stick to burn. The bright scene filled everyone's vision. The sword chi became more solid and more ferocious. It not only could tear everything apart, but the sword intent attached to the sword chi could also invade people's will. The scholar in an ink robe stood at the center, unable to resist the overwhelming sword chi, his ghost chi condensed shield shattered, and his body was torn apart by the sword chi. It was unknown how much time had passed before the sword chi finally dissipated. At this moment, the entire Jinzhou became quiet. It seemed as if even the clouds in the sky had stopped moving. Everyone felt that overwhelming sword intent, as if someone had pointed a sharp sword at their heads, making them feel their blood run cold. Chuyuking and the devil cultivators also separated, staring in shock at the other side of the city wall. Someone had grasped the sword intent. It was known that there are 5 realms of sword skill. First realm, condensing sword chi, transforming chi into gang, and controlling sword chi. Second realm, grasping sword styles, drawing insight from all things in heaven and earth, and creating illusions with exceptional talents. Third realm, manifesting sword intent. Sword style becomes divine, condensed into reality. Cultivators reach an unprecedented realm of swordsmanship enlightenment, which is known as sword intent. This means that the sword cultivator has followed a sword path of their own. Anyone who can grasp the sword intent is considered a master-level expert of the sword. With one sweep, they can cut off the city and rivers. Every cultivator who could be called a sword master was a rare genius. Fourth realm, entering the saint realm with a sword. Such cultivators can be regarded as sword legends in their time, a great figure that emerges only once in an era. As for the fifth realm, no one has ever reached it. It is an unknown realm, only recorded in ancient books. Could there be a great master among us? How could that be possible? This is the mortal world. Those old monsters hide deep in the world to avoid heavenly fate, never showing themselves. Did you forget about the old fiend of Netherworld? He is all about evading and surviving for thousands of years. How many demons like that exist? The astonishing sword just now shocked and frightened even the devil sect genius, and they immediately whispered to each other. Yu Qing, on the other hand, seemed to be in a jubilant mood, smiling lightly. This sword actually helped her to some extent, as she was struggling when facing multiple enemies. The several devil cultivators opposite were all strong ones in the Golden Core realm, with non-weak devil cores of at least rank 5. Now with someone helping her, why couldn't she deal with these devil sect scum? At the summit of Jinzhou, Zhao Huai stood on the dangerous roof once again, dressed in white, with a grim ghost face. Below the mask, his sharp eyes overlooked the devil cultivators in the city. In his hand, he held a classic and unadorned spiritual sword with a faint glow. This sword had no name, or rather, Zhao Huai didn't know its name. He was too lazy to name it, as he wasn't used to putting in the effort for that. He only needed to be comfortable using it. The strong wind blew from a high place, Zhao Huai's white robes fluttered in the wind, his aura was unmatched, like a sword immortal standing above the heavens, overlooking mortals. A damaged grey-golden core floated in his other hand. This was the scholar in an ink robe's golden core, a devil core with a ghost cultivator attribute. Combined with the black demonic core he had stolen from the human face spider demon king in the Bloody Pool and Black Wind Cave earlier, he now had 2 golden cores. Golden cores were the culmination of a cultivator's lifelong power. Extremely rare and invaluable. Alchemists often used demonic cores to refine pills, making the resulting pills even more precious. At the same time, if a golden core was given to a weak cultivator, even a mortal, it could be used as a cultivation aid. With the help of a golden core, one's cultivation would be much faster, and they wouldn't take any detours. However, these 2 golden cores, one belonging to a ghost cultivator and the other to a demon king, made it difficult to find suitable candidates. Furthermore, Zhao Huai had never considered cultivating subordinates before. But his current situation was different, with the restoration of Yan being imminent, he needed people. Perhaps he could give these 2 golden cores to the right people. Thus, cultivating 2 reliable subordinates. Upon thinking about it, these 2 golden cores were indeed useful. His heaven-opposed sword just now had exhausted all his magic power. But there was a faint flow of sound in his body, constantly supplying him with pure spiritual qi. This was the power of the ginseng fruit. He couldn't absorb it all, so the remaining power had all sunk into his qi. Chapter 171, Sword Intention manifests and shocks all the demons. Phoenix learns about the death news, confrontation with the old demon too. Now, the power of the ginseng fruit swiftly replenished him. The spiritual veins appeared golden, shining brightly, as if coated with a layer of gold. At the same time, the destiny of the 1,000-mile lone rider came into play again, causing his momentum to escalate continuously. During the previous slaughter of the devil cultivators, his strength had already reached the level of the golden core. Now it had surged even further, maintaining itself at the middle golden core stage. Under the dual blessings of the ginseng fruit and destiny, Zhao Huai's strength became even more formidable. Especially the power of the ginseng fruit, which caused his previously stagnant cultivation to loosen. This time, it was his qi that began to transform. From qi-refining realms qi transforming from a pond to a lake, then a lake to a sea, it developed into the magic power in the mind at the initiation stage. Now it had transformed into a golden qi, the 3rd turn of the forming core. Zhao Huai's strength increased once more, and if he were to break through to the golden core now, he would be at the peak of the lower grade golden core. However, he intended to push forward, to see where his limits lay. People can never be satisfied. Above the 3rd turn, one could be called a mighty cultivator, and above the 6th turn, a genius. At the 8th turn, one could surpass all cultivators. When his consciousness was inside the substitute body, he had no power to fight back against the old devil. All along, Zhao Huai had thought he was cautious enough. He had always been the one to steal from others. He had never met an old devil of the metamorphosis stage who shamelessly intruded into someone else's place, utterly disregarding martial virtue. It was like a greenhorn just getting started with a game, only to encounter the final boss rampaging in the beginner village. Who could understand this feeling? The only consolation for Zhao Huai now was that his sword skill realm had taken another big step forward. Relying on the destiny of sword skill genius, his natural talent in swordsmanship was self-evident. He successfully manifested his sword intent and executed Form 4, facing heaven. Based on the strength of his power, he ranked the sword techniques he had. Form 1, Sun Gazing, Form 2, Suppressing Dragon. Form 3, 10,000 Swords Return to Sect, Form 4, Facing Heaven. Practice was practice, and actual combat was actual combat. As long as he could successfully turn theoretical knowledge into reality, that was progress. Each time he drew his sword, Zhao Huai had new insights. The reason he didn't have any flashy sword moves was because he believed that to kill someone, one sword was enough. If not, then two swords. Jinzhou City, deep within the alley. An old man in a purple robe hid in the shadows, his eyes revealing a sharp glint. However, despite his divine insight searching for a long time, he didn't find the person he was looking for. This elder was none other than the old fiend of the netherworld. Since killing Zhao Huai, he had been searching for the person with great flowing qi. Because the old fiend found out that the white-clothed man he caught was nothing but a decoy. When he tried to invade the other party's qi, the other party did not resist and instead died directly. After death, not the slightest trace of destiny could be found. Such a bland death couldn't be the person he was truly looking for. He had been deceived by a sophisticated illusion. He almost instantly realized this and started searching frantically. He was experienced and had control over some ancient secret techniques, allowing him to spot cultivators different from ordinary people. As long as they possessed great flowing qi and could be traced, he could slowly track them down. But now, having searched for half a day, he still hadn't found anything. It was as if their flowing qi had been concealed. That's why he was in such a bad mood. All of a sudden, the old fiend's body trembled abruptly, chuckling sinisterly. Hee, how strange. This flowing qi is different from the person I found before. What's the reason for this? No matter, as long as they meet my requirements, anyone will do. In the blink of an eye, the old fiend disappeared from the spot. At this time, a line of silver-armored army troops slowly filed out from the military compound, well-equipped and strong. Yu Qinghan rode a fiery horse, with monks Kang Long and Fu Hu protecting her on both sides. She looked at the dark, blood-stained sky, her eyebrows furrowing involuntarily. What is this? Amitba, it's the aura of a devil cultivator. Monk Fu Hu also looked towards the sky, his plump face quivering a bit. Just having descended the mountain and already encountering a devil cultivator, he felt that this was somewhat unusual. A devil cultivator? A devil cultivator has entered Jinzhou City, treating the immortal sect as if it doesn't exist. Yu Qinghan coldly said. Danger. Kang Long's usually deadpan face showed a rare look of concern. Apparently, he had discovered something. This place has been sealed off by someone, so the immortal sect's gatekeeper cannot detect it. After hearing this, Monk Fu Hu's round body actually floated up and stood on top of a building's eaves. Only those above the metamorphosis stage can grasp the secrets of the world and seal off spiritual qi. He muttered, feeling that something was not right. Before the abbot left the mountain, he had instructed that with the mortal world in chaos, they must ensure the safety and stability of Xia country so the Buddhist sect could flourish and endure. The safety of the Xia's royal family became the top priority. And the woman before them was the princess of Xia, the first emperor's daughter. They had heard of her deeds 3 years ago. After discussing it at the little Lingyan temple, she was the person with the most hope and the only one who could stabilize Xia country. That's why they had to guarantee her safety. May the Buddha bless us. Monk Fu Hu recited a Buddhist mantra and closed his eyes to pray. This time, even his immaculate Buddha eye couldn't see what would happen in the future. There are different categories within Buddhism: past, present, and future. Representing the past is the past life Buddha, burning lamp Buddha. Now is the present life Buddha, Sakyamuni Buddha, also known as Tathagata. The one who can glimpse the future is Maitreya Buddha. Chapter 172, Sword Intention manifests and shocks all demons. Phoenix learns about the death news, confronting the old demon 3. Monk Fu Hu studied the teachings of the future Buddha. His immaculate Buddha eye was a divine skill gifted by the future Buddha, allowing him to sense impending danger. Merely sensing it, however, he was not entirely sure what the danger was. By my order, kill all devil cultivators you encounter without question. Yu Qinghan looked at the chaotic Jinzhou city, gripping her halberd tightly, her face impassive as she issued the command. Yes. The surrounding Changning iron cavalry soldiers heard the order, tapped their shields, and responded. Clatter. Many horses surged forward, unstoppable, with the cold gleam of the long spears in their hands. Yu Qinghan did not idle. She held her long halberd and leaped high into the air from her horse. Ding! Her halberd struck the Zeround, and the Zerine slate stone shattered, and soil was thrown up, cracking in layers as it rushed towards the devil cultivators nearby. A domineering halberd chi burst from the ground, tearing one devil cultivator to shreds. Yu Qinghan plunged into the devil cultivators, her halberd conjuring wind and vigorous chi shot out, like a war goddess brought to life. Chi-refining cultivators died upon contact, while those at the initiation stage were left with but a breath. The swing of her halberd was grand and fierce, unparalleled in prowess. There was no need for the surrounding soldiers or monks Kang Long and Fu Hu to make a move. With her alone, she killed every devil cultivator on the street. Even her blue dress was free of bloodstains. Amitabha, sins, sins. Monk Fu Hut's plump face seemed unable to bear the sight of the dead bodies. He closed his eyes and whispered prayers, performing soul deliverance rituals for the deceased. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise echoed. On the ground, Yu Qinghan saw a sky-high white light that enveloped the entire Jinzhou city. The entire city wall trembled. The sky above brightened, illuminating the dim city walls. What is this? Sword Chi. Yu Qinghan's eyes narrowed, her vision was filled with white light, embodying a presence as if wanting to eradicate all evil at once. She couldn't help but wonder. What had happened in Jinzhou city? What a strong sword intention! Monk Fu Hu's sharp senses caught the source of the white light at once. Sword intention. While Yu Qinghan pondered, she received a report from a soldier up ahead. General, we've found Princess Xiang Yun ahead with a faint pulse. Hearing this news, Yu Qinghan could no longer remain calm and immediately said, "Take me there quickly." Yes. Yu Qinghan was very anxious on the way. Her husband and Xiang Yun were together, nothing must happen to the two of them. She quickly arrived at the scene. It was a collapsed tavern ruin. Pei Xiangyun was covered in dust, her pretty face full of filth, her lips pale as she lay collapsed near the ruins, seemingly severely injured and unconscious due to excessive blood loss. Yu Qinghan immediately went up, cradled her little sister in her arms, and poured abundant magic power into Pei Xiangyun's body. Cough. In no time, Pei Xiangyun's eyelids twitched, and she slowly woke up. When she saw the person in front of her, tears welled up in her eyes once more, and she cried out, "Big sister! Woo woo woo!" She then flung herself into Yu Qinghan's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Yu Qinghan whispered comfortingly, then looked around with her phoenix eyes and didn't see the figure of her husband. She asked with a frown, "Where is your brother-in-law?" Hearing this, Pei Xiangyun cried even harder. Seeing her like this, Yu Qinghan's heart tightened, her fists clenched and she softly said, "Quickly tell me, where is your brother-in-law?" Pei Xiangyun, crying like a waterlogged person, trembled and stuttered. "Big sister, he's dead." "What did you say?" Yu Qinghan's pupils contracted as her entire expression froze, looking as if she had lost her soul. This news was like a bolt from the blue, crashing down on her heart. Her husband was dead. How could this be? How could it be? Her husband was so powerful, how could he be dead? Yu Qinghan just stood there on the ground, lost in thought. For a moment, she couldn't believe it. Show the living and the dead their corpses. Based on just Pei Xiangyun's words, she didn't want to believe this news. What exactly happened? Yu Qinghan inquired. Tearfully, Pei Xiangyun explained, an old devil came to the shop, and he demanded to see my brother-in-law, threatening me, using me. Brother-in-law was chased by him and then. Devil. When Yu Qinghan said this word, her whole demeanor changed. Her phoenix eyes revealed chilling coldness and overwhelming murderous intent. During their conversation, "He's coming." Monk Fuhu, who was high up, solemnly said the words and immediately floated into the sky. And stared at the old man who was slowly approaching from the distance. Monk Kanglong's face turned serious as he held up the silver ring around his neck. Yu Qinghan, with support from Pei Xiangyun, slowly stood up and looked towards the figure at the end of the street. An elderly man wearing a purple robe, with a head of white hair, his face filled with a deep and meaningful smile, said, "I didn't expect such an unexpected surprise." Yu Qinghan, noticing the expressions on the two monks' faces, sensed something was wrong and frowned as she asked, "What's wrong? This old man is very powerful." "How powerful?" "His strength is unfathomable, like a vast ocean." Monk Fuhu answered with a heavy tone. "Run!" Monk Kanglong's silver ring grew larger, hovering over his head, and then he uttered those words. "We'll stall him." Chapter 173, Desperate Moment, Immortal Spirit Root Seal unlocked, awe-inspiring giant hand covers the sky and the Sunday. The figure of the old fiend of Netherworld gradually appeared in everyone's field of vision. Upon hearing the words of monks Kanglong and Fuhu, he chuckled softly. "Why leave? Stay, all of you. I never have too many spare bodies. I just didn't expect to encounter someone with such great flowing chi in such a remote place, and a woman at that. How rare!" Monk Fuhu stood firm, a faint golden glow emanating from his skin. Mysterious sutras circulated continuously on its surface, looking at the purple-robed old man's face, feeling increasingly uneasy. It seemed as if he had seen the old man's head shot somewhere. However, it wasn't difficult to guess from the other party's words that he was a repeat offender, the devil, who had undoubtedly committed numerous heinous crimes like killing and seizing people's bodies before. The old fiend of Netherworld. Monk Fuhu couldn't recognize the old man, but Monk Kanglong had called out his name immediately, revealing an extremely solemn tone in his voice. Unlike Fuhu, Kanglong frequently read a lot of Buddhist scriptures and other introductions on demons and devil cultivators, and so could identify the old fiend of Netherworld at a glance. The old fiend of Netherworld. Upon receiving this information, Monk Fuhu's gaze shrank suddenly. Of course, he was familiar with this name. Although he didn't recognize the man himself, the name was too familiar. Sister. He is that devil. Looking at the old man, Pei Xiangyun was filled with fear, cautiously saying. Hearing this, Yu Qinghan's gaze was filled with murderous intent, tightly gripping her long halberd, coldly saying, "Respected monks, I'm afraid I can't leave." "Your Highness, you can't." Monk Fuhu earnestly advised, "This devil is extremely vicious, delighting in seizing the souls of others. He is skilled in the soul transference technique, choosing promising sect disciples and creating substitutes for them to survive for thousands of years, causing the death of geniuses from all sects. He is ranked high on the list of those who must be killed. Even we can't be sure, so we must act within our limits." Hearing them talking about his past deeds right in front of him, the old fiend of Netherworld couldn't help but scoff. "If you're afraid, why not do yourselves a favor and hand over the woman to me? If I can absorb her flowing chi and essence completely, I might consider sparing you both." Toward the end, the old fiend of Netherworld's face revealed a ruthless expression, and underneath his eerie smile, there was a hint of excitement. In his eyes, Yu Qinghan looked like a delicious delicacy. Before enjoying her, he must torment her thoroughly. Watching the so-called geniuses beg for mercy was one of his great pleasures in becoming a devil. He had been practicing many techniques, but mainly raised his cultivation by absorbing geniuses. He could only maintain his levels by continuously pursuing excellent young cultivators. For ordinary people, this would be considered an evil deed, but the old fiend enjoyed it immensely. Sometimes, when he couldn't find suitable candidates, he would only rely on numbers, killing the disciples of a sect to satisfy his cultivation requirements. Now that he had met Yu Qinghan, such an exquisite art piece with both appearance and talent, he couldn't help but salivate. Upon hearing the devil's words, Yu Qinghan immediately understood his intentions and why her husband had been targeted by the devil. No young, powerful cultivator could escape this devil's sight. Her cold eyes looked towards monks Kang Long and Fu Hu, uncertain of their choice. The monks claimed they would protect her well, but who could know if they would sacrifice their lives for her? Both monks were no match for the old fiend of Netherworld. It was not impossible for them to abandon her and run away alone, leaving her behind. After all, this was an unbeatable enemy. But if it really happened, she wouldn't blame them. She had long decided that she must take revenge for her husband. If she couldn't, then she would die. If she was to die, she would die with her husband. Monk Fu Hu's plump body stood in front of Yu Qinghan, the Buddhist beads in his hand emitting a golden glow, floating up. They formed a circle around Yu Qinghan's body. Fu Hu's aura continued to surge, his yellow-brown monk's robe fluttering in the wind. He clasped his hands together and said, "Amitabha, Your Highness has underestimated us. The abbot's orders are like the words of the Buddha, which cannot be disobeyed. Moreover, as one lives in the world, they should never act unjustly, fearing no life or death. It's rightly said that if I don't go to hell, who will? Therefore, we will swear to protect Your Highness' safety, undaunted by the prospect of death. On top of that, Xia country has been kind to our Buddhist sect, causing our influence to flourish. For these reasons, we will garrison ourselves here." Yu Qinghan displayed a look of surprise, clearly not expecting the monks to be more dependable than she thought. They were able to utter such righteous words in the face of a formidable old devil. People say that Buddhist cultivators are unfeeling, but it seems that this is not entirely true. The old fiend of Netherworld's face showed impatience and anger, no longer wasting time and launching an attack directly. "Humph! You're all ignorant. So you can all die together." A terrifying oppressive force swept over them, attacking the three and the surrounding soldiers. In just a moment, the soldiers guarding the area had all fallen to the ground, faces twisted in anguish. With a bang, their bodies exploded into a bloody mist. Facing such oppression, Monk Fu Hu remained calm, having been prepared for this. Chapter 174, In the moment of despair, the immortal spirit root seal is unlocked, and the shocking giant hand covers the sky too. 5 fingers stretched out, and a golden red bead emerged in the palm, golden magic power infused into it. A dazzling golden yellow holy light suddenly illuminated the entire street. A golden barrier formed, protecting everyone inside. Seeing this scene, the old fiend of Netherworld narrowed his eyes and recognized the object in an instant, his face darkening. "Buddha relics. Are you stinky monks from the little Lingyan temple?" Seeing the shining bead, Yu Qinghan's face was also somewhat shocked. "This is actually a Buddha relic. Legend has it that a high monk of the Buddhist sect can be sealed as a Buddha when their cultivation reaches the extreme. When a Buddha leaves the world, all of their cultivation and achievements will be transformed into relics. Each relic is priceless and hard to obtain. It can assist in cultivation, act as a magical weapon, and have a wide range of uses, comparable to an immortal magical weapon. Such a precious thing is actually in the hands of these 2 monks." At this moment, monks Kang Long and Fu Hu both joined their hands and cried out together, "Amitabha, old fiend of Netherworld, your sins are so great that my Buddha cannot tolerate you." With both monks taking action, they mobilized all their magic power to enter the Buddha relics. The original golden light was even brighter, and a huge Buddha phantom appeared above the golden barrier. Sitting on a lotus flower and leaning on a golden wheel, the light shone brilliantly. The Buddha phantom's big hand faced the direction of the old fiend of Netherworld and slapped it down. The heavy Buddha's light condensed as if it were substantial. This glamorous and pure light looked as if the Buddha himself had arrived. The old fiend of Netherworld looked ahead and sneered. "Insignificant skills, just like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Stinky monk, do you think that having the Buddha relics makes you my opponent? The two of you together are still 100,000 years short. Having said that, he waved his hand, and a surge of grey and hazy evil chi suddenly burst out. An effortless blow carrying terrifying demonic power. It went straight towards the golden Buddha phantom in the sky. Crash! The Buddha's phantom quickly shattered, and the light dimmed. Puff! Both monks spat out a mouthful of blood, their bodies collapsed, blood spilled from the corners of their mouths, and their faces were pale, obviously seriously injured. How is this possible? Yu Qinghan's pupils contracted, revealing an unbelievable expression. This old fiend of Netherworld was actually this strong? Monks Fu Hu and Kang Long were both in the 7th stage of the Golden Core Realm, and they were strong among the Golden Core Realm. The two of them jointly controlled the Buddha relics and activated the power of the relics. Even a rebirth realm expert would suffer losses when faced with such a method. But the old fiend of Netherworld easily dissolved it with just a wave of his hand. Those above the metamorphosis realm were truly unfathomable. It was impossible to imagine how far their abilities had reached. Could anyone really kill this fiend? Today, even if the Buddha himself comes, I will take your head bones to use as wine cups. You simply cannot exhibit even 1% of the relic's power, so it's a waste to keep them. As the old fiend of Netherworld spoke, he stepped forward and directly approached the golden barrier. His right foot stomped heavily on the barrier. Boom! A resounding noise came. The light of the golden barrier dimmed suddenly. An endless amount of evil chi surged and converged in the old fiend of Netherworld's hand, brewing ominously. Both monks struggled to stand up and continued to infuse magic power into the relics. Yu Qinghan resolutely took a step forward, put her hand on Monk Fu Hu's shoulder, and transferred her magic power as well. At this time, everyone had to contribute their strength. It's just a futile resistance. Seeing the situation, the old fiend of Netherworld sneered. The evil chi grew more intense, and the old fiend of Netherworld raised his hand high. The black jade devil ball in his hand expanded and transformed into a huge black jade devil sphere. The next moment, he forcefully smashed it down. Bang! The black jade devil sphere collided with the golden barrier. Immediately, cracks spread from the barrier, and the black jade devil sphere continued to rotate, exerting a powerful impact. Splash! In a short while, the golden barrier was declared completely shattered. With a flick of the old fiend of Netherworld's finger, monks Kang Long and Fu Hu were flung away. Their speed was so fast that they fiercely crashed into the streets. They didn't know how many tiles and houses were broken in the process. In the end, they were embedded in a mud wall, covered in blood, and transformed into bloody figures. One could see that among the bloodstains of Monk Fu Hu, a faint golden Sanskrit script emerged. Looking closely, one could see that the light came from the bones. The old fiend of Netherworld saw that the two people still had a faint breath and was surprised. He immediately sneered and said, "So it's the Buddha golden body. I really didn't expect it. It seems that your position in the little Lingyan temple is not ordinary. You could get both Buddha relics and the Buddha golden body at the same time." Suddenly, a spear's cold light burst out from behind the old fiend of Netherworld. His face unchanged, he didn't even look back. Boom! Yu Qinghan's entire body was like a broken kite, flying hundreds of meters away and hitting the eaves of a house, smashing the entire building. Blood flowed from her mouth, but her eyes still carried defiant killing intent. "Sister!" Pei Xiangyun cried out in shock, rushing forward to help her up. "Sister, this demon is too strong, will we die?" Pei Xiangyun cried with rain-like tears. Yu Qinghan shook her head, stood up again with the support of her sister, her eyes filled with hatred. "You go first, I'll hold him off." Yu Qinghan's eyes were filled with determination, no longer hesitating. "No, sister. You are not his opponent alone, you are just going to die." Pei Xiangyun shook her head, her eyes red with tears. "I know." Yu Qinghan took a deep breath, then raised her head, her phoenix-like eyes staring at the old fiend of Netherworld in front of her. Chapter 175. At the moment of despair, the immortal spirit root seal unravels, and the astounding giant hand covers the sky. 3. Is there any escape now? Even monks Kang Long and Fu Hu have already fallen. What can she do? Beg for mercy on her knees? She is not that kind of person. Even if she dies, she would rather die standing. Dying in Jinzhou is also being with her husband. So her husband won't be lonely in the afterlife. Recalling her life, no time could compare to how carefree and happy she was these days. Even if she dies now, she is content. The only regret is that she didn't see her husband's last face. Thinking about it, Yu Qinghan, expressionless, clenched her hand, and a behan long halberd flew over, making a crisp ding sound. Then she leaped up and turned to charge at the old fiend of Netherworld. Dominant magic power erupted wildly, and this halberd carried an invincible brute force. Seeing this, the old fiend of Netherworld revealed a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. Since you're courting death, don't blame me. As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed a finger, and the overwhelming magic power on Yu Qinghan dissipated, as if spiritual qi was wiped out. In the blink of an eye, the old fiend of Netherworld stepped out again. Countless shadows surged and shot towards Yu Qinghan, pinning her to the ground. Her arms, thighs, abdomen, all nailed down. No matter how Yu Qinghan resisted, it wouldn't help. She lay on the ground, glaring at the old fiend as he slowly approached, her eyes filled with hatred and fury. The old fiend of Netherworld scoffed as he slightly bent down. His dry, old finger pressed on Yu Qinghan's smooth forehead. Through his fingers, a wisp of spiritual power slowly entered her mind. Ha ha ha! This body is truly talented and extraordinary. So young, so full of vitality. The more the old fiend of Netherworld looked at it, the more excited he became. But soon, he discovered something was wrong. There was a silver light inside Yu Qinghan's body. It was a talisman-like strip, suppressing Yu Qinghan. It looked like a seal. A seal? Why would this woman have such a thing in her body? The old fiend of Netherworld hesitated for a moment, immediately stating, "What a broken seal, it hurts my eyes. If he doesn't break this seal, how can he seize her body? This must have been set up by someone in her sect to protect her mind seal." Over the years, the old fiend of Netherworld had encountered countless seals like this. More experienced elders in the sect would leave a guard seal in the minds of their exceptional disciples to protect them. He had seen it all by now. Could a mere seal deter him? Without a word, the old fiend of Netherworld launched a formidable spiritual force, ceaselessly slamming against the seal. Unexpectedly, he realized that this seal was fairly solid. And so, he focused his efforts and concentrated his power into one strike. Bang! With all his strength, the seal finally broke. In the instant the silver talisman dispersed, a dazzling divine light emanated from Yu Qinghan's mind. First a wisp, and then a blaze of radiance. Just like the rising sun. Damn it! What is this? The old fiend of Netherworld's evil chi was slowly dissipating under the light. Soon, the divine light had driven him out of her body. Back to reality. The old fiend of Netherworld covered his eyes, involuntarily retreating a few steps. Squinting, he looked at the ground. Suddenly, the black nails disappeared, and Yu Qinghan's body floated up. A faint immortal spiritual chi surged. Then, like a surging river, large strands of immortal spiritual chi soared into the sky. Endless spiritual chi overflowed from her eyes and ears, filling her meridians. Yu Qinghan's delicate face also showed some pain as she felt an endless stream of power surging from within her body. Ah! Unable to hold back the discomfort, she cried out. A divine pillar formed by the congregation of the immortal qi pierced directly into the sky. This caused the surrounding sky of Jinzhou City to become hazy with spiritual qi. A fortunate atmosphere filled the heaven above the city, with the terrifying spiritual chi wave still spreading outward. Boom! Thunder rumbled and lightning surged. The terrifying thundercloud completely shrouded the sky, and countless cultivators with weak cultivation bases and devil cultivators who had hurried into the city only felt an inexplicable panic in their hearts. Quick, look! What is that? Another devil has come. No, it doesn't seem like the aura of a devil cultivator. It's more like some ancient existence. The common cultivators of Jinzhou City were chattering and discussing. What happened? Pei Xiangyun looked up at the sky, a look of confusion on her face. She had no idea what was going on. She saw her sister fall under the old fiend's claw and cried. And then this shocking change happened. Even the old fiend of Netherworld had a foreboding feeling in his heart when he looked at the sky. This boundless celestial spiritual chi actually made his soul tremble slightly. Who was this woman? This breath was too ancient and full of inexplicable mystery. Boom! A heavenly thunder blasted the sky, and immortal clouds obscured the world. A boundless heavenly spiritual chi turned into an invisible giant hand, sweeping away the 1,000 miles of blood and eerie ghost clouds that had accumulated over Jinzhou City, making the seal on this land dissipate. As heaven and earth returned to normal. In the spiritual mountains, countless immortal peaks. Many of the immortal sect's old fogies opened their eyes. Limitless immortal sect, at the top of the mountains. An old Taoist priest in a simple robe stroked his white beard, and his figure disappeared instantly from the mountains. At this time, a giant hand appeared in the sky above Jinzhou City. The giant hand reached out from the clouds, with fingers like mountains, clear palm prints, and a very old appearance, as if it was made of real flesh and blood. Its imposing figure overshadowed the four sides of Jinzhou, and even the exposed sun was covered. The whole city was plunged into the shadow of the giant palm. Chu Yuming, you obscure heavenly fate and disrupt the mortal world, die now. The voice was deafening, overwhelming with an air of heavenly might. All the people in Jinzhou City were unable to move after hearing this. Chapter 176, The Limitless Immortal Sect Hierarch suppresses the netherworld, fights against the nascent soul, and the brilliant heavenly thunder ancestral weapon appears. A wild wind pierced through the clouds as the gigantic hand descended, causing everyone present to look up in fear. The sight of the immortal chi pillar reaching up into the sky attracted the curious glances of many cultivators. This naturally included Zhao Huai. Such terrifying power, he remarked. Zhao watched wide-eyed at the creature in the sky, visibly astonished. What an eventful day it had been, filled not only with excitement but also with strange occurrences. First, there was the fortunate omen of immortal chi, followed by an enormous hand that blocked out the sun. Following the eruption of the immortal chi pillar, the world here revived its clarity and the restriction was removed. In other words, he could make his escape now. However, the madam was still missing. Before making sure of her safety, how could he just leave? Moreover, Pei Xiangyun's fate was still unclear. He couldn't just walk away from this situation. Zhao, dressed in white, shot ahead, skimming the surface of the ground. His flowing black hair fanned out, parting the fierce winds around him. His divine insight quickly scanned his surroundings, searching for shadows. Any devil cultivators he encountered along the road into the city were swiftly cut down. He searched through the streets and alleys for the madam's traces. Zhao kept his distance from the place where the giant hand had landed, thinking as he flew. What on earth had happened? What shaken these powerful beings into action? There must be a reason and sequence for these events. These beings couldn't have gathered in Jinzhou City without cause. Could it be because of the ancestral weapon? According to the old devil, the Yan's ancestral weapon must be bound to a true dragon. But so far, he didn't even know what the ancestral weapon was, let alone where it was. He didn't carry anything special on his person. Ding! At this moment, the sound of magical weapons colliding came from ahead. Zhao immediately rushed over. At this time, the old demon of Netherworld, who was in the center of the enormous hand, smirked and said dismissively to the sky. Humph! Elder Limitless, your limitless immortal sect has been chasing me for over 100 years. I've killed so many of your people, but I've never seen you mobilize such a large force until today. I wondered why this seal was so strong. So it was you, old man. This girl possesses a rare immortal spiritual root, no wonder you are so anxious. Facing the enormous hand, the old demon of Netherworld let his robe billow and his white hair flutter. His aura surged, previously seeming like a mere puddle but now, more like a vast ocean. I'll take the girl. A massive devilish aura burst forth from his frail body, and a majestic human shadow of a devil opened its eyes. It struck out at the giant hand, piercing the clouds with a slap. Bang! As the two collided, a sound that resonated to the heavens rang out. An infinite wave of chi dispersed, blowing away the clouds in the sky. The surrounding houses were all flattened to the ground. For a moment, the entire city trembled, seeming as if it could collapse at any second. In the 100 years we have not seen each other, this devil has improved in his cultivation, responded the man in the white robe at the summit of the cloud, crinkling his eyebrows. He was the hierarch of the limitless immortal sect, referred to as the limitless Taoist by other sects. With nearly 10,000 years of cultivation, pushing his realm close to the fairyland, limitless Taoist held a high status, symbolizing an insurmountable mountain in many people's minds. His extraordinary strength and superior position were all top-notch in the immortal cultivation world. Looking at the shattered earth below, the trembling Jinzhou city, and Yu Qinghan lying on the ground with qi overflowing, the limitless Taoist pointed forward. Spiritual qi flowed rapidly within a radius of 10,000 li, causing space to tremble and fierce winds to surge. Countless glowing specks came together, creating an independent space. Sister! On the ground, the windstorm prevented Pei Xiangyun from opening her eyes and she struggled to approach her sister. Yu Qinghan laid quietly in the empty space, silent as if she had fallen into a deep sleep. A stream of pure immortal qi circulated within her body. At this moment, a ray of light descended from the sky. It touched her body and almost instantaneously. The immortal qi pillar immediately vanished, and along with it, she fell to the ground. After a while, Pei Xiangyun and Yu Qinghan, along with the old demon of Netherworld, were all swallowed by the independent space created by the light dots and vanished from this world. This scene was truly like a world-redefining event. Meanwhile, dressed in a moonblue dress, Chu Yuqing was deploying an array of frosty spells. Standing alone against a plethora of skilled adversaries from the Devil sect, her magic was depleting rapidly and she barely kept herself going using pills. However, when she laid eyes on the astonishing hand high in the sky and felt the restriction of the world broken, she couldn't help but mock. Ha, the hierarch of Limitless has arrived. Your Devil sect is doomed. The Viper Lady of the Poisonous sect also felt the change in the sky and her face turned pale. This journey had been riddled with misfortunes. First, they were tricked by the message of the ancestral weapon to come to this city, then they encountered the disciples of the immortal sect who blocked their way. Their luck couldn't be any worse. It all boiled down to that old devil from Netherworld causing trouble. He clearly wanted them to attract the attention of the immortal sect, so that he could benefit from the ensuing chaos. Yang Yuan of the bloody immortal sect had a bloody ball in his palm. Looking at the anomaly in the sky, he muttered. It seems all of this was part of the old demon's scheme. Then he looked towards the other side and coldly said, Chu Yuqing, don't celebrate too early. Whether or not you survive before the immortal sect arrives is still a question. Having said that, the bloody ball instantly transformed into thousands of red rays, morphing into tentacles and stabbing towards Chu Yuqing. The Viper Lady also struck. In her hand appeared a jar embedded with 7 gems. As she opened the lid, a green light shot out from it. It was a giant poisonous scorpion. The poisonous sect was not only famed for manufacturing and refining poison in the evil path, but beast taming was also a compulsory skill that every disciple must master. Chapter 177, The Infinite Palm Master Suppresses the Underworld, Battles in the Rebirth Realm, and the magnificent ancestral thunder artifacts appear too. The giant scorpion, which had been fed something unknown, swept its tail horizontally. Seeing this, Chu Yuking gathered all her cold magic power to form a shield to fend off the two's attacks. But before long, she was gradually becoming exhausted. With her Chi-Si's magic power draining away, she could only cling on with gritted teeth. At that moment, a streak of light flashed across the sky, with a clang sound, cut off the tail of the giant scorpion below the Viper Lady, and deflected the dense blood rain attacks by Yang Yuan, the senior disciple of the Bloody Immortal sect. The light stipulated a circle, leaving a dazzling arc in the sky. Finally, it returned to a man in white. The man had a ghost face mask on, his cultivation level was not visible, but his aura was astonishing. Standing there, he was like a towering mountain. This raised the guard of both the Viper Lady and Yang Yuan. Fear before the battle. Having lost the momentum first, Chu Yuking looked at the sudden appearance of the figure with some confusion. She didn't recognize the man. Which sect did he come from? It's me. A familiar voice reached her ears and Chu Yuking finally realized. She looked extremely surprised. It was actually the royal crown prince. When did His Highness become so strong? Although he had great potential, he was, after all, only at the late initiation stage of cultivation. But now, his aura was no less than a cultivator in the Golden Core realm. Moreover, among the Golden Core cultivators, he could definitely be considered a strong one. I am here to help you. Without any more words, Zhao Huai slashed his sword out. He originally intended to find his wife, he didn't expect to stumble upon Chu Yuking in his wanderings. Seeing her besieged by many devil cultivators, how could he stand idly by? If she died, the master of the exquisite palace would probably blame him. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Huai's unidentified spiritual sword was already swung out. A long, dark green sword chi was slashed out. The bloody wings on Yang Yuan's back transformed into a pair of large hands, crossing together, intending to blatantly block the sword chi. However, the large hands were chopped off by the sword chi in an instant. His entire body was sent into free fall. Just as Yang Yuan was about to fall embarrassingly, the bloody ball in his hand penetrated his back and the bloody wings reformed, and his body was once again suspended in the air. Feeling the sharp residual sword chi on his back still stabbing him, the wound could not heal in a short amount of time. This is sword intention. Could it be you who just? Yang Yuan shouted with shock. He obviously knew who had caused the powerful sword chi that brightened the sky of Jinzhou City just now. In the face of the other's astonishment, Zhao Huai remained unmoved. He flicked his sword. The spiritual sword split into 8 pieces, leaving the phantom of the sword edge in mid-air. They circled around him and shot towards Yang Yuan. The speed was extremely fast, but the opponent's reaction was not slow either. He avoided the 8 sword shadows, only scratching his skin in the process. But it didn't end there, he felt a chill on his back. Twisting his head, he found that the sword shadow turned a circle in the air and was stabbing him again. Why aren't you attacking yet? In desperation, Yang Yuan shouted. The woman from the poisonous sect had been waiting for a chance to strike. Hearing the shout, she no longer hesitated. A large amount of green poisonous mist erupted from her sleeve, forming a slimy green hand, and grabbed at Zhao Huai. Be careful! Chu Yuking, whose magic power had not yet recovered, could only relay a warning. Zhao Huai appeared calm and composed. He turned around and slashed a sword at the poisonous mist. This sword carried an enormous force that could shatter mountains and split the earth. After it was slashed out, the ground under his feet split apart, leaving a deep ravine. It cut the poisonous hand in two. The sword chi shot 100 meters along the ground, severing the distant city wall at the same time. The poisonous mist hand was split in two, but after a short while, it miraculously healed, attacking once again. Zhao Huai held his sword and rose into the air, wiped the sword edge, flipped over, and drew a circle in the direction of the two on the ground. In the blink of an eye, the sword chi flickered, gathered together, emanating a scorching temperature. It was like the Form 1 of the sword, known as realization. Under the golden glow of the sword chi, a large area of poisonous mist was evaporated. The light emitted turned into thousands of sword chi, shooting towards Yang Yuan and the woman like a sweeping rainstorm. Such strength! Both of them took a step back, could only temporarily dodge to avoid the sword rain. At this moment, Zhao Huai closed his eyes, feeling his cultivation rising even more. 1,000-mile lone rider. As long as he doesn't lose, he becomes stronger the more he fights. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and found something approaching quickly within his divine insight. In the time it took to inhale/exhale 10 times, 8 tall corpses carried a black sedan, flying from the center of the street, stepping on the unmanned houses, and running on air. These 8 corpses were unlike those Zhao Huai had met on the street before. Each one was clad in a shiny black armor with a ghostly face, seemingly made of steel, and they emanated a fluctuation of magic power. Like puppets, and moreover, they were cultivators during their lifetime. A black-robed old Taoist priest sat in the black sedan. He had black whiskers streaking across his temples and held a dust whisk in his hand. The immortal corpse of the Corpse Tomb sect, whose strength had reached the rebirth realm. He was the helper that Yang Yuan of the Bloody Immortal sect had called for. Seeing the immortal corpse waved his dust whisk lightly. Dozens of lights appeared on the street. Upon closer inspection, there were as many as 57 corpses. Zhao Huai found that each corpse's cultivation was around the initiation stage. This meant that these bodies used to be living cultivators in the initiation stage. But after death, they were refined into war-ready corpses. How many graves did this old Taoist priest rob to gather these corpses? It is known that a powerful corpse requires various precious materials and a large number of resources to be successfully refined. There were as many as 57 corpses in front of him. If placed in the mortal world, they could already overthrow any influence. Chapter 178, The Limitless Palm Master Suppresses the Netherworld, Battles in the Rebirth Realm, and the Magnificent Heavenly Thunder Ancestral Weapon appears 3. Even the immortal cultivation world can destroy a third-rate sect, and the smaller sects simply cannot withstand this power. Zhao Huai had no time to think. In front of him, 57 walking corpses were moving, with subtle magic power fluctuations at the center of their brows, controlling their every movement. He had long heard that the devil sect had evil techniques for refining ghosts and corpses, and today he had already killed many walking corpses, so these guys must be the ones causing trouble. Zhao Huai frowned as he thought about it, facing the black sedan. This is the leader of the Corpse Tomb sect, Immortal Corpse. His strength has reached the rebirth realm, he is proficient in ancient corpse-driving secret techniques, extremely cruel, and most enjoys refining people into walking corpses. Your Highness, you should leave quickly, you are not his opponent, I will cover your retreat. Chu Yuking's figure came to Zhao Huai's side, her tired jade face full of solemnity. In Immortal Corpse's hand, there was a peculiar-looking spiritual rat, staring straight in Zhao Huai's direction. His eyes suddenly brightened. The ancestral weapon has been found. The black curtain was immediately lifted, and a stench of corpse air emanated. Immortal Corpse slowly walked out, the corners of his mouth curled, facing Zhao Huai, and said lightly, "Hand over the ancestral weapon and you can avoid death." He didn't say the other half of the sentence, that he wouldn't kill his opponent. Instead, he would refine him into a walking corpse. This was his usual rhetoric. This is the bloody treasured spiritual rat, it's actually in the senior's hands. Bloody Immortal Sect Yang Yuan saw his sect's spiritual rat in the opponent's hands. He immediately understood what was going on. It turned out that the Immortal Corpse had not appeared because he was using the rest of the Devil Sect members to stop the Immortal Sect disciples while he went to find the ancestral weapon. Selfishness was inevitable. The old demons of the Devil Sect all wanted to get the ancestral weapon, decipher the secret of becoming an immortal, and suppress the Immortal Sect. Facing the immortal corpse's interrogation, Zhao Huai calmly said, "Everyone thinks that the ancestral weapon is on me, but if it were really on me, I would have used it against you long ago. Why wait until now? All the clues point to you, and no matter how you argue, it's useless, so I have to come and get it myself." Immortal corpse's voice seemed distant. A pressure belonging to the rebirth realm came over. Zhao Huai's face couldn't help but become solemn. Although his cultivation had improved a lot, he was still far from being able to deal with a cultivator in the rebirth realm. It would be difficult for him to escape from someone like Immortal Corpse. As Immortal Corpse slowly approached, the bloody treasured spiritual rat jumped out of his palm and rushed straight towards Zhao Huai. Inside the black ring, the white jade imperial dragon seal sensed the movement and emitted a faint glow. As he held it in his hand, the imperial dragon seal suddenly shone brightly, transforming into a prismatic treasured mirror entwined with a silver dragon. The prismatic treasured mirror burst with a dazzling light. Blinding white light made the bloody treasured spiritual rat scream in pain, its body emitting evil smoke, and it soon fell silent and collapsed to the ground. Immortal Corpse's eyes burst out with an astonishing radiance. With a flick of his whisk, his white beard converged into tendrils, trying to snatch the treasured mirror from Zhao Huai's hand. Feeling threatened, the surface of the prismatic treasured mirror shimmered with light once again. A surge of righteous and divine energy appeared, colliding with the whisk. There really is an ancestral weapon. And it's the ancestral dragon seal passed down in my family? Zhao Huai was shocked. Soon he discovered that the prismatic treasured mirror was drawing upon his magic power at an incredibly exaggerated speed. After absorbing his magic power, the mirror surface of the prismatic treasured mirror flashed. A purple beam of light shot out, piercing the sky, as a large expanse of purple gas dispersed and the vast number of stars appeared within the purple gas. The entire sky changed color, as if the purple chi had come from the east. The ancestral weapon has appeared. Bloody immortal sect Yang Yuan looked at the scene, extremely excited. He had thought that all of this was the old fiend of Netherworld's trap. Nobody ever thought that the ancestral weapon would truly be in Jinzhou. It seems the legend is true. The Viper Lady of the poisonous sect was also stunned. Boom! Underneath the purple chi, the mighty heavenly thunder emitted a deafening roar. Boom! A thunderbolt directly struck down. It struck Zhao Huai's body, but it did not harm him, it just wandered inside his flesh. Purple chi surged within his body, and his cultivation level abruptly broke through, reaching the initiation stage 8 layer. This left Zhao Huai incredibly surprised. Could the ancestral weapon really be so against heaven? This mirror can reflect heaven and earth? In the clouds, countless frightening breaths stood still in the void. The vision of purple chi spreading for thousands of miles shook the immortal cultivation world, awakening many who had slumbered for thousands of years. In an independent space, complete darkness, there was only endless emptiness. The limitless Taoist priest with a plain robe, his primordial spirit escaped, gathering into a 10,000-meter tall figure of sacred light, with his 5 fingers pressed down. The entire independent space shook, and if it were outside, it would have been enough to destroy a large dart of the state and count. It smashed the devil shadow in front of him to pieces. The old fiend of Netherworld spat out a mouthful of blood, his energy withering, and he was ultimately unable to resist the Taoist priest before him. But the next second, he looked past the space, unable to restrain his laughter, and said, "Ha ha ha! I knew it!" Feeling the stir outside the realm, the limitless Taoist priest ignored the old fiend of Netherworld. Instead, he calculated, and after a moment, he said solemnly, "The ancestral weapon has appeared, and a great calamity is coming." Chapter 179, The Taoist Ancestor Resists Public Opinions, Yu Zhenghan awakes, Yan country's real dragon enters Nanya mansion. The appearance of the ancestral weapon caused a shocking commotion. However, Zhao Huai still held the treasured mirror tightly, resisting the attacks of Immortal Corpse. "Hand over the ancestral weapon, and you can avoid death," Immortal Corpse shouted harshly. He was also anxious in his heart. The longer the delay, the more disadvantageous it was for him. The appearance of the ancestral weapon would inevitably attract the covetousness of many hidden existences. However, no matter how Immortal Corpse attacked, he couldn't shake the heavenly glaring treasured mirror. Zhao Huai was always well protected. In a moment of desperation, Immortal Corpse targeted the exquisite fairy and Chu Yuking, who were hiding in the distance. Wielding a dust whisk, his white beard transformed into tentacles and shot towards Chu Yuking. Chu Yuking sensed it and slashed her sword at the dust whisk. But it had no effect. Although the dust whisk seemed like it could be easily broken, in the hands of Immortal Corpse, it became indestructible golden threads. The white beard was like a spirit snake, quickly tying up the weakened Chu Yuking. Immortal Corpse stretched out a finger, placed it on Chu Yuking's delicate chin, and sneered. I knew the two of you had an unusual relationship. You don't want to see this HPNLLTV Norik Dian Von. As long as you hand over the ancestral weapon, I'll let her go. Seeing this, Zhao Huai was also in a difficult position, his face immediately becoming solemn. Young master, run! Chu Yuking quickly shouted. However, her mouth was soon covered by the white beard. I agree, but you have to let her go first. Zhao Huai thought for a moment and responded. As long as he acted quickly, he could use the power of the ancestral weapon to pull Chu Yuking in. Fine, come over here. Immortal Corpse also agreed readily, as he didn't have much time. He slowly released Chu Yuking, allowing her to spread her arms, but the dust whisk didn't leave her. His gaze was fixed on the treasured mirror in Zhao Huai's hand. Zhao Huai slowly approached and reached out his hand, not daring to be careless in his mind. Just as he was about to grab Chu Yuking's jade hand, the white beard of the dust whisk stretched out quickly and grabbed his hand. It exerted a tremendous force, as if trying to pull him out. At the crucial moment, Chu Yuking's palm displayed a complex yet powerful talisman. She forcefully pressed it onto Zhao Huai's hand. She calmly said. At that moment, space began to fluctuate. Zhao Huai's figure was suspended in the sky, his eyes filled with surprise. Obviously, this was an extremely precious teleportation talisman. Only a rune master with a high cultivation level, who had grasped the art of space, could refine it. This was because the space skill was not something ordinary cultivators could understand. Those who could master it were often the mighty. Zhao Huai was momentarily stunned when he saw Chu Yuking had given him such a precious treasure. Fairy, you! Before he could finish speaking, there was a flash of white light. He was enveloped by the power of space, along with the treasured mirror he held in his arms, and disappeared from the spot. Ah! Seeing this, Immortal Corpse was suddenly furious. Court death! I'm going to kill you! Immortal Corpse vented all his anger on Chu Yuking. The pressure of the rebirth realm was applied to her, causing her bones to creak. She furrowed her brow and her face showed pain. Yet the corner of her mouth formed a faint smile. Immortal Corpse held Chu Yuking's neck and lifted her up, angrily saying, You dare to spoil my plans! Just as he was about to destroy her golden core with force, several terrifying auras appeared in the sky. Immortal Corpse's face changed, as he was being locked on by the aura. Looking around, there were no other people left, and the Devil Sect's disciples had all retreated under the organization of Bloody Immortal Sect's Yang Yuan. Whoosh! The sound of breaking through the air came. Immortal Corpse looked up. He saw a cold and gloomy droplet of water shooting from the sky, quickly approaching. It seemed simple, but carried a bottomless power. At this moment, his face turned ashen. Inside the independent space here. Elder Limitless. Do you think you can kill me? Even with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, the old fiend of Netherworld still had a crazy smile on his face. I know you're powerful, and your cultivation is high, but what can you do to me, who has managed to survive until now? His tone was arrogant, filled with self-pride. Even if he couldn't defeat Elder Limitless of the Limitless Immortal Sect today, he could still live well. His plan had ultimately failed. He had thought that these old guys would be reluctant to face the consequences of heavenly power and wouldn't dare to take action. However, he never expected that this woman's identity would be so important, and that she would actually have a seal set by limitless Taoist priest himself. In just a moment, the elders of the Dao sect had arrived to protect the Dao. One couldn't help but wonder. Was there something more to this? Did it hold some unspeakable secrets? The appearance of the extremely rare immortal spiritual root and the Yan's ancestral weapon, unseen for a century. Any of these news would cause a sensation in the immortal cultivation world. What kind of turmoil would be created between the immortal sects and devil sects that were originally stagnant? The old fiend of Netherworld was looking forward to it. The more chaos he could cause, the more beneficial it would be for him. Within the independent space, the reaction of limitless Taoist priest was much calmer when facing the provocation from the old fiend of Netherworld. It's not your turn to gloat, no matter how big the trouble is, I can handle it. As for you, how many more years can you live? When the time comes, even if I don't take action, your life will come to an end. Hearing the sarcasm in the other's words, the old fiend of Netherworld's face turned green, unable to speak. Because these were indeed true words. If he couldn't find a suitable vessel by then, his days would be numbered. Chapter 180, The Taoist Ancestor Resists Public Opinions, Yu Changhan Awakens, the Great Yan True Dragon enters the southern Nanya Mansion too. Thinking of this, he could only snort coldly. Don't get too excited, we'll see. The next second after he finished speaking, the flesh body of the old fiend of Netherworld exploded into a bloody mist. He destroyed his own body and a wisp of his primordial spirit, just to make it impossible for the other party to trace and locate him. Unperturbed, the limitless Taoist priest waved his hand and scattered the bloody mist. The old fiend of Netherworld had countless substitutes, and it would take a lot of effort to kill him. The ancestors of many immortal sects would have to join forces, otherwise, it would be very difficult. 400 years ago, the old fiend of Netherworld seized a demonic immortal sect disciple. This infuriated an ancestor. The disciple was his true heir. For this reason, the ancestor mobilized all of his connections, asked the old existences of various immortal sects to take action, and vowed to suppress the old fiend of Netherworld. But in the end, they still let the other party escape. It is very difficult to kill the old fiend of Netherworld, who is proficient in the art of escape and survival unless a great divine skill is used to lock him down. He didn't have that skill yet. The limitless Taoist priest looked down at the unconscious woman in the space below and fell into deep thought. At this moment, Pei Xiangyun was holding Yu Qinghan in a ball of light, both of them in deep sleep. He had created this space to prevent excessive destruction, avoiding annihilating Jinzhou City. At the same time, he wanted to protect the girl in front of him. The commotion caused by the birth of the immortal spiritual root was too great, and he couldn't let someone with ulterior motives notice her. After so many years, this day has finally come. Looking at Yu Qinghan's face, limitless Taoist priest could not help but express a sigh. He put his hands behind his back and slowly descended to the ground. At the same time, the space around him gradually dissipated. Dots of spiritual chi rose, revealing the original appearance of the outside world. In an instant, he felt many scrutinizing gazes. They all came from 10,000 meters above the ground. The old existences of various great sects in the clouds, fearing the locking of the heavenly thunder tribulation, did not come in person but manifested as avatar projections. Limitless old Taoist, you hid the birth of the immortal spiritual root from us? 10 years ago, you probably already knew about this. The leading voice was deep and full of anger, sounding very dissatisfied. The limitless Taoist priest smiled slightly. It turns out to be my old friend Nanli. It has been a long time since we have seen each other, it should be more than 300 years. Don't try to ingratiate yourself, answer the question. I didn't intentionally hide it from everyone, instead wanting to maintain harmony within the immortal sects. Furthermore, since she chose the limitless immortal sect, it was heaven's will, and I have no power to interfere. The limitless Taoist priest remained smiling, with a clear attitude. He had no intention of letting her go. With the ancestral weapon and the immortal spiritual root appearing one after another, it may indeed be the will of heaven. Limitless, what do you know? Tell us, we already have a deep grievance against you. Another ethereal voice resounded from the clouds, and this dignified voice sounded like a woman. As soon as the woman finished speaking, others echoed her words. That's right, the old fiend of Netherworld created such a big mess, implicating great cause and effect. This is the dereliction of duty of your limitless, immortal sect. If you don't provide an explanation, this matter will not end. The immortal spiritual root is a heavenly chosen person born for the sole purpose of becoming an immortal. Why should she cultivate in the limitless immortal sect? Give us an explanation. The attitudes of these ancient existences in the clouds were quite tough, but their tone remained calm. It was because they belonged to the same immortal sect, and making a scene would only give the devil sect an opportunity to take advantage. What they truly resented was the unfairness of the limitless Taoist priests' hoarding of resources. Facing the denouncing voices of the people, limitless Taoist priest knew that he had to come up with something today or he would not be able to cope. So he retracted his smile, his eyes deepened, and from his wise old eyes, it seemed as if he had seen through the ways of the world, emanating an innate atmosphere of the great Dao. This decision was not my wish, but was entrusted to me by the person 800 years ago. With just one sentence, the people in the clouds fell silent. 800 years ago. That person. They knew who this person was. Legend has it that he was a human immortal reincarnated, with incredible talent, who joined the immortal sect and made outstanding contributions in just 100 years, bringing peace to the human race and finally quelling the chaotic tribulations. This person was Ancestor Yan Ziu. What did Yan Ziu say? One of the avatar projections asked. 2 sentences. What are they? The limitless Taoist priest sighed. Protect the one with the immortal spiritual root. With the appearance of the ancestral weapon, a great tribulation has arrived. Looking back 800 years ago, limitless Taoist priest was not yet the sect hierarch, but an elder in the immortal sect. He watched as a dazzling new star shined brilliantly in that era, until it surpassed him. After a long period of silence, someone asked. So, the one with the immortal spiritual root, she is appointed by Yan Ziu to be protected. Yes. Limitless Taoist priest nodded. Upon hearing this answer, everyone fell silent again. As for the truthfulness of the words of the old Daoist ancestor, they had no way of confirming. But it was certain that the cultivation of Yan Ziu was unfathomable, and he possessed the ability to predict the future. Moreover, when Yan Ziu was still unknown, he was cultivating in the limitless immortal sect. So the credibility of his words was quite high. But why would a junior like him make them so wary? After all, they were thousands of years old, even older than Yan Ziu. But they revered him. Because Yan Ziu was the only one who had ascended to immortality after the immortal path was severed. People say he disappeared. In fact, only they knew that Yan Ziu had attained the immortal method. No one knew the specific process, but it indeed happened. That's why the ancestral weapon he left behind was so coveted by so many people. Chapter 181, The Taoist Ancestor Resists Public Opinions, Yu Jinghan Awakes, Yan Country's Real Dragon Enters Nanya Mansion 3. To obtain the ancestral weapon is to become immortal. This rumor has been circulating for hundreds of years. We can ignore this woman, but at the same time, I hope the limitless immortal sect can make concessions on other matters. The speaker was a middle-aged Taoist from the Eternal Taoist Temple. Despite being a mere illusion, his celestial demeanor and fluttering Taoist robe were evident. His words drew the attention of other ancestors. The limitless Taoist priest nodded, knowing full well what the other matters the speaker was referring to. Of course, the limitless immortal sect will no longer be involved in matters concerning the rightful king of the Yan and the ancestral weapon. That's perfect. The illusion of the dignified woman in the palace skirt was satisfied. You all acted so quickly, recruiting the descendants of Yan in an instant. All the benefits have been taken by you, it's truly unlucky. Watching these two, the others couldn't help but shake their heads. As for the previous ancestor Nanli, he pondered. Never mind, I am more concerned about what this great calamity mentioned by ancestor Yan Ziu is. To this, the limitless Taoist priest shook his head. I don't know, ancestor Yan Ziu never mentioned it. Rather than the calamity, you should all be more concerned about the recent actions of the devil sect. Their eyes are set on the ancestral weapon, and the mortal world is bound to be in constant turmoil. These guys, daring to harm my disciple, I'll make them pay. The devil sect's recent moves have indeed been quite significant, especially their actions in the north, who knows what they are up to. Enough, let's disperse. The immortal spiritual root has emerged, and the Yan's ancestral weapon has been recovered. There is much to deal with in the future. Before long, the illusions in the sky all dispersed. Their transmissions were extremely covered, ordinary people couldn't hear them at all. At this time, Yu Qinghan on the ground slowly awakened. Her eyelids opened, her eyes blurred, and the scene in front of her was hazy, like a dream. During her coma, she had a dream. In it, her husband wasn't dead and was alive and well. He was with her until she ascended the throne, and together they lived a life of happiness and bliss in the palace, with no worries or anxieties. If possible, she didn't want to wake up. The old fiend of Netherworld. This name flashed through her mind. Her phoenix eyes revealed a strong murderous intent as she quickly scanned her surroundings with vigilance. She hadn't forgotten that this devil was the mastermind behind her husband's death. However, she saw no old devil around, but an elderly man with white beard appeared instead. He looked quite familiar. With her memories flooding back, she immediately recognized the man's identity. With respect in her eyes, she immediately bowed and said, "Disciple has seen the sect hierarch." The man before her was the sect hierarch of the limitless immortal sect. An absolute senior in the immortal cultivation world. On the immortal path, respecting one's teacher is highly valued, and the master who leads one into the path is extremely important. No matter what, her current cultivation and abilities were derived from the limitless immortal sect. The limitless immortal sect had been kind to her. However, there was one other thing she hadn't forgotten. It was what her uncle Peiming had told her, the limitless immortal sect hierarch had sealed the immortal spiritual root within her. Why? Seeing her puzzled expression, the limitless Taoist priest chuckled and said, "You're awake? Don't rush to ask questions, first take a look at your body and see if there is any change." My cultivation. Upon sensing her qi, Yu Qinghan's eyes widened in shock. She indeed discovered an earth-shattering change. First, she had jumped from the earlier initiation stage to the middle initiation stage. She had broken through several layers. Moreover, she noticed that her meridians seemed to have been transformed. Not only were they wider than before, but the flow of qi within them had also increased by several times. There was a natural affinity between her and the surrounding spiritual qi from the universe, which spontaneously surged towards her. Furthermore, the magic power stored in her qi si had become even more potent. Although her magic power was already incredibly strong, it had now risen to a higher level. Magic power can manifest in various shapes of spiritual beasts. In other words, it is the purest of the pure. Calm your mind. One can hear the sound of spiritual qi surging like a raging river through the meridians in the body, an incredibly pleasant sound. With a slight circulation of qi, the spiritual qi above spins downwards, striking her. Boom! The spiritual qi in the qi si fluctuates, increasing her strength rapidly, almost reaching the final stage of the middle initiation stage, just a tiny bit away from the late initiation stage. Yu Qinghan herself never expected that in such a short time, her cultivation would improve so much. What originally required years of bitter cultivation now only took the time of one joss stick. Give her another year. No, half a year. The golden core is just within reach. What is happening? Could it be? Yu Qinghan cast an inquisitive look at the limitless Taoist priest. Limitless Taoist priest smiled and stroked his beard, then said, "Indeed, the seal within your body is gone. Now, you have a flawless immortal spiritual root, and your cultivation rate will far exceed that of your peers." Upon hearing this news, Yu Qinghan's first reaction was, naturally, happiness. However, when thinking about her husband no longer being with her, at this moment, no one could share this joy with her. Her smile momentarily paused. The sparkle in her eyes dimmed, turning gloomy. Seeing her state, the limitless Taoist priest noticed and asked, puzzled, "What's wrong? It is hard to come by an improvement of talent, rejoicing should be no problem. Surely you don't have any worries." Yu Qinghan's eyes flickered, and she sighed, "My husband was killed by the old fiend of the netherworld. Even if I possess exceptional talent, the journey of immortal cultivation is long, and I'll ultimately be alone." The limitless Taoist shook his head, "There is no banquet in the world that does not end. Perhaps he would have wanted you to pull yourself together, rather than looking as you do now." Yu Qinghan's mind couldn't help but picture Zhao Huai's smile and the things he had said before. "Madam, I think you look better when you smile. Since a happy day and an unhappy day are still a day, why not give ourselves a happy smile, don't you agree?" As she thought about it, she couldn't help but fall silent, her nose prickling with emotion. If her husband could see her like this, he would be sad too, wouldn't he? He would want to see her gather herself. Yu Qinghan snapped out of her contemplation, took a deep breath, and asked, "Sect Hierarch, what about the old fiend of Netherworld? I severely injured him, and he escaped. This devil has many avatars, so killing him is difficult. Many people are helpless against him." After a glance at Yu Qinghan, the limitless Taoist priest knew what she was thinking. "He is in a realm above metamorphosis stage, and you are not his match now. I understand, but I have time. If not in a year, then 10 years. If not in 10 years, then 100 years." Yu Qinghan clenched her fists, her phoenix eyes emanating killing intent. "I, Yu Qinghan, swear to kill this devil. Within the Xia's territory. Nanya Prefecture. This place is rich in resources and a land of outstanding people, giving birth to many talented individuals and cultivation geniuses. Located at the center of the south, it is connected to the Grand Canal in the north, bordered by the land of fish and rice in the south, has convenient transportation routes in all directions, waterways to the east, and almost half of the south via the Zhonghui region. Therefore, Nanya Prefecture is among the top cities in the entire south. Even during the founding days of Yan country, Nanya Prefecture was considered to be an accompanying capital. In the Xia country, there are 12 prefectures, 72 states, and thousands of counties. Nanya Prefecture is at the top of the list. The mottled and towering city walls make a grander impression than Jinzhou, and the city gate is guarded by rows of soldiers. There are many wealthy merchants and traders coming and going. Suddenly, a flash of white light flickers on the city gate. A figure lands. This movement catches the attention of the soldiers. "Where am I?" A man in white stood up, removed the mask from his face, and rubbed his head. He glanced at the large characters above his head. "Nanya Prefecture? That sounds familiar." Chapter 182, The Magnificent General Hu Yunjiao, Zhao Huai enters Nanya Prefecture, Yan country's dragon riders welcome the crown prince. At the gate of Nanya Prefecture city. On the official road, there were carriages and horses, people coming and going. Passing by, people stretched their necks out, curiously watching the scene above the city gate. A handsome man in a white robe was surrounded by a group of soldiers. It was Zhao Huai, who had been teleported here by a talisman. "This is an important place at the city gate, retreat." The gatekeeper in a green armor sternly addressed him, his expression serious. As if Zhao Huai had done something terrible. But in fact, Zhao Huai indeed committed a big taboo. Because Nanya Prefecture is a top-rated city in Jiangnan, the importance of maintaining security is the first priority, so entering and leaving the city requires proof of identity. This is similar to the ID card in the later generations, which is equivalent to a proof of residence in Nanya Prefecture. If you don't have proof of identity in Nanya Prefecture, outsiders who want to enter have to be searched and interrogated. It's only after being searched that one can enter, and it's the same as the imperial city of Xia country. The first reason is to prevent demons from entering the city, and the second is to guard against criminals wanted by the imperial court and the sects. Zhao Huai's sudden appearance above the city gate made his identity suspicious, and he looked very much like those unregistered citizens who don't have an ID and want to sneak in without going through the main entrance. Facing the questioning blockade, Zhao Huai felt wronged and said helplessly, "It's all misunderstanding. Could he really say that he was being chased by the devil, and then teleported here? In ordinary people's view, it's a little too absurd." Misunderstanding? I'd like to know, what kind of misunderstanding? The gatekeeper in green armor held his chest and raised his thick eyebrows. He seemed to be rational, but he was actually preparing to arrest and dispose of Zhao Huai. "All you need to know is that I'm not a villain." Zhao Huai scanned the surrounding soldiers and said earnestly. He found that these city guards were not ordinary people, all carefully selected, tall and broad, with a faint killing aura on their faces, obviously having fought on the battlefield and seen bloodshed. Even the commander of this city guard had the cultivation base of refining qi. Despite this, it would be effortless for him to defeat them. But that would lead to more serious consequences. Committing a crime with martial arts is a major crime. Killing ordinary people is a capital crime. You'll be on the blacklist of the local sects, commonly known as the kill list. If the local sects can't solve it, they'll report it to the immortal sect. At this point, the mortal gatekeeper would take action. The old fiend of Netherworld was such a figure, having been on the blacklist for a long time, and hardly anyone could kill him. Zhao Huai didn't want to cause more trouble, so he naturally wouldn't kill anyone. If he remembered correctly, Old Song once said that Nanya Prefecture was where the former forces of Yan country were stationed. It had developed into an underground city of Yan country. As long as he found them, what more trouble could there be? "I apologize." After thinking it through, Zhao Huai said a word, released a burst of spiritual power from his mind, and intimidated them. Soldiers around and the leading commander felt an invisible force drilling into their brains. They felt unbearable headaches and heard a buzzing in their heads. Their bodies were twisted and tilted. Zhao Huai didn't linger, jumping from the city gate, and he disappeared into the crowd with great speed. After a long while, the commanding officer came to his senses, fixed his eyes, and found that the figure in front of him had disappeared, and immediately shouted, "No good, it's a cultivator. Quick, report to the executive officer and the sect guest minister that a cultivator has invaded." Local sects would set up a guest minister in nearby major cities to prevent situations like this from happening. The streets of Nanya Prefecture were much wider than those of Jinzhou, and they could accommodate 3 carriages, with the leftover spiritual fragments from the purified spiritual minds manning the roads, making them smooth and level. Inside a blacksmith's shop on the side of the road, there sat a sturdy man, with sharp eyes, a bear's body and a tiger's back, full of steel beard and strong shoulders full of twisting muscles. Across from him sat a young scholar, with an ink-colored scholar's robe, and a kerchief on his head, smiling. Between the two, there was a set of teacups, emitting steaming steam. "Grandfather asked me to deliver this letter, saying that the general should reorganize the troops in order to cope with the upcoming changes, and this is also the order of the royal crown prince. General, now is the time to tell them the news of the royal crown prince." The scholar wearing the ink-colored robe said so. The brawny man held the white paper in his hand, his face serious as he read the words on it, nodding as he read. "Right now, there are enemies everywhere, and the news of the border wars in Xia country has led to the beheading of a group of leading ministers, causing panic among the people. I wonder how long Xia country can hold on." He lifted his head, with a sharp light in his tiger eyes. "Within half a year, Xia country will inevitably fall apart, with the fire set by the northern alien races. Even if I don't want to see the people suffer, it has to be admitted that it will indeed be a good opportunity for the restoration of Yan country. In order not to expose the news, I haven't told my brothers about the royal crown prince." The brawny man sighed. "If only the royal crown prince were here, it would be perfect. If the royal crown prince could personally come and inspire the morale of our brothers." With a slight smile, the scholar in the ink-colored robe reassured, "General Hu, don't worry, my grandfather said that the royal crown prince has always been here, but because of cultivation reasons, he can't show up for the time being. Give it some time, when Yan country is revived, he will definitely stand in front of us." The scholar was named Song Zishu, the grandson of the former Prime Minister of Yan country, Song Heking. Chapter 183, The Magnificent General Hu Yunjiao. Zhao Huai enters Nanya Prefecture. Yan country's dragon riders welcome the crown prince too. In the year when the Yan country perished, Song Zishu's father, who was a backbone minister at the time, sacrificed himself for the country. As for Song Zishu himself, he fled with his grandfather, traveling southward. Song family was a Confucian aristocratic family, a family of literary grace, and served in the government for 3 generations. Under the influence of his grandfather, Song Zishu harbored deep feelings for the Yan country. At the same time, he also inherited his father's last wish: to overthrow Xia and revive Yan. "I hope so." Although he said so, the burly man's gaze still carried a hint of worry. "What is General Hu worrying about?" Song Zishu noticed the expression on his face and calmly asked. The man before him was none other than the famous general of Yan country, Hu Yunjiao. Over these years, if it weren't for Hu Yunjiao's protection, the former Yan department probably wouldn't have been able to preserve so much strength. They were good at planning and ruling the country, but when it came to leading troops and fighting, they still had to rely on General Hu. During the Battle of Southern Heavenly Chasm, Hu Yunjiao solely commanded 30,000 men and occupied the heavy city, blocking the 300,000-strong army led by the Xia general, forcing the Xia country to use the tactics of borrowing waterways and launching surprise attacks late at night. Even though they eventually lost, it was not the fault of General Hu. It was because the commander of the naval forces at that time was derelict in his duties and mediocre, allowing the Xia country to cross the river and advance to the north. Otherwise, it would have been an unknown whether the entire Xia army could have crossed the river and extinguished the Yan country. Later, it was discovered that the executive officer of the naval forces had bought his way into the position. He was simply a liability to the team. One thing was for sure: General Hu's strength was beyond doubt. Hu Yunjiao picked up the tea, looked at the teacup, and pondered for a moment before saying, 3 years ago, the crown prince was quite wayward, completely disinterested in national affairs, only indulging in enjoyment. At best, he was a mediocrity. However, now, old song says that the crown prince has undergone a transformation and has become extremely composed, like a completely different person. I wonder, can a person truly change in just 3 years? Or is he still the same person he was before? Is the general worrying about whether the crown prince has the determination to support the Yan country? Seeing the other's expression, Song Zishu quickly understood. General Hu was a cautious and meticulous person in nature. It was not surprising that he had such thoughts. Hu Yunjiao nodded and said, "Yes, I am not only responsible for my own life, but also for the tens of thousands of brothers under me. So every move must be carefully considered." When he first received the news of the Yan country's revival, he was understandably excited and overjoyed. However, after calming down and thinking carefully, he wondered if the crown prince's failure to go to Nanya prefecture was a sign of hesitation. Song Heking was wholeheartedly devoted to the country and its people, so his judgment of people might be subjective. As for what kind of person the royal crown prince truly was, it remained to be seen. He was not afraid to die, but he could not relax before knowing the royal crown prince's attitude. Either way, his loyalty to the Yan country had never wavered. Even if the crown prince were still a prodigal, he would devote himself to the cause of the Yan country and fight until old age. After the excitement, what was more important, was bloodshed and sacrifice. It was also important how to make each drop of blood count the most. They should die for a just cause. At this moment, a servant dressed as a waiter ran into the blacksmith's shop. Upon entering, he knelt down and said, "General, a cultivator has rebelled in the city. The executive officer Wang has been defeated and I came to report." Hu Yunjiao raised his thick-bearded head and murmured, "A cultivator? That's not right. Committing a crime with martial arts is a serious crime. Who dares to be so presumptuous? Such incidents rarely happened a few times a year. A cultivator who commits a crime with martial arts would be punished by the sect. Ordinary loose cultivators who want to confront sects are no different from daydreaming. No one was that foolish. Could it be someone sent by the imperial court?" Song Zisha found it strange as well. In other words, the entire Nanya prefecture was the Yan country's territory, all controlling both the underworld and the government. No matter if it was the bandits, the government, or the merchants, the Yan country was in control. Recently, the Xia's new emperor was rectifying the government and conducting a major bloodbath, targeting Nanya prefecture as well. The new emperor was naturally suspicious and temperamental, often sending imperial envoys to secretly investigate various states and counties without giving notice in order not to leave a trail. So it was not ruled out that the Xia country sent people to probe Nanyu. "I'll go check it out," Hu Yunjiao said solemnly, then stretched out his rough hand. A wave of initiation realm chi broke out. An orange magic power flowed through the palm. Next to the fiery furnace, a set of armor slightly trembled. Arm guards, helmets, shoulder pads, breastplates all flew over and assembled on Hu Yunjiao's body. He wore a silver armor with tiger shoulders and a helmet with red tassels. Finally, a dragon-head-long spear. With a ding sound, Hu Yunjiao grabbed it in his hand. The iron plate on the helmet lowered. Assuming a solemn golden tiger face, only a pair of deep, gloomy eyes were left exposed. With a servant leading the way, Hu Yunjiao quickly pushed the door and followed. Central of the Yangzing Street, Nanya Prefecture. At this time, all the common people of this street and the surrounding streets had been dispersed, and not a single person was present on the street. Clip-clop. The intense sound of horseshoes rang out. One after another, bloody strong horses galloped through the streets at breakneck speed. On the horses sat tall and burly sergeants, each dressed in white clothes, wearing a coat of blood-scale jade armor. They were all well equipped. In their hands, they held sharp long spears, with crossbows at their waists and shields hidden in front of their horses. The soldiers encircled the streets. In the center, two people confronted each other. One middle-aged man, wearing blood-scale armor, with a red cape on his back, was obviously a general or someone of similar rank. The other, wearing a white robe, had his hands behind his back, his face calm as usual. Chapter 184, The Magnificent General Hu Yunjiao, Zhao Huai enters Nanya Prefecture, Yan country's dragon riders welcome the Crown Prince III. It was Zhao Huai who had infiltrated the city. He looked at the ever-increasing number of troops flocking around him and was rendered speechless. He had just arrived in the city and wanted to find the base of the Yan Empire's army. Before he could do so, however, he was surrounded. When he and Song Heking parted ways, they left each other with a way to make contact. Was there a password to be given at a specific location? He hadn't even found that location yet, and he was already surrounded. Ever since he entered the city, he was watched. By watched, it meant that he was under the surveillance of hidden guards and other spies. Zhao Huai had excellent senses. Every step he took, someone was watching him. Not just him, they watched others just the same. Every move one made was under scrutiny. The guards were trained professionals. They blended in amongst the common people so well that it was nearly impossible to tell. Zhao Huai realized this shortly after entering the city. Beneath the bustling facade of Nanya Prefecture was a persistent underground force. There was always someone on the defense. Upon reflection, it must be the remnants of the Yan Empire. As a matter of survival, they were always on edge. Compared with his life in Jinzhou, it was like night and day. Zhao Huai looked at the ever-increasing troops around him, each braver than the last, their military formation immaculate. This was an elite force, judging by the weaponry of their time, they were at the pinnacle. In his memory, these seemed to be the men from the Yan Empire's army. There was a powerful army under the Yan Empire called the Dragon Riders of the Yan. Everyone wore a blood-scale jade armor, rode a dragon horse, and followed the strictest discipline and institution that had been around for over 100 years. Though the banner was changed, the appearance could not be mistaken. In other words, the high-ranking officer before him was also from the Yan Empire. Most cultivators would be at a loss when cornered by such a massive army. However, to trap a cultivator of the initiation realm might still present some difficulty. Zhao Huai was torn between laughter and tears when faced with this situation. One didn't know whether to rejoice or lament. The good news was that the core strength of the Yan Empire remained strong. The bad news was that these forces were now against him. With a thought, Zhao Huai said to the middle-aged officer in front of him, "I need to meet your general. If anything goes wrong it will be on your head." The middle-aged other remained unmoved and replied coldly, "What is your status that you qualify to meet the general?" Zhao Huai rubbed his head and sighed. "You are really inflexible. What is your name?" Zhao Huai stared at him, his gaze profound. The middle-aged officer, chest echoing with his voice, announced loudly, "I am the executive officer of Nanya Prefecture's left-wing army. My name is Wang Meng." "Wang Meng, very well. I'll remember you." Zhao Huai nodded his head. Wang Meng furrowed his thick brows and asked, "If you are an imperial envoy from the imperial court, you should show your identity. That would ease our minds, rather than standing here in a deadlock." He had already decided in his heart to kill or bury any imperial envoy alive and pretend not to know anything. Zhao Huai shook his head and said lightly, "I am neither a criminal nor a devil cultivator, nor an imperial envoy from the imperial court." Wang Meng looked puzzled and asked, "So who are you?" Zhao Huai struck a dignified stance, took a step forward, and said nonchalantly, "I am Zhao Huai." "Zhao Huai? Sounds familiar." Wang Meng muttered to himself. Suddenly, he remembered someone. A person who had been dead for a long time. Wang Meng looked at Zhao Huai and asked hesitantly, "You are the crown prince of the Yan Empire?" This news reached the ears of the surrounding dragon riders of the Yan. It immediately stirred a commotion among them. Several Yan military officers looked shocked and began to whisper to each other. "What? This man claims to be the royal crown prince. Is it true?" "I don't know, there's no news about it. The general never said anything. If it's true, the royal crown prince would be too young. I am even older than him." During this discussion amongst the generals, "You're claiming to be the royal crown prince, can you prove it?" A thunderous voice echoed from the end of the street. Zhao Huai looked up. A towering figure with a golden tiger face was slowly approaching. Seeing him, the soldiers of the dragon riders of the Yan all saluted him from their horses with solemn expressions. "Greetings, General! Greetings, General!" Even Wang Meng, who had just shown off confidently, quickly rushed over to bow and say, "Greetings, General!" Hu Yunjiao lightly nodded and turned his meaningful gaze to Zhao Huai. "Words alone are not enough proof. How can you confirm your identity as the prince? If it's just talk, I'm afraid it will not be convincing." Hearing this, Zhao Huai gently smiled. "In that case, I'll not hide it any longer." He pulled out a jade seal engraved with a white dragon from his storage ring. This was not just a jade seal, this was also an ancestral weapon of the Yan Empire. If needed, it could transform into a gem-shaped treasured mirror. But now, it was in the form of a jade seal. Zhao Huai looked at the white jade imperial dragon seal in his hand, which was stamped with red ink. It had 4 characters on it. "Mandated by heaven, blessed with eternal prosperity. The imperial jade seal of Yan is here. His Majesty himself is present, why do you not kneel?" At this moment, Zhao Huai raised the white jade imperial dragon seal high and declared in a loud voice. A terrifying pressure, like a vast sea, erupted from his body. A surge of magic power infused into the dragon seal. An invisible wave of energy emanated from Zhao Huai, spreading out and sweeping in all directions. Roar! The dragon symbolizing the country's fortune rose into the sky, releasing a furious roar. The sound echoed between heaven and earth, continuing to resonate. At this moment, without a hint of hesitation, the great General Hu Yunjiao was the first to kneel and pay his respects. Great Protector General of Yan, Hu Yunjiao, welcomes the Crown Prince. The executive officer of the Left Army, Wang Meng, also kneeled without any reservations, struck his chest with his fist, and solemnly said, Great Yan's rebellion quelling General Wang Meng, welcomes the Crown Prince. Many other officers of the Yan army followed suit. Ning Yuan General Li Zhongxiao, greets the Royal Crown Prince. Loyal Marshal Commander He Rendong, greets the Royal Crown Prince. Sky Battalion's Chen Yi, greets the Royal Crown Prince. Then thousands of Yan's dragon riders wearing the blood-scale jade armor, with respect and fanaticism on their faces, gazed at the terrifying aura emanating from the sky. They then roared from deep within, the dragon riders of Yan greet the Royal Crown Prince. The dragon riders of Yan greet the Royal Crown Prince. The combined voices of everyone sounded like thunder from the sky. Meanwhile, on the northern border of the Xia country, among the hills, within the yellow sand, numerous shadows could be seen. The Iron Slaughter Cavalry, riding black wolves, crossed through mountains and fortresses, heading straight south. In the unseen heights above the Northern Wolf Empire, a shadowy wolf was watching the Xia Empire in the east. The red-eyed golden dragon was facing off the shadowy wolf across the desert. It formed a triangle with the white dragon that appeared in the south. Chapter 185, New Emperor's Fury, Xia Country's Crisis, Husband's Whereabouts, Return to the North in Winter. Imperial Palace of the Xia. Inside and outside of the palace, under the carved beams and painted rafters, there was an eerie silence. The stern-faced imperial guards lined up in 2 rows on either side of the palace gates, extending through the front hall and up to the door of the Golden Dragon Palace. The imperial guards at the door of the Golden Dragon Palace still looked a bit tense. Who knows what they were afraid of? Bastards! My Xia country's 200,000 soldiers can't even hold back the 6,000 wolf cavalry of an alien tribe. An angry shout erupted from within the Golden Dragon Palace. Yu Yunping, the young new emperor, sat on the dragon chair, pointing at the civil and martial ministers below and scolding them. At these words, all the ministers grew silent, like cicadas in the cold. They all remained silent. It was like being scolded by a teacher for not doing your homework properly. Seeing their reaction, Yu Yunping knew that his anger was futile and that there was no point in venting. Defeat was defeat. He considered himself to be a gentle person, but after hearing the news, he couldn't help but curse out. Just an hour ago, news from the north came. The Northern Wolf Empire sent 60,000 wolf cavalry to charge southwards, their forces unstoppable, piercing through the northern army stationed at the border. As Xia's forces were dispersed, they could not organize effective resistance, and the approaching Northern Wolf army broke through one after another. All 12 states of the north, led by Danzhou and Mazhu, were defeated and fell into the hands of the Northern Wolf Empire. Xia completely lost control of these 12 states. 12 states! Yu Yunping's eyes revealed disbelief. After venting his anger, he leaned back against the golden dragon chair, mumbling to himself. Not just a county or 2, but 12 states in all. Do you want me to be an eternal sinner? Yu Yunping clenched his fists, his face ashen. What's worse, with the loss of the 12 states in the north, the Northern Wolf Empire was now just a single pass away from the Xia's capital. If the enemy broke through the pass and moved southward, 800 miles of plain would be wide open for them to advance, their iron cavalry pointed directly at the capital of Xia. Your Majesty, the most important thing right now is to summon the army from all over the country to come to the capital and defend against the approaching foreign army. Below, a minister in a vermilion official robe, holding a tablet, advised. He appeared to be a high-ranking official in the imperial court. Indeed, with the north broken, all that remains is Shanghai Pass. A military officer next to him immediately joined in. If Shanghai Pass were to fall as well, Xia would be truly finished. Thinking about it, Yu Yunping also realized the importance of gathering the army for defense. Issue my decree, call upon the elite generals from the south, the western edge, and Guangzhou to come to the capital for defense, leaving a portion of the troops to garrison the states and counties. Even in such an emergency, he could not leave the army completely empty. He hadn't forgotten that there was still the remnants of Yan country in the south, which he must guard against. The saying goes, to keep the home front safe while repelling foreign enemies. However, despite the clearing out that had been going on for a while, he hadn't found any trace of Yan country's former department. The imperial envoys he had dispatched had visited every state government, but had found no trace of them. Right now, the Northern Wolf Empire's southward advance was like a burning fire attached to their eyebrows. If they can't deal with this crisis, they really might lose their country. How could he, the Emperor of Xia, allow it to perish in its second generation? Xia could not fall in his hands like this. He had ascended to the throne as the second son, after removing his older brother and outlasting his father. He had gained everything he had now, and how could it all be destroyed by a mere alien tribe? Yu Yunping thought of the current situation and couldn't help but think of a person. His little sister, Yu Qinghan. As of now, the Xia imperial court had undergone a drastic change, and one group of civil and military ministers had been replaced by another, but none of them met his expectations. The leading generals in the regions had all been dismissed from their posts by him. On one hand, it was to prevent them from rebelling. On the other hand, compared to his little sister, all these people were truly a group of mediocrities. No matter what, Yu Qinghan had been the founding general of Xia and the god of army at that time. If his little sister were still alive, she might have easily resolved the situation in the face of the impending alien threat, right? But back then, when the capital was in chaos, the white-robed ghost face had been too treacherous, leaving him no time to attend to his sister in the dungeon. As a result, a fire had later erupted in the dungeon. His sister, who had been sealed off from her cultivation, had died there as well. He had seen her charred corpse with his own eyes. Not long ago, he sent someone to Jinzhou, where the once bustling area was now empty. Logically, he should have been relieved, but somehow, he always felt that Yu Qinghan was not dead. He didn't believe that a mere fire could burn her to death. Maybe she was still alive and well? Your Majesty, for this battle, we must make thorough preparations. In addition to summoning the army for defense, we can also choose a secondary capital in the south in case we are defeated and need a fallback. A civil official in a green robe carefully advised, his eyes darting as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Yu Yunping's eyes became extremely dark, and he shouted in anger. Guards! Drag him away and execute him! As he spoke, the tall imperial guard by the door immediately walked in. Your Majesty! I deserve to die, I was wrong. Your Majesty! The green-robed civil official's face changed drastically, and he quickly admitted his mistake, his voice trembling with fear. The surrounding ministers also followed suit, pleading one after another. Your Majesty, Minister Chen's words are indeed inappropriate, but he speaks out of concern for you. Yes, just spare him. Stripping him of his rank and position is punishment enough, but his crime doesn't warrant death. Don't let the people of the world laugh at us if this gets out. Yu Yunping remained unmoved, his voice cold. Considering retreat before even fighting, this is your way of being an official for me. Glaring at the imperial guard, he barked. What are you waiting for? Execute him. The tall imperial guard took the order, and his iron hands, like pliers, held the green-robed civil official's left and right hands, dragging him out of the palace. Chapter 186, the new emperor's fury, the crisis of the Great Xia, the whereabouts of the husband, returning north in winter too. Your Majesty! Spare me! The voice got softer and softer, until it was completely unheard. All the civil and military ministers were trembling in fear, daring not to speak recklessly. Who knew if the next one would be themselves? Yu Yunping looked at the ministers in the main hall, his face expressionless, saying, "The emperor guards the state, and the king dies for his people. How can there be any room for retreat in this war? Any opportunists, any talk of retreat or discussing what comes after, will all be sentenced to death." Yes. The ministers shivered, all helpless. Serving the emperor was like serving a tiger, it must certainly feel like this. The new emperor's suspicious and unpredictable temperament was well known by all. Even the palace maids who served him daily, if they made a small mistake, they would be scolded and beaten. Basically, no one could truly gain the new emperor's trust. Actually, this also had to do with the way he ascended to the throne. Yu Yunping himself ascended to the throne through manipulative tactics, so his guard against the people around him was much higher than others. Therefore, he was overly suspicious of everything around him. During crucial moments, this symptom became even more apparent. He was always worried that someone wanted to harm him. No doubt, this was also part of the reason for the defeat of the Northern Army. Originally, the rotation of the military was once a year. To prevent officers from infiltrating among the soldiers, causing the soldiers to only follow the general's orders. In the hands of Yu Yunping, it became a change every half year. Half a year, it was simply too short. Because the time was too short, it resulted in a situation. The soldiers didn't know their generals, and the generals didn't know their soldiers. Both sides did not understand each other. The coordination during the march was simply disastrous. Even the most elite troops, under bad command, could only be defeated. Under this circumstance, the Northern Army could not form any effective resistance. Faced with the fully prepared lightning attack of the Northern Wolf Empire, they could only retreat step by step. Zhao Huai's pawnshop. At this time, the pawnshop had turned into a funeral hall. A coffin as black as lacquer was placed in the middle. During the day, many common people came to pay their respects. Lots of them talked about the deeds of the pawnshop owner, telling the children about the good deeds that the shopkeeper had done over the years. Those who came in naturally saw a beautiful lady in a simple white hemp dress, sitting next to the coffin. Attracted a lot of attention and discussion. Who is she? Judging by her dress, she is probably a member of the shopkeeper's family. Ah, such a pity, she has become a widow at such a young age. Ignoring the gossip, the beautiful lady paid no heed. At late night, when she was the only one left by the side, apart from her, there was also a white-haired mynah bird. It seemed that it hadn't seen its master for a few days. It seemed to understand something. It hadn't spoken for a few days. It just stood on the beam of the house, guarding the coffin. Yu Qinghan guarded from day till night. It was just that the gentleness in her eyes was moving. At late night, a woman who looked like a young girl stood outside the door, looking at the coffin, and there were tears in her eyes. "Sister, it's time to go." Pei Xiangyun couldn't bear it in her heart, but she still gave a reminder. Who knew when, outside the pawnshop's door, there was already a line of soldiers. Every one of them stood at the door. There was no noise. They were all waiting for the person inside the house. The atmosphere was solemn. After an unknown amount of time, inside Huai's pawnshop, Yu Qinghan finally stood up. She lovingly looked at the belongings inside the pawnshop, the kitchen she had used, the bed she had slept in, the garden she had watered. Life is so unpredictable, and we are like swans stepping on icy mud. The white-haired mynah bird fluttered and landed on Yu Qinghan's shoulder, speaking in human's language. The bird was with Zhao Huai for so long, apart from swearing, it had also learned many ancient poems. "Sister, it's snowing." Accompanying Pei Xiangyun's exclamation, Yu Qinghan looked towards the street outside. Feather-like snowflakes were falling sporadically from the sky and then fluttered about under the weak night lights. Floating leisurely and unhurriedly, nobody knew when they would finally land. When she first came here, it was spring. Now, it was already winter. Looking back, it had been almost a year. It had actually been that long. Yu Qinghan couldn't help but think. One plump and one thin monk who had been standing outside the door came to her side. They put their hands together for a prayer, and took a look at the coffin inside. It was undeniable that the Buddha bodies of monks Kang Long and Fu Hu warranted their reputation. Even after encountering the old fiend of Netherworld's tactics, they could recover this quickly. A few days later, they were like unharmed, with only skin-deep injuries, nothing fundamental. Monk Fu Hu examined for a while, his shining immaculate Buddha eyes seemed to see something. He was the first to say, "Amitabha, Your Highness does not need to be sad, your loved one might not truly be dead." "Master, why do you have to jest with me?" Yu Qinghan spoke faintly, there was a sense of desolation in her tone. She thought that Monk Fu Hu was just consoling her. Monk Fu Hu shook his head, explaining, "I am not lying. This corpse has been dead for a long time, but it's not because of the old fiend of Netherworld's possession. There's no injury on his body, he died due to the exhaustion of his life essence, not the style of the old fiend of Netherworld. So, it's very likely, that by the time the old fiend of Netherworld made his move, the owner of this body was already dead." Listening to this explanation, Yu Qinghan's gaze immediately switched over. A glimmer of light was revealed in her phoenix eyes, full of hope, she said. "Did the master really not deceive me? Amitabha, a monk like me does not speak false words." Monk Fu Hu gave his answer. "Your husband might not be dead, maybe, he's just hiding." Hearing this explanation, hope ignited in Yu Qinghan's heart once again. Chapter 187, The New Emperor's Fury, The Crisis of Xia Country, The Whereabouts of the Husband, Returning North in Winter 3. Pei Xiangyun felt the same way. She thought about the conversation she had overheard between her brother-in-law and the mysterious doctor. They had repeatedly mentioned the ordinary world. Perhaps her brother-in-law was a disciple of a powerful sect. After all, his background and aptitude were not low. She was immediately filled with optimism. "That's right, sister, didn't I tell you? My brother-in-law's identity has always been mysterious, and we couldn't find any information about him. He might have only been feigning death instead of actually dying. His cultivation is so high, he might be a disciple of a great sect." Yu Qinghan nodded, thinking that Pei Xiangyun's theory made sense. Her husband had never discussed his past in detail. But he had talked extensively about new and interesting experiences and inventions. No matter how she looked at it, her husband didn't seem like an ordinary person. Perhaps he also had some mission to accomplish. Just like herself. With that thought, Yu Qinghan's mood improved considerably. It is hope that gives people the motivation to continue living. Otherwise, they would be no different from walking corpses. Unknowingly, the snow had grown an inch thick. Yu Qinghan stepped on the snow and looked at the perfectly positioned Changning Imperial Army, standing as immovable as a mountain range. A wave of hot blood surged from the bottom of her heart. It was as if she had returned to the battlefield 3 years earlier. All the floating duckweeds return to the vast sea, and people meet again in life. "My immaculate Buddha eye tells me that you and him will cross paths again," said Monk Fu Hu, watching the change in Yu Qinghan's demeanor, knowing she had regained her spirit. Having studied under the school of the Buddha of the future, Monk Fu Hut's immaculate Buddha eye could perceive future events, hence his statement. Yu Qinghan, gazing at the falling snow and the dark sky above her with her phoenix-like eyes, murmured softly, "I hope such a day will come." At the same time, thousands of miles away in Nanya Prefecture, in a grand manner, inside a bedroom. When thoughts of someone arise, a response must echo back. Zhao Huai sniffed the fragrant sachet he had sewn himself. As memories stirred within him, he looked outside the window. Only the motionless soldiers stationed at the gate were seen. He then took out the golden bronze coin, surprised by its appearance. "Why?" Zhao Huai couldn't help but mumble. At this moment, the divination result brought by the bronze coin had already changed to fortune. This time, he didn't quite understand the key to the divination. However, the crisis had been resolved. But who had resolved the crisis posed by the old fiend of the netherworld? As the north wind blew south and the southern geese needed to return north, what did this have to do with what he had done? Zhao Huai didn't understand, but a purple light burst forth. This time, the purple light transformed into the illusion of a sage, wielding a sharp sword that pierced his mind. He didn't know what great destiny this was. Knock knock. Just as Zhao Huai was about to check out his new destiny, someone knocked on the door. He had no choice but to get up and open it. "Young master," said a graceful silver-haired beauty standing at the doorstep. "It's you." If not for her distinctive silver hair, Zhao Huai might have mistaken her for someone else. The visitor was none other than the late-arriving Yan Nanyu. Zhao Huai shook his head, and seeing this, Yan Nanyu entered the room. "You managed to find me here." With her usual expressionless face, Yan Nanyu explained, "I've been in contact with Old Song. That's how I found out you'd come to Nanyu Prefecture. It seems that Fairy Yu Qing's heart is still attached to this place." Zhao Huai quickly asked, "How is the fairy doing?" He still owed a lot to exquisite Fairy Chu Yuking, who had used such an important teleportation talisman to save him. "Don't worry, young master. She's doing well." The palace master of the exquisite palace arrived in time, and the devil cultivator in the rebirth realm has been killed, said Yan Nanyu with a faint smile. "That's good." As Zhao Huai let out a sigh of relief, Yan Nanyu saw the sachet in his hand. Her eyes sparkled, her thoughts stirred. As if she understood something. "Young master seems to be unhappy here." Zhao Huai gave a wry smile. "Indeed, the feeling of being treated like royalty is hard to get used to." "So, young master wants to leave?" inquired Yan Nanyu thoughtfully. Zhao Huai stared at her. He was surprised that Yan Nanyu could see through his thoughts so easily. Indeed, he intended to return to Jinzhou, primarily because he couldn't bear to leave his wife behind. Yan Nanyu spoke earnestly, "Now that a great opportunity has presented itself for Yan country, I'm afraid, young master, you won't be able to leave so easily." "What opportunity?" Zhao Huai's eyebrows furrowed slightly as he questioned. Yan Nanyu's gem-like eyes were solemn as she slowly said, "Has young master heard of the story of the missing princess of Xia country?" Chapter 188, The Mystery of the Princess, Great Change of Destiny, Sword Master, Innate Dominance Body. Princess of the Xia? Zhao Huai unconsciously paused when he heard this and shook his head. When was there a princess in the Nia? "I've never heard of her." Yan Nanyu's face was quite indifferent, her eyelids not betraying any emotion as she said, "It's normal for the young master not to know. After the first emperor of the Xia established the country, this princess was expelled from the capital, and all her deeds were erased, intentionally hidden." "Oh? Why?" Zhao Huai couldn't help but be curious after hearing this. What kind of extraordinary woman could cause the emperor of the Xia to act so aggressively? Yan Nanyu explained, "There are rumors among the people that this princess is ugly, cold-blooded, and extremely cruel, like a female demon. She kills without batting an eye. There are also those who claim that she once led an army to slaughter more than 100,000 soldiers without blinking, and that her elder brothers were all afraid of her. I cannot confirm the truth of these rumors, but it is certain that this princess of the Xia contributed greatly to the founding of the country, taking a significant share of the credit. It was precisely because of this that she overshadowed her ruler, making the first emperor of the Xia apprehensive, which resulted in her being hidden away. Years later, her whereabouts remained unknown. Some speculated that she was dead, others that she was merely hiding among the people, living a normal life." Zhao Huai frowned when he heard this and said, "What does this have to do with the Yan?" Yan Nanyu calmly replied, "Of course, it's related. I can now tell the young master that the princess is not dead." Upon receiving this information, Zhao Huai quickly grasped the key point and pondered. You mean if this princess is alive, she poses a threat to the Yan? Exactly. Yin Nanyu nodded, came to Zhao Huai's side, and pointed to the dead tree by the window. As the new emperor now faces the onslaught of the northern ethnic groups, the Xia, weakened by military cuts, can hardly hold on. Their defeat is only a matter of time. Once the Xia is defeated, it's the young master's opportunity. New shoots will always sprout, and the restoration of the Yan is just around the corner. But if this princess is alive, it would renew the destiny of the Xia, and her tremendous prestige would stabilize the situation, which would be extremely unfavorable for the Yan. After listening, Zhao Huai stroked his chin and began to think carefully. Even he hadn't anticipated the current great opportunity for the Yan. With the northern ethnic groups moving south, the Xia had yet to recover from the famine resulting from the great drought this year. Yan's influence was in the south, facing the capital from afar, with enough energy and time to launch a rebellion. It could be said that the timing and geographical advantages were in their favor. As for the support of the people, he didn't think it was something to worry about. If the Yan waved the banner of restoration at that time, the prominent families and cultivators would most likely lend their support amidst the collapsing Xia. Even the common people would have no choice but to rely on the Yan in such circumstances. However, this opportunity could only be seized in the aftermath of shattered lands and the suffering of the mortal world. With this in mind, Zhao Huai couldn't help but feel helpless. He understood that this was a necessary course of action. He hadn't forgotten the 3-year agreement with the immortal sect. The Yan carried the hopes of countless people, whether he was willing or not. This trend was already pushing him forward. Where did you get the information about this princess? After pondering for a while, Zhao Huai couldn't help but feel curious. Yin Nanyu calmly replied, I have quite a few friends in the sect who told me about the big moves within the immortal sect. It's now known that the exquisite palace and the eternal Taoist temple are on the young master's side. Meanwhile, Little Lingyan temple has also made its stance clear. The abbot has sent his beloved disciple down the mountain, which indicates they've found a suitable candidate. Given the character of the Xia's new emperor, the support of the immortal sect seems unlikely. The only explanation would be the existence of the last bloodline of the Xia. Yin Nanyu thought for a moment and added. Although the limitless immortal sect remains neutral, their overall attitude leans toward the side of the Xia. The current situation as a whole still favors the young master's side. After analyzing the situation, Zhao Huai was amazed by Yin Nanyu's logical thinking. This woman was so clever. Even more clever than he had imagined. Have you told Old Song and the others about this information? Zhao Huai thought for a moment and asked. Not yet. The moment I arrived in Nanyu Prefecture, I came to see the young master. Then we have to inform Old Song and the others, and I think we should have a meeting. Since we've decided to take action, a meeting is necessary. Watching Zhao Huai's side face, Yin Nanyu believed their plan was progressing smoothly. Not long ago, she received a message from the Crow Master. In light of the Raven sect's previous encounters, the Crow Master sent a group of highly skilled assistants, including the 4 protectors of the Raven, each of them unfathomable experts. Considering their involvement, she felt more confident about their plan to devour the national fortune. Earlier, Zhao Huai had used her crow charm to create a substitute body, which was a test. The Raven Soul Talisman. The target needed to provide a trace of spiritual power, and the caster would use the power of the crow immortal to attach their consciousness to a dead object, allowing them to employ the substitution skill. It could only be maintained for half an hour. Yin Nanyu had tried it then. When Zhao Huai's body was unconscious, she cast a spell on him and performed a ceremony. However, Zhao Huai was protected by the national fortune, with flowing qi added to his body. Demons and monsters, spirits and fiends couldn't get close to him. Even the Crow Immortal's baptism ceremony was ineffective, leaving no impact on him, so she had to resort to another method. Chapter 189, The Mystery of the Princess, Great Change of Destiny, Sword Skill Grandmaster, Innate Dominance Body 2. The souls intertwined. Besides the primordial spirit, the aggregated spiritual power of the soul is also the source of human consciousness, which includes the subconscious. As long as she marks her imprint on the soul deep within his mind, even national fortune can't stop her. But there is a prerequisite for this method. That is, the two people must have a mutual understanding of each other's intentions. In other words, Zhao Huai must voluntarily open his mind, and then she will release her soul as well. Only in this way can the souls intertwine. Looking at it this way, it is quite difficult. Firstly, Zhao Huai must trust her enough. She has done her best during this time, giving advice, using believers from all over the place to gather information, and finally got news about the immortal sect. This influence was subtle. She just needed to find a way. Given time, she would surely make Zhao Huai obey her. Yin Nanya was deep in thought when a large hand suddenly appeared in front of her eyes, shaking her back to reality. Miss Yin, what are you thinking about? What I just said shouldn't be a problem, right? Well, there's no problem. Tomorrow we will have a meeting with everyone, including General Hu, Old Song, the former department of Yan country, and others. Zhao Huai looked at the serious Yin Nanya and smiled, thank you for your hard work. We are all family now, so it's not suitable to keep calling you Miss. From now on, I'll call you Zionin, how about it? Zionin. Yin Nanya muttered the name, and a rare, shallow smile appeared on her cold face. That's fine, a name is just a title. You can call me whatever you like, young master. Zhao Huai laughed at her reply. It really suited Yin Nanya's character. Through their initial interactions, he had gained some insight into her personality. She was very diligent and capable, but her temperament was somewhat cold and casual. That casualness appeared in many aspects, other than serious matters, including how she saw herself. He couldn't specifically describe the feeling. I'll leave now. Having finished explaining the tasks, Yin Nanya quickly excused herself. After that, Zhao Huai finally had time to inspect the newly acquired destiny. It was another Supreme Purple Heaven grade destiny. He had escaped the old fiend of the netherworld using the substitution skill, and at that time, the divination result was misfortune. However, he later realized that he had unknowingly turned disaster into fortune. Zhao Huai examined his destiny in his mind. There was a purple destiny sword shadow, extremely oppressive. The light faded, and he took a closer look. Sword skill Grandmaster, top tier of the heavenly grade. If the world didn't give birth to this extraordinary talent, the history of swordsmanship would be like an eternal night. A once-in-a-thousand-year swordsmanship aptitude, cultivating sword skills at an extremely fast speed, possessing a free-moving sword heart, displaying endless changes in sword techniques, having an extraordinary understanding of all things, self-proclaiming as a school, easily creating sword techniques, with a clear state of mind, living only to cultivate sword skills, breaking free from the shackles of swordsmanship. All things eventually return to one. After reading the introduction of the destiny, Zhao Huai understood. This was a completely all-encompassing sword skill destiny. It merged all the previous destinies like sword skill genius, crystal clear sword heart, stable Taoist mind, and others into one, making it even more powerful than before. Without much hesitation, Zhao Huai decided to merge this destiny. Ding! A gentle hum of the sword echoed in his mind. The sword skill Grandmaster was the ultimate destiny for enhancing sword skills. After merging, Zhao Huai immediately felt an earth-shattering change. At first, a huge amount of swordsmanship knowledge and insights poured into his mind, causing a splitting headache. These insights condensed many problems and methods in swordsmanship, just waiting for him to absorb them. At the same time, a powerful sword aura swept around him. A golden shadow appeared behind him. With a sharp sword in hand, the sword intention on that figure's body was as vast as the ocean. After the golden sun and the heavenly dragon phenomena, he had another swordsmanship phenomenon. The sword saint phenomenon. The next second, Zhao Huai's mind became extremely clear, and his headache disappeared. All the swordsmanship insights had become part of his memory, forming a precious treasury. In an instant, there was a sharp sword radiance in his eyes, incredibly sharp. Within the time of half an incense stick burning, his understanding of sword intention had reached a new level. There are 5 realms in swordsmanship. He had just broken through to the 3rd realm. Manifesting sword intention. With the help of the destiny, he had made substantial progress in the 3rd realm. This gave him more confidence in reaching the 4th realm, entering sainthood. A sword saint who transcends the ordinary can seal a country and dominate a state, possessing the ability to open the gates of heaven with a single sword. At present, it was still too early for him. Zhao Huai looked at the numerous destinies in his mind. He couldn't help but fall into contemplation. Now that he had sword skill Grandmaster, which encompassed every aspect, it made many of his previous sword skill destinies lose their original functionality. It would be better to use this time to disintegrate some of the less useful destinies and improve some more powerful ones. Having experienced the terrifying oppression of the old fiend of the netherworld, he now understood one principle. Being proficient in one thing was better than being a jack of all trades. Having too many destinies would slow down the speed of enhancing his strength. With insufficient strength, he would be taken advantage of by others. Many of his current destinies had become of little use as his cultivation increased. It was necessary to improve the quality of his destinies. Now, he had 4 heavenly grade destinies, including Sword Skill Grandmaster, which were untouchable. Other than that, he had 5 earth grade destinies, Lucky Strike, Demon Seeing Eye, Slaying Demon, Sword Cultivator, and 1000-Mile Lone Rider. Each earth grade destiny was very practical. For now, they couldn't be moved, as they still had a significant effect on him. Chapter 190, The Mystery of the Princess, Destiny's Great Blood Exchange, Sword Skill Grandmaster, Innate Dominant Physique J. He could only focus on the Xian and Yellow grades. First and foremost, Sword Skill Genius and Crystal Clear Sword Heart must be dismantled. Their usefulness is far overshadowed by Sword Skill Grandmaster. Next is Stable Taoist Mind, maintaining a clear state of mind. Now that he has the protection of 3 flowers gathering at the top and the crystal clear sword heart brought by Sword Skill Grandmaster, the attribute of wholeheartedly pursuing the path can also prevent the erosion of inner demons, making stable Taoist mind obsolete. He must find a destiny that can improve his self-preservation ability. Zhao Huai quickly set his sights on refining bones into jade. This is a destiny that enhances the strength of the flesh body, making his bones as hard as spiritual jade. But now that he has reached the late initiation stage and faces the powers of the Golden Core realm, even spiritual jade would be shattered in the blink of an eye. Why not just upgrade it instead? A powerful flesh body is also one of the keys to survival. Having thought it through, 3 blue Xian grade destinies turn into light spots and infuse into refining bones into jade. The more destinies absorbed, the stronger the transformation of destiny will be. He was quite looking forward to it. The orange light shone brightly. Big words appeared. Innate Dominant Physique, Superior Earth Grade, possessing the blood of a dominator, it can serve as a great medicine, has the ability to continue life and heal, and the flesh and blood reach the ultimate level, comparable to the Demon King who excels in flesh, with extremely strong recovery ability. Seeing this destiny, Zhao Huai's eyes lit up. Innate Dominant Physique, excelling in flesh, could actually be compared to a Golden Core Demon King? And it's a Demon King who specializes in flesh. In his impression, demons with strong flesh bodies are often the best among the Demon Kings. What he looked forward to most was the extremely strong recovery ability. Almost without hesitation, Zhao Huai immediately fused this destiny. The moment of fusion, he heard the sound of his bones clicking sounds all over his body. There was a continuous crackling noise. At the same time, a golden chi and blood surged from his limbs and bones. Even his pupils contained a hint of golden light. He stretched out a finger and drew it across his arm. A 10-centimeter long wound appeared. The blood that flowed out even had some golden, translucent appearance. But in just a moment, the wound healed. At this time, Zhao Huai's body exuded a sense of power, coming from the oppressive feeling of a powerful flesh body. Having seen the benefits, he shifted his gaze to diligent reader again. 3 flowers gathering at the top can greatly increase the speed of cultivation, so as a previous substitute destiny, diligent reader should retire now. At the same time, there are some idle low-grade destinies. Quick mover and observant of words and expressions are yellow grades, while listening to music is human grade. This time, the destiny he aimed to upgrade was Trace Origins. Trace Origins had been with him for quite some time. It can trace the source of events and see part of the misfortune and fortune. But its limitations are also obvious, as it is only partial and not complete. To be honest, he wanted to upgrade this destiny to Earth grade. Because he felt that Trace Origins could see things which he couldn't normally see, making it extremely useful. At critical times, it could save his life. But unfortunately, there just wasn't enough destiny left. Normally, to upgrade the grade of a destiny, at least 2 destinies of the same grade are needed. In order for Trace Origins to be upgraded to Earth grade, 2 yellow and 2 Xian grade destinies are required. Listening to music is only of human grade, definitely not enough. Now, he was still lacking 1 Xian grade destiny. He glanced at his remaining Xian grade destinies, and only Spiritual Wood's Friend and Posing as Pig-Eating Tiger were left. Spiritual Wood's Friend enhances the effectiveness of Panacea, while Posing as Pig-Eating Tiger makes ordinary cultivators unable to see his cultivation. Having to choose one, it was really a tough decision. He gritted his teeth, eventually deciding to dismantle Spiritual Wood's Friend. After mulling it over, he felt that having additional life-saving methods was more important. He decided to take a gamble. He dismantled several destinies and infused them all into Trace Origins. The orange light flickered. Large words emerged immediately. Divination Master, Superior Earth Grade. Through facial features, you can see the fortune and misfortune of other people, including flowing qi, feng shui, fortune, destiny, and so on. Chapter 191, Ancient Divination Skill, 4 Raven Guardians, Mystery of Ancestral Artifacts. Divination Master. Zhao Huai couldn't help but be overjoyed upon seeing this destiny. As for divination masters, he had naturally heard of them. It was a rare profession that had mastered the ancient divination skill. Even rarer than a first-class alchemist or a talisman master. The classics record that the founder of Daoism in ancient times summarized a method of observing the sky and qi, known as divination skill. Divination skill, one of many lost magical powers, can observe heavenly phenomenons, detect people's misfortunes, and when cultivated to the extreme, transcending to the level of sanctity, can even change fate. Intolerable by the heavenly power. But he just didn't know if this destiny could bring him similar effects. With an expectant heart, Zhao Huai merged the destiny of the divination master. After the fusion, he felt as if there were strands of qi smoke rising in front of his eyes. The qi smoke could extend out of the window. Zhao Huai's gaze followed the qi smoke, and he soon found the soldiers standing at the entrance. "Greetings, Your Highness." Upon seeing Zhao Huai coming out, the soldiers immediately bowed, their eyes filled with a hint of reverence. They were all sergeants under the banner of Yan country, loyally following General Hu until now. "Ah, there's no need for such formalities, I'm just taking a look around." As Zhao Huai nodded, he looked at their faces and observed them closely. Qi smoke floated on their faces, forming mist with colors. Both of their faces were coated with a faint golden mist. It was more like specks of light than mist since the mist was really thin. What does the golden color usually represent? It should be a good thing, right? Glory and riches? Hitting big luck? Zhao Huai couldn't help but think. "Your Highness, what's wrong? Your Highness, what's wrong?" Both soldiers felt strange, not understanding why the Crown Prince suddenly looked at them this way. Could it be that the Crown Prince is? "No problem, I just wanted to check on you and found out that you are doing quite well," the future looks promising. Zhao Huai smiled and said. Yes. Both soldiers shouted excitedly. Being praised by the royal crown prince was undoubtedly a great honor. With that praise, Zhao Huai found that the golden qi smoke became a bit denser and more abundant. Is it changing in real time? Zhao Huai was secretly surprised. After thinking for a moment, he roughly understood that the golden qi smoke represented good fortune. It might be related to the current fortune of Yan country. These soldiers were all generals of the Yan country, and if Yan ever restored its national glory in the future, they would undoubtedly be the first batch of meritorious officials. So it would be normal for them to have good fortune in the future. After understanding this, Zhao Huai moved into the manor. He wandered around, trying to figure out the new destiny. Suddenly, he saw green qi smoke on a thin, small-framed soldier who was patrolling. In the next second, the soldier sneezed. He immediately understood that the green qi smoke represented illness and physical condition. It became more and more interesting. He found this divination skill quite fun. Greetings, Your Highness. Greetings, Your Highness. Zhao Huai walked out of the manor and arrived at the entrance of the mansion, where the passing soldiers greeted him one after another. He responded to each of them in turn. After going around, he found that the condition of the soldiers was more or less the same. Most of them were in good health, and they lived quite happily in Nanyu Prefecture. So they all showed a good side. Preemptively exploring the usage of divination skill, Zhao Huai decided to go into the city. He found that the colors of the qi smoke on the streets were more diverse. There were gray, pink, purple, yellow. Gray represented bad luck, as he saw a farmer with a small cart on the road whose bag of grass spilled on the ground. Pink appeared among the couples at the roadside stalls, symbolizing love. As for purple, he could only conclude that it represented high status for now because an extravagantly dressed young master rode a horse past him, looking remarkably distinguished. People with great power often wear purple. He couldn't tell what yellow meant for now. Right now, white and gray were the most common colors. White represented normalcy, indicating that nothing happened recently. Gray meant that there were quite a few unlucky people. Through the divination skill, he could also see the difference between ordinary people and cultivators. Occasionally, he could see a few strong and energetic people, distinguished from ordinary people around them, with very dense white qi smoke on their bodies, indicating that they had entered the realm of cultivation. At the same time, Zhao Huai discovered that one person's face could show various colors, not just one. For example, he just saw a man walking by with both green and gray colors. This meant that he had encountered illness, and his body was not in good condition, which would lead to bad luck later on. Upon further thought, there was a significant connection, adhering to the law of cause and effect. Not only can divination masters see good and bad fortune, but they can also see flowing qi. There should be more uses for it. Could it be that I haven't found the correct usage yet? Zhao Huai muttered to himself. Although this destiny was practical, he felt it couldn't reach the strength he expected. If it could change fate and suppress a clan's qi fortune as the ancient classics said, it would hardly be realistic. There must be deeper uses. However, he hadn't discovered them so far. Having roughly figured out the colors of the qi smoke seen under the divination master destiny, Zhao Huai returned to the manor. On the way, he ran into a familiar face. Gorgeous silver hair, even under a loose bamboo hat and robe, her graceful figure could not be concealed. It was Yin Nanyu, who was about to go out. Seeing her, Zhao Huai's eyes suddenly narrowed. It was not because of her beauty, but because he saw a wisp of red color. Chapter 192, Ancient QJ Observing Technique, 4 Great Protectors of Raven, Mystery of Ancestral Artifact 2. Scarlet, Blood Red. What does the color red represent? Could it be the calamity of bloodshed? As a capable general of the Great Yan, how could she encounter the calamity of bloodshed? Even the ordinary soldiers have a faint golden flowing qi. Zhao Huai was somewhat confused for a moment. Yin Nanya found it strange that he kept staring at her. After leaving Zhao Huai, she informed Old Song of her plan to hold a meeting. Then, she wanted to contact the members of the Raven sect in Nanya Prefecture to discuss some major events for welcoming the upcoming arrival of several protectors. As she walked in the courtyard, she saw Zhao Huai. "Young master, is there something you need?" Her beautiful eyes revealed confusion, and she couldn't help but ask. She had never seen Zhao Huai looking at her with such hesitance. Could it be that young master Zhao was attracted to her, wanting her to be the crown prince's wife? At this thought, a faint joy inexplicably emerged in Yin Nanya's heart. Even she didn't know why it happened. Perhaps it was because she had been following Zhao Huai for some time, but he had never shown any reaction to her. Now, seeing a trace of interest, she felt a sense of gratification. Zhao Huai looked at the silver-haired beauty before him, pondering how to start the conversation, without revealing that he could read the qi. He thought about what to say and spoke with seriousness. "Little Nan, you seem to be in a hurry. Have you encountered any trouble recently?" "No, this is my first time in Nanya Prefecture. I want to inquire about the situation of the aristocratic families and gentry around here to prepare for tomorrow's meeting." Yin Nanya found an excuse to say. Zhao Huai nodded, hesitated for a moment, and finally decided to reveal his concern. "I feel that your complexion today is not very good, as if you might face a calamity of bloodshed. Be cautious." Upon hearing this, Yin Nanya was visibly taken aback, not knowing why Zhao Huai suddenly made such a comment. For a moment, her heart was somewhat disappointed. "Thank you for your concern, young master." She couldn't say much more and, in the awkward atmosphere, could only quietly nod her head. "You go ahead and get busy," Zhao Huai said, and then left. Yin Nanya watched him leave and pondered for a moment. But she still couldn't figure out the reason, so she shook her head and stopped thinking about it. Then she stepped out of the mansion's gate. Yin Nanya followed the streets of Nanya Prefecture and came to a deserted alley. Standing in front of the door, she extended her jade hand, and a faint blue light flickered in her palm. The next second, a corresponding blue symbol emerged on the door. After these operations, Yin Nanya opened the door and walked in. The sect members guarding the entrance bowed their heads. "Respected Saintess." Yin Nanya reacted indifferently, just nodding her head, and then asked, "Where are the protectors?" "All of them are sitting inside." "How long have they been here?" "For a while now, all waiting for the Saintess's news," Yin Nanya's subordinates reported. Yin Nanya entered the room, where many sect members respectfully crouched on one side, and 4 powerful cultivators sat at the table. Among the 4, the leading blind old man had his eyes covered with black cloth and held a crow-headed cane in his hand. His cultivation seemed unfathomably deep, and sitting there alone gave off an oppressive aura. The remaining 3 were 2 men and 1 woman. A dark-skinned strong man, a thin man with crossed swords behind him. The last woman had a long whip around her waist, dressed in red, and had a long ponytail, looking very capable. However, they were still formidable. Once they took their stand among the 3, the surrounding spiritual qi spontaneously flowed and was absorbed. "It's been a long time, respected Saintess." The dark-skinned strong man took the initiative to speak up, laughing heartily. "It's been 3 years, and I never thought there would be a day when we would come to Central State Country." The woman in red laughed lightly. "What news did you all bring this time?" Yin Nanya had no time for small talk and went straight to the point. The blind old man stood up and said indifferently, "The Crow Master is very clear about your every move in these 3 years. He can understand but not forgive. He once had great trust in you, giving you the best Crow bloodline. But now, you have not yielded much results. An oppressive force came." Yin Nanya's expression remained unchanged as she calmly asked, "Did you come to question me?" "Of course not. In order to swallow the national fortune of the Central State Country, the Crow Master said it would take a lot of manpower and resources, so we can't wait any longer. That's why we were sent to accelerate the progress of the national fortune plan. And also, we brought a big gift. The blind old man stood up, leaning on his cane. Oh! Yin Nanyu's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. Even if the plan of the Raven sect had failed, she would not worry. As long as the Lord Crow Immortal continued to protect her, even the Crow Master could not do anything to her. She was the chosen one of the Lord Crow Immortal. From another perspective, the Holy Maiden of the Raven sect and the Crow Master were both servants of the Crow Immortal. The blind old man raised his cane and pointed it at Yin Nanyu's chest. A surge of rebirth realm energy erupted. An endless stream of power was infused into Yin Nanyu's body through the cane, making her entire body seem to be enveloped in a layer of frost. A glint of dark blue light flashed in Yin Nanyu's gemstone-like eyes. The next second, her realm suddenly soared. From the earlier initiation stage, it jumped directly to the late initiation stage. Her pupils changed towards a deep blue color. Her silver-white hair shimmered brightly. The others were enhancing the purity of her bloodline power and stimulating the Crow Immortal's faith power, making her even stronger. The blind old man said, "I hope you will fulfill the Lord Crow Immortal's expectations." Chapter 193, Ancient OJ Observation Technique, Raven 4 Protectors, Mystery of the Ancestral Weapon 3. Yin Nanya faced the oppressive elder nonchalantly, "Of course not, as long as you don't cause trouble." The blind old man shook his head, "Don't worry, I won't object to your decisions. I'm just responsible for your safety." After that, he turned to the three respectful protectors beside him and ordered, "You all must listen and follow respected Saintess's arrangements." Yes, respected Saintess's merits are boundless. The other three younger protectors did not dare to be presumptuous and quickly paid their respects to Yin Nanyu. The blind elder had high morals and prestige within the Raven sect. In terms of status, he was equivalent to the Crow Master. His presence as a protector in Central State this time clearly had other tasks as well. The Raven sect maintained strict discipline, and the Saintess was like a standard bearer in the sect. Regardless of what she said, they had to obey. Yin Nanyu looked at the four protectors and nodded with satisfaction. "Listen carefully. The first order is that from now on, you all belong to the Birdie sect." Yin Nanyu turned her head and explained one by one. "Elder Crow, you are the secluded ancestor of the Birdie sect. As for the rest of you, you are true disciples of the Birdie sect who have come out to gain worldly experience." The blind old man and the other protectors looked at each other in confusion, but they did not say anything else and agreed directly. "Understood." Yin Nanyu thought for a while, then turned to a Raven disciple on standby and said, "Prepare a report on the information of each major state in the south, regarding the local gentry and officials." "Yes." The Raven disciple took the order and immediately went to prepare. After making arrangements, Yin Nanyu walked leisurely towards the Crow Immortal statue. Wherever there was a branch, there would be a statue of the Crow Immortal. Yin Nanyu knelt down on the cushion and bowed deeply. However, just as she was bowing, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. The pain caused her face to turn pale involuntarily. "Hiss!" She sucked in a cold breath. Then she felt something flowing. Lowering her head, she muttered, "How did it leak?" At this moment, she suddenly thought of the calamity of bloodshed that Zhao Huai had reminded her of. On the other side, Zhao Huai returned to his bedroom. He discovered a new use for his divination master destiny. Just now, through the divination technique, he saw a scene of a large silver coin emerging from the yellow smoke on the face of a passing maidservant. Items that could show scenes meant that they were events that hadn't happened yet, belonging to the future. On the contrary, if they had already happened. Yellow represented wealth and prosperity, while gold represented things like flowing qi and could also be interpreted as a deeper yellow, turning golden. A divination master could see the good and bad fortunes of others, but they couldn't see their own fortunes. However, since he possessed gold and bronze coins, he wasn't worried about that. In a sense, it complemented his abilities. Having explored the uses of destiny for a long time, Zhao Huai was also somewhat tired. He lay on the bed and couldn't help but stare blankly. Resting his head on his hand, he took out the pink plum blossom sachet and couldn't help but take a sniff. It had Madame's fragrance on it. Smelling it, it seemed as if Madame were right by his side. After experiencing a series of events, including life and death crises and various changes, he now cherished the days he had spent with Madame even more. He hoped that the next time he met Madame, he could tell her everything. All of this was because of the Imperial Jade Seal. Zhao Huai took out the white jade Imperial Dragon Seal from his storage ring and began to examine it carefully. The devil cultivators and fairy Yu Qing they had encountered all said that there was a secret to becoming an immortal within the ancestral weapon. Now, upon looking at it, it didn't seem that magical. However, this ancestral weapon had an extraordinary origin. Ancestor Yan Ziyu had once possessed it, slaughtering all around him and defeating the genius of an era before standing at the peak of the previous era. It seemed that holding it would allow him to travel back 800 years. To meet his own ancestor. Space and time seemed to cease to exist. It was a simple Imperial Jade Seal. After infusing magic power into it, it could transform into a prismatic treasured mirror. Apart from using it as a defensive magical weapon, no other uses had been discovered. As he channeled his magic power into it, the white jade Imperial Dragon Seal transformed into a treasured mirror, radiating a faint immortal aura. Looking into the mirror, Zhao Huai saw his own face. Handsome as an immortal, dressed in white like a painting, his eyebrows looked exceptionally fierce when he maintained silence. At the same time, there was a king-like presence emanating from him. Suddenly, the reflection of himself in the mirror smiled at him. Wait! Zhao Huai immediately sat up with wide eyes and rubbed them. Had he seen it wrong? The person in the mirror had actually moved on its own. He dared not be careless and stared at the mirror intently, not moving a muscle. Unfortunately, the mirror seemed to have returned to normal. No matter what he did, his reflection would do the same. It was as if the scene just now had been an illusion. But Zhao Huai had a faint intuition in his heart. It wasn't an illusion, but something that had actually happened. Just now, the person in the mirror seemed to be not himself, but another person. For a fleeting moment, that bearing and look were strangely unfamiliar. Unconsciously, Zhao Huai stretched out his hand to touch the mirror, trying to touch himself. In that instant, a sudden change occurred. His hand actually went into the mirror. Zhao Huai had not yet reacted, astonishment on his face. A strong suction power came from the other side of the treasured mirror, sucking him in completely. With a whoosh sound, Zhao Huai had disappeared from the room. Chapter 194, The Small World Inside the Mirror, Coronation Day, the debates in the Flame Hall, the opportune time for uprising. A sudden whirl of the world, and it felt as if his entire view turned upside down. When Zhao Huai opened his eyes again, he found himself in a world of blue sky and white clouds, surrounded by lush greenery, only trees and mountains. Surrounded by mountains, the center was a grassland. And he was right in the middle. The scent of fresh grass and soil filled his nostrils. Zhao Huai turned around, his divine insight expanded quickly, trying to understand where exactly he was. However, looking through his divine insight, he found the distance seemed chaotic, nothing to be seen. In other words, this place was no larger than 100 miles. He quickly reached the end. The sun in the sky was very stable, not much heat, its only function seemed to be providing light. Is the space inside this mirror a small world? After a preliminary investigation, Zhao Huai came to a conclusion, astonished. As far as he knew, the immortal cultivation world would naturally give birth to some immortals' caves, including special spaces, often referred to as small worlds or small heavens and earths. These are all natural. Also, there are some man-made worlds. In the ancient times, it is rumored that immortals could gestate their own small worlds, storing them in their chi. For the small world, the immortal is the creator. The creator's power of immortal is unparalleled, mastering the highest principles, having an enormous lifespan, nearly immortal, omnipotent. The ability to gestate a world inside the body is not unacceptable. What surprised Zhao Huai was, who gestated the world in front of his eyes? Could it be a world forged by ancestor Yan Zhuo? He couldn't help but guess. It was not easy to get in, so Zhao Huai was not in a hurry. He felt that he had a faint connection with this world. As long as he had a thought, he could leave this place. The spiritual qi inside was extremely dense, several times better than outside. Staying inside to cultivate had great benefits. After walking around the small world, Zhao Huai also stopped and sat cross-legged on the ground. It seemed this world had been sealed up, and the chaos at the end was not a void, but out of sight. The space in front of him was just a part of this world. There was no living beings, only grass. So Zhao Huai closed his eyes and began to cultivate. He first mobilized the pure spiritual power of the ginseng fruit in his body to slowly digest it. This energy had been accumulated over hundreds of years, and now he had barely absorbed 1/10 of it. The human flower in the 3 flowers gathering at the top was lit, and the flower shadow bloomed in the qi sea, absorbing the spiritual qi of the small world. His cultivation base was growing rapidly. At the same time, the rare spectacles of Golden Sun, Heavenly Dragon, and Sword Saint all manifested. Lifelike, they revolved around Zhao Huai, and their phantoms became more and more substantial. Time passed minute by minute. The sun in the sky was still hanging high, without any trace of movement. He didn't know how much time had passed. Finally, the spiritual qi circulating in the Zhou cycle experienced an explosive surge. Boom! The sound of tides came, and Zhao Huai successfully broke through to the 8th level of the initiation stage. At the same time, his body underwent another round of tempering. The previous 2 times were mainly the washing of the main meridians by spiritual qi, which imbued it with a golden glow. The 3rd time was the tempering of the qi sea. This time, the place of tempering was his bones. Between the 2 cartilages, a splendid golden light emerged, as if they were covered with a golden garment. Officially in the forming core realm level 4. Close to the coalescence of a true golden core. No wonder they say that powerful cultivators in the golden core realm need to lay a solid foundation during the initiation stage. Just by tempering his body this time, Zhao Huai felt endless benefits. Each stage of forming core could bring considerable improvements to a cultivator. If there were conditions to suppress the realm and cultivate the number of stages, it would be better to stay for a while longer. Unlike the cultivation in the initiation realm which solely relies on the spiritual root, the cultivation speed in the golden core realm depends on how the golden core is coalesced. The number of stages determines the cultivation speed and strength when breaking through to the golden core realm. The stronger the golden core, the stronger the combat power. Without mincing words, a golden core cultivator with a higher number of stages is invincible in the same realm, and a 7th stage early golden core cultivator can absolutely suppress a 3rd stage late golden core cultivator. This is also the reason why exquisite fairy Chu Yuking can suppress many devil geniuses. A 7th stage golden core is rare in the world. Her talents can suppress the younger generation of the immortal sex, stand out, and definitely not something those devil cultivators can contend with. The golden core Zhao Huai could coalesce now had at least reached the 4th stage. Zhao Huai was not satisfied, he strived to reach the 7th stage of forming core before the initiation stage reaches its peak. Only in this way would there be ample time to attempt the 8th or 9th stage of the golden core. With the enhancement of the innate dominating body, Zhao Huai now seemed very oppressive. When using magic power, his pupils would turn gold. With his sword skill reaching the 3rd realm, he was protected by sword intention. His entire temperament was extremely sharp, just like a treasured sword out of its sheath. Suddenly, the light of the entire small world dimmed, and the sun lost its gloss. Another whirl of the world. Zhao Huai opened his eyes and found himself back in the room. A moment of doubt crossed his mind. How did he return so suddenly? He looked carefully and found that the sun outside hadn't descended much. Zhao Huai got up from the bed, put on his shoes, went to the door, and asked the soldier on duty. "I want to ask you something, how long have I been away since I returned?" The gatekeeper bowed and replied, in reply to the crown prince, "It has been an hour." "Just an hour, how is that possible?" "I feel like I have been cultivating for a long time, at least half a day, and it's not even dark yet." Chapter 195, The Small World Inside the Mirror, Coronation Day, the debates in the Flame Hall, the opportune time for uprising too. Zhao Huai muttered to himself. As he thought, a glint of inspiration flashed in his eyes. An idea took form in his mind. Could it be that the time flow in this mirror world operates differently from the outside world? The moment this thought occurred to him, Zhao Huai became exhilarated. A different time flow would mean that he could have more time for cultivation in the future. Years of cultivation in the mirror world would equate to merely half a year, or even just a few months or less in the real world. This is brilliant! Zhao Huai couldn't help clapping and shouting out loud. Seeing Zhao Huai's excitement, the gatekeeper didn't dare to question further and continued to stand guard. Zhao Huai immediately returned to his room, picked up the angular mirror from his bed, and began to study it. He channeled his magic power into it. He stretched out his hand, wanting to enter again for another look. He needed to figure out the exact proportion of time flow control this ancestral weapon would give him. But no matter how he tried, nothing happened. The expected suction force was nowhere to be found. What's happening? Is it broken? Zhao Huai frowned. Is it out of energy? Or does it need to cool down? Zhao Huai started to speculate. It seemed highly probable for a time-spaced magical weapon such as this. If it could be used without limitations, it would be too incredible. Upon this realization, Zhao Huai's joy lessened considerably. When can I use it again? Zhao Huai wasn't sure. He hadn't figured out whether the problem was with the cool-down period or energy shortage. I guess I'll have to wait and see. Zhao Huai thought to himself. At the very least, he had discovered another function of the ancestral weapon, which was rewarding. And he had a feeling that the functions of the ancestral weapon extended beyond this one. Time passed quickly and soon, it was the next day. In a massive manner. In an antiquely styled living room, everyone was seated decorously, including a group of officers and soldiers from Yan country. Given the limited space, they couldn't invite everyone, hence only chose representatives of high rank to attend. In the center of the living room was a 10-meter-long mahogany table, surrounded by several refined calligraphy and paintings hanging on the walls. General Hu Yunjiao, a renowned general of Yan country, clad in lightweight armor, revealed his muscular physique with his arms folded across his chest. He sat on the right side of the table with a solemn countenance and bright, penetrating eyes. On his left sat former Minister Song Heking, dressed in a round-collared grey scholar's robe, his white hair meticulously arranged. He appeared to be in a good mood, often seen with a faint smile as he closed his eyes to rest. Beneath him sat several scholars, including Song Zishu. According to conventional practice, the right seat symbolizes hierarchy. Both military and civil officials should sit on the left and right sides respectively, highlighting the importance of the group of civil officials, and this was also a ritual of Yan country. However, considering the significant contributions of General Hu, whom they needed to rely on in the future, Song Heking took the initiative to vacate the right side and seated himself on the left instead. Needless to say, this old man was quite good at dealing with people. At the center of the table, facing southward, was the main seat. The seat's occupier hadn't arrived yet. Everyone was waiting silently. There was no sign of dissatisfaction on anyone's face. Suddenly, a man dressed in white stepped to the front of the grand hall with great confidence. His stride was full of vigor and carried an imposing aura. "Greetings, Royal Crown Prince!" "Greetings, Royal Crown Prince!" Everyone rose to salute, their expressions respectful. "I'm really sorry to have kept you all waiting, please have a seat." Zhao Huai laughed lightly, waved his hand, and entered the room. Upon seeing this, everyone slowly sat back down. He then quickly proceeded toward the main seat. Following behind him was a woman. This caused everyone present to pay attention. She was dressed in a long dress with alternating black and white stripes, her figure graceful and face beautiful yet aloof. Her long, slender eyebrows and red lips that reminded one of cinnabar, her delicate, snow-white skin were stunning. However, her beautiful face was accompanied by a head of silver-white hair. This was something that most people found hard to adjust to. They were seeing such a woman for the first time. After all, black hair was more common. Could she be the wife of the crown prince? Some below couldn't help but guess. Yan Nanyu, noticing everyone focusing on her, felt a bit uncomfortable. If it hadn't been for Zhao Huai's insistence, she wouldn't have worn a long dress. She could still hear Zhao Huai's words this morning. "Little Nan, don't keep wearing that cloak all the time. It only hides your good figure." For some bizarre reason, she had changed into a different outfit. It was fine when there was no one around, but being stared at by so many people now, she had an awkward feeling. Truthfully, it was not just her who felt awkward. Zhao Huai felt the same. This was the first time he was facing so many people for a meeting. Moreover, it was a very serious meeting. After all, he was still the same pawnshop owner at heart. He was not used to such a serious atmosphere. "We are the ones who came early, Your Highness arrived just in time," General Hu was the first to speak. His gaze inevitably landed on Yan Nanyu, filled with scrutiny. Yan Nanyu naturally noticed, but her feelings remained undisturbed. As long as she had Zhao Huai on her side, these people would eventually be at her disposal. "General Hu is right, we arrived too early." Song Heking also chuckled. Zhao Huai smiled without saying a word, realizing that these were their courteous words. Seeing that everyone's focus was on Yan Nanyu beside him, Zhao Huai immediately introduced her with a smile. "Let me introduce to you all, this is Miss Yan Nanyu. She is my left and right hand, astute and strategic. If you have any doubts in the future, feel free to ask her. So, you are the military counselor, my apologies." General Hu immediately caught on, realizing that she was the military counselor, specifically assigned to advise the prince strategically, and promptly greeted her with a fist salute. Chapter 196, The Small World Inside the Mirror, Coronation Day, the debates in the Flame Hall, the opportune time for Uprising 3. General Hu led the greetings, and those below followed suit. The military and civilian officials beneath all paid their respects. "Counselor! Counselor!" Yan Nanyu did not pretend, but simply nodded to accept their respect. "Your Highness, the meeting can begin now." Seeing the harmonious atmosphere, Song Heking caressed his beard and reminded with a smile. Zhao Huai was taken aback for a moment, and only after seeing the hopeful eyes looking at him from below, waiting for him to speak, did he realize. He noticed that his current position was different from the past, and that his every word and action were being watched. But he had a lot to say and didn't know where to start. Being a leader for the first time, he wasn't quite used to it. Zhao Huai pondered for a moment and slowly said, "With all of you here, Yan country is bound to thrive. The restoration of the country is only a matter of time. From now on, I will have to rely a lot on you all." After he finished speaking, Zhao Huai stopped and rubbed his head awkwardly. The atmosphere was so awkward that it was extremely cringeworthy. However, the people under him looked very excited, obviously having taken in what he said. In other words, Yan country now has the ability to rebel. The restoration of the country is just around the corner. Xia country is nothing but a sick tiger, destined to perish sooner or later. Yan Nanyu explained. The military and civilian officials below all nodded in agreement. Even Hu Yunjiao and Song Heking exchanged glances full of approval. "Exactly, that's right. The counselor is correct." Zhao Huai signaled Yan Nanyu with encouraging eyes to continue. With the unanimous approval of everyone, a faint smile crossed Yan Nanyu's lips. She was adept at boosting morale. Her expression becoming solemn, she said, "Right now, Xia country is being invaded by the northern alien races and has lost the initiative. As long as we launch an expedition, we can take advantage of this situation and occupy the entire south. At that time, Xia country will want to deal with us, but it will be too weak to do so. In other words, now is the best time for a rebellion. Once the royal crown prince releases the news of the restoration of Yan country, many aristocratic families will surely come to join us. However, we need a reason for our expedition, and the first step is for your highness to establish your banner and accept the coronation ceremony, indicating where the legitimate authority of Yan lies. Today is a good time, and could be the day of the coronation. After the restoration of Yan country, you generals will undoubtedly retain your positions as marquis, and you scholars will surely be recorded in history." Everyone listened to her each and every word extremely attentively. Especially the last sentence about retaining the marquis positions and being recorded in history. This energized everyone greatly, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. They were originally soldiers of Yan country. But once the country fell, they were left homeless and wandering. After 3 years, they had almost lost hope. But to their surprise, not only was the crown prince not dead, but he also had come back with extraordinary ambitions. The crown prince was going to lead them to restore the former glory of Yan country. Zhao Huai was also amazed at Yin Nanyu's eloquence. She saved him a lot of trouble. And achieved much better results. After listening to Yin Nanyu's words, Hu Yunjiao nodded his head in satisfaction. Miss Yin is right. The coronation day should be today. Song Heking thought about it and felt that Yin Nanyu's idea was good. There really should be a coronation ceremony. Even if it's simple, it's essential. This is Xia country's first step in showing itself to the world. Hu Yunjiao and Song Heking exchanged glances. Hu Yunjiao picked up his teacup and said loudly, "The sooner we choose a day for the coronation, the better. Today is very suitable. What do you think, Your Highness?" Zhao Huai looked at everyone present and thought silently. Could he really refuse? All right then, given the special circumstances, let's keep it simple. Understood. Hu Yunjiao bowed his head in response, then poured tea into his cup and said to Zhao Huai, "A toast to the crown prince." The soldiers and scholars below followed suit, toasting and shouting. "A toast to the crown prince! A toast to the crown prince!" Song Heking, however, changed his words to, "May the royal crown prince live for 1,000 years! May the royal crown prince live for 1,000 years! May the royal crown prince live for 1,000 years!" Everyone then drank the tea in their cups. Zhao Huai was moved as he watched this grand scene, and the blood in his body seemed to be mysteriously stirred. He was moved by the people below. Therefore, he kept a straight face, looked serious, and voiced in a solemn manner, "Long live Yan country! Long live Yan country! Long live Yan country!" Everyone below joined in. At this moment, Zhao Huai distinctly saw a hint of golden mist rising from everyone's faces. This war was bound to be victorious. He took a deep breath and slowly said, "General Hu, you'll have a lot of hard work to do in the future. Mobilize the troops now." Finally, with a sharp look in his eyes, Hu Yunjiao stood up and took the lead. "Deliver my military order, mobilize the troops now." Chapter 197, The Restoration of the Yan. The whole country is shocked, responses from all directions, Shan Haiguan is broken. On the first day of the 12th month, the sky was clear. As winter arrived, the cold winds swept across the land, causing the temperature to plummet throughout Xia country. Snowflakes fluttered in a few northern counties and states. As for Nanya Prefecture, this day was destined to be extraordinary. Clip-clop. Early in the morning, fast horses galloped on the official roads, attracting the attention of the locals. The entire government office was surrounded by a large number of soldiers. Those who approached the area were unaware of what was happening inside. "What are you trying to do?" In the main hall, bearing the plaque "Justice and Integrity," the governor of Nanya Prefecture looked at the rows of soldiers advancing and was panic-stricken. If the governor had been a bit more submissive, perhaps he could have saved his life. The governor's judge, dressed in a green robe, spoke casually. "Mr. Su, what do you mean by this?" The former top official, the governor, saw his trusted officers and clerks standing aside. All of his subordinates, who used to greet him with smiles, were now expressionless. He didn't know what to do, so he pointed his finger and yelled. "Rebellious, all of you are rebellious. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the emperor?" The judge remained unmoved, calmly saying, "Now that Nanya Prefecture is under the rule of the Yan, there's no such thing as punishment. Yan country." The governor of Nanya Prefecture was instantly stunned. Upon realizing the course of events, his expression turned furious, he clenched his teeth and cursed. "Remnants of the Yan country, despicable survivors. Your actions are treason." The governor's reaction was intense, but to those around him, it was merely a laughable act. Rebellion? Against whom? The young judge smiled faintly. "This has always been Yan territory. How can it be called a rebellion? Yan is merely reclaiming what rightfully belongs to them. If there is a rebellion, then it should be Xia rebelling against the Yan." The governor of Nanya Prefecture, red-faced, retorted. The Yan had lost the support of the people, and it was only right for their country to perish. The founding of Xia was in accordance with the heavenly mandate, and your actions are usurping it. The young judge replied, "Is the current Xia really so popular among the people? Moreover, the Yan country never claimed to act according to the heavenly mandate during its 500-year rule, so why is Xia making such remarks?" Upon hearing this, the governor of Nanya Prefecture was at a loss for words. Seeing that he couldn't win the argument, he immediately shouted, "Where are the guards of the mansion? Where have they gone to? Someone, arrest them!" No matter how much he yelled, nobody gave heed to his words. The young judge casually said, "Stop shouting, why don't you take a look at what's happening outside?" After saying this, he made way as the soldiers on both sides retreated a step. The governor of Nanya Prefecture, full of doubt and surprise, quickly ran outside. When he arrived at the entrance of the government office, he was completely dumbfounded. At this moment, he noticed that blood was flowing like streams outside, and the Yan flag had been raised at the entrance of the government office without him noticing. Commander Kui. The military officer who used to obey him in the mansion was soaked in blood, lifeless. He was obviously dead. The young judge stepped out, looking at the corpses on the ground with an undisturbed expression, showing no regrets. For those who submitted, they naturally wouldn't make it difficult for them to. But for those who forcefully resisted, they could only be executed immediately on the spot. Blood had always been the underlying theme of political coups since ancient times. The governor of Nanya Prefecture saw many familiar faces among the crowd: executive officers, military commanders. All military officials had taken a stand against him. Sigh. The Nanya Prefecture governor let out a long sigh. Forget it. Just tie me up. He still had family and children to worry about, and there was no way he could die for Xia country. The young judge waved his hand, and the surrounding soldiers detained the governor. Then he walked out of the government office and approached a scholar wearing a kerchief, respectfully saying, "Minister Song, the governor has now submitted, and the entire Nanya Prefecture is under complete control of the Yan." With a somber expression, Song Zishu nodded and praised, "Very well. Our chess pieces planted in the past have finally come into play today. Now we just have to wait for news from General Hu and the military counselor." Meanwhile, news of the event had stirred up the entire southern region, with discussions raging in various states and counties. In an inn. "Did you hear? Did you hear? Yan country has been restored. Is that true?" A middle-aged businessman gasped in surprise. "Of course it's true. Nanya Prefecture has already been captured. That's the first city in Jiangnan." People in the inn who favored the Yan spoke excitedly. "The Yan may have risen again, but it's still part of Xia country now. It was the same 3 years ago, wasn't it? In the end, the rebellion was suppressed. Yet, instead of calling it a restoration, it's more like the remnants survived. Some of the crowd doubted the strength of the remaining Yan forces. Immediately, a handsome scholar chimed in. The Yan country today is different from the past. After this year's great drought, the Xia country has already lost popular support. Coupled with the ongoing war against northern ethnic groups, they can't afford to deal with the Yan's influence. Additionally, the Yan country is now under the command of the crown prince, whose influence and power are not at the same level as before. How can you even compare the past to the present? The handsome scholar's words undoubtedly dropped a bombshell on the crowd. What? The crown prince of the Yan is still alive? I thought he was dead. Yet, at that time, the government office even emphasized it. Drinkers and diners in the inn began chattering about the shocking news. The handsome scholar gently waved his fan, smiling. The crown prince feigned his death for today, to reclaim his past empire. Chapter 198, The Restoration of the Yan. The whole country is shocked, responses from all directions. Shanhaiguan is broken too. How did you know? Someone asked curiously. The handsome scholar said with a proud face, I'm not going to hide it from you. I am from the Yan country. My ancestors have been officials in the Yan government for 3 generations, so I know a little bit of insider information. When the Yan soldiers enter the city, you must not go out. Just hide in your homes. The Yan treats the common people well and will not make things difficult for you. He explained carefully. Is the Yan really going to rise again? Many people on the scene still looked incredulous. Let's go, we're so close to Nanya Prefecture, what if the soldiers arrive later? That makes sense, we better go home early today to avoid misfortune. Soon, the people in the inn left one by one. The handsome scholar smiled and left the inn as well. When he reached a deserted corner, a pair of black wings appeared behind him. A raven pattern flashed on his arm. With a flap of his wings, he headed to the next state and county. RULN_north-northeast Snuvval. The news of the restoration of the Yan spread quickly across most of the south. It was a shocking piece of news. Since the drought this year, the Xia country had already lost most of the people's hearts. As they say, food is the heaven for the people. Filling the stomach is the top priority. No matter how much merit you had before, or how many good deeds you had done, once people starve to death, nothing you say will matter. Half a year of famine left corpses all over the Zhao Huai region, and the first emperor's birthday made life unbearable everywhere. After the new emperor took the throne, the situation improved somewhat. However, the impact still remained. And it exacerbated even more intense conflicts. With the new emperor's accession, the examination system was opened, allowing humble families to be appointed to positions, and a large number of officials were changed at both the central and local levels, forcing local gentry as well as food donations to be made. This undoubtedly touched the cake of the local nobles and aristocratic family disciples. As a result, the local nobility was extremely unhappy. In this way, the Xia country undoubtedly offended both the common people and the nobility all at once. Food prices remained high, merchants hoarded food, and created wealth from the nation's tribulations, making life unbearable for the local people. There was chaos in the officialdom. Because of the harsh new laws, small crimes became major ones, major crimes led to extermination of 9 clans, and the strict laws were like a ferocious tiger. All the officials were more oppressed than ever. Everyone was looking forward to the arrival of change. It was at this time that the news of the restoration of the Yan came out. Without a doubt, it was a heavy blow to the already miserable Xia country, adding frost to the snow. For the majority of the common people, it was like seeing the dawn of hope. Anyway, the vast majority of the common people grew up under the rule of the Yan. Including their relatives, fathers, uncles, and all grew up under the rule of the Yan. In recent times, storytellers have been telling tales of the past prosperous times in inns and taverns, where the image of the Yan and the appearance of the crown prince of the Yan were portrayed excellently. Many people yearned for the Yan. In Minya Prefecture, Hu Yunjiao led the troops to another large city in the land of the extreme south. He wore a solemn expression, not daring to be careless. Minya Prefecture was easy to defend but hard to attack, and it should have been a tough battle. He was prepared for the possibility of sacrifice. This city was different from the small cities encountered previously. Small cities could be easily conquered without any resistance. But large cities had city walls for protection, and the price of victory had to be paid. There was a flicker of cyan light on the flood dragon spearhead. Hu Yunjiao took the lead, wielding a spear. Behind him, dressed in blood-scale jade armor, the dragon riders of the Yan were ready to attack the city. Just as he was about to give the order to attack the city, Zi1a. A heavy sound came from the front. Surprisingly, the large wooden gate, more than 10 meters tall, opened on its own. This caused Hu Yunjiao to be astonished. Every abnormality has its monster. He had his bodyguards wave the banner. The whole army was ordered to halt immediately and stop in its tracks. Hu Yunjiao was still cautious while facing the wide-open city gate. At this moment, a slightly restrained voice came from in front of the city gate. "Are you the soldiers of the Yan? If so, come in." Hearing the other party say this, Hu Yunjiao looked at each other with the nearby commanders. They were all very puzzled. A group of ordinary-looking common people came out of the city gate and raised their hands to say, "We are all law-abiding citizens. We are here to welcome the Yan into the city." Hu Yunjiao's eyes lit up, but he still dared not let his guard down, fearing there was a trap, and asked, "Where is your governor? We have him tied up." Hu Yunjiao cleared his throat, his divine insight quickly passed through the city gate, and saw a group of people tied up, including many wearing official robes. Their looks and temperament didn't seem fake. "Whimper, whimper." The governor's eyes were filled with horror as he saw the leading commoner and let out a whine. The man at the front saw this, stepped forward and kicked him. "You dog official, behave yourself." He directly knocked the governor out. Although Hu Yunjiao was suspicious of how these common people managed to capture the governor, he did not delve too deeply, thinking that the Yan was welcomed by the common people. Because there were more important things to do right now. Capture the next city, regroup, and continue on. In the Nanya Prefecture mansion, Zhao Huai sat up straight in the main hall, with Yin Nanya by his side, listening to the report from Song Heking. "Reporting to Your Highness, this is the attachment letter from Anyang County." Song Heking took out the documents and laid them out in front of Zhao Huai. "This is from Taiping County. This is from the governor of Fuzhou, Danzhou's, Yungui prefectures." Zhao Huai looked at the documents piling up like a small mountain in front of him, scratching his head, his face filled with astonishment and wonder. How can there be so many? Chapter 199, The Restoration of the Yan. The whole country is shocked, responses from all directions, Shan Haiguan is broken. Song Heking chuckled and said, "It's far more than that. In addition to that, hundreds of counties and cities around have submitted their declarations of surrender. General Hu has captured more than 20 cities in his march south, all without shedding a drop of blood. Even if there is resistance, it won't make a difference. The strength of the dragon riders of the Yan is unmatched. It's a true submission from all directions." On the old face of Song Heking standing next to them, there was nothing but joy and excitement that almost overflowed. "This is going too smoothly, isn't it?" Zhao Huai said with a strange expression on his face. "Congratulations, Your Highness, given time, the Yan will be able to control the entire south." Yin Nanya congratulated from the side. Already 10 days ago, she had instructed her hidden Raven sect followers in the south to start their operations. Spreading word of Yan's deeds, stirring up people's memories of the Yan. At the same time, creating a ripple effect, having the Raven sect followers help the Yan's army enter cities and capturing them. It was only natural that the progress was so smooth. Facing such an excellent situation, Zhao Huai felt like he was dreaming. This scale of response from all directions exceeded his imagination. If it weren't for the Xia imperial court being in the north, the whole country would be in an uproar. Now the entire world knows. Yan is restored. Junior female apprentice, so you are here. At this moment, a voice interrupted Zhao Huai's thoughts. Several people walked into the hall, their auras strong and not to be underestimated. 2 men, 1 woman, and 1 elder. Yin Nanya pretended to be surprised and said, "Senior brother, senior sister, you're not dead." She excitedly approached and hugged one of the women. "Ancestral master!" Yin Nanya cried out in a surprised and delighted tone, as if she had really just seen her comrades. "Good to see you are all right. I've been looking for you with your senior brothers and sisters for a long time." At the forefront was a blind old man with a cane in his hand. However, his cane had been replaced with one made of willow wood. He spoke to Yin Nanya with satisfaction, full of emotion in his words. "Who are these people?" Zhao Huai frowned. Yin Nanya took the initiative to step forward with a faint smile and said, "Your Highness, let me introduce you. This is my ancestral master from the Flying Bird sect, and these are my senior brothers and sisters." The blind elder sighed. "When the Devil sect attacked, I was in seclusion outside, and I never thought that the Flying Bird sect would suffer such a disaster." A bald-headed strong man also had a regretful look on his face. "That's right, if it weren't for being out on a mission, I should have lived and died with the Flying Bird sect. There's no use in talking too much now, the past is the past. The only lucky thing is that our junior female apprentice is fine." The thin man with 2 swords on his back consoled everyone. After hearing their words, Zhao Huai finally understood. At the time of the Devil sect's purge, the ancestor of the Flying Bird sect was in seclusion, and the senior brothers and sisters were on missions outside, which gave the Devil cultivators an opportunity to exterminate the sect. "Please accept my condolences," Zhao Huai said consolingly. "Junior female apprentice, we have been searching for you for a long time. Have you rooted yourself in the mortal world?" The only woman, dressed in red and with a long ponytail, asked softly. "I was chased by the Devil sect and ended up stranded in the wilderness, almost killed by demons. It was young master who saved me." The meaning of Yin Nanya's words was very clear. She wanted to repay Zhao Huai for saving her life. "Understood. Don't worry, we respect your wishes." The blind old man's words put Zhao Huai's mind at ease. He had thought that Yin Nanya would be taken away by the others. But it seemed that wasn't the case. "Thank you, young master, for saving my junior female apprentice's life." The woman with the long ponytail thanked Zhao Huai. "It's nothing, just helping out." Zhao Huai replied politely, and he suddenly noticed that the looks of these people were quite peculiar. They didn't seem to be from the same sect. Normally, cultivators from the same sect who practiced similar cultivation techniques should have similar temperaments. Yet these 4 were different, each with their own specializations, and they didn't look like they were from the same sect. "Why don't you all stay here? This manor is enormous, so adding 4 extra rooms is not a problem." "All right. We'd also like to see our junior female apprentice." The blind elder spoke in the direction of Yin Nanyu. The other 3 also cast their deep gazes at Yin Nanyu. The 4 of them quickly agreed. Under Zhao Huai's arrangements, they soon went to claim their rooms. After they had left, Zhao Huai said to Yin Nanyu, "Your master's cultivation is extraordinary." Yin Nanyu smiled faintly and replied, "The old man is a cultivator in the rebirth realm. In any of the major sects, he is a first-class powerhouse." Zhao Huai nodded lightly. Obviously, he agreed that cultivators in the rebirth realm were extremely rare in any sect. If cultivators in the initiation stage were the foundation of a sect, and those in the golden core realm were the pillars supporting the sect, then the rebirth realm would represent the foundation of the sect. Even in the immortal sect, there wouldn't be many cultivators in the rebirth realm. A cultivator in the rebirth realm can establish their own sect and call themselves an immortal. With a rebirth realm cultivator in the sect, there is undoubtedly an increase in the sense of security. atop the city walls of the Xia's imperial city. The very young and average-looking new emperor, Yu Yunping, dressed in a golden dragon armor, looked melancholic in the distance, waiting for the battle report from the front. The surrounding generals and ministers dared not speak, only waiting silently for the news. The loss of the 10 states in the north had deprived the Xia of the initiative, and if this pass were lost, he might have to end his country. In theory, losing the Shanghai Pass would be impossible, unless there were factors beyond their control. But Yu Yunping, having read extensively about history, understood one thing. When the fate of a country was staked on whether a gate could hold or not, it meant that its demise was not far off. Perhaps, as of the moment the north was lost, he had already lost. But he always believed that miracles would happen. Xia couldn't fall after just 2 generations. It was absolutely impossible. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the distance. Fast-moving horse, carrying a red military flag. Crying out anxiously, "Your Majesty, Shanghai Pass is in grave danger. The enemy is too fierce, and they have the help of demonic beings. Marshal Chen has died in the line of duty." Upon hearing such terrible news, Yu Yunping's slender body shuddered. The next second, his blood surged, anger shooting up to his crown, nearly causing him to faint. Chapter 200, The national fortune dissipates, the new emperor dies, the wolf cavalry hunts in the south, the phoenix ascends in the north. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Seeing Yu Yunping's body swaying, the ministers surrounding him looked panicked. Upon hearing the news of the front line's defeat, everyone was shocked beyond measure. They knew what the fall of Shanghai Pass meant. It meant that there were no more dangerous passes in the northern part of the Xia country, and it was entirely a flat plain. As long as the Northern Wolf Empire wants to, they could come south and trample the entire north in no time. Perhaps, the army of the Northern Wolf was already on its way. At this thought, everyone became restless. Yu Yunping cannot break down right now. If the emperor falls, so does the Xia country. Lost. Yu Yunping hadn't fully recovered from the news, his eyes were dull, as he leaned against the city wall. He couldn't believe that Shanghai Pass had fallen in just a few days. The ministers, seeing the state of the new emperor, exchanged anxious glances. At the side, a minister spoke cautiously. "Your Majesty, we must think this through. Yes, the northern alien races will be at the capital city any time, and it will be too late. Or, let's move the capital." The ministers, one after another, surprisingly agreed to move the capital to the south. Silence. Yu Yunping roared and drew the treasured sword from his waist. There was a cold glare. He raised the sword and slashed. With a swish, a brick on the city wall was cut in half. "Whoever dares to talk about moving the capital will end up like this brick." Yu Yunping's gaze was sharp and severe. This scare was substantial for the ministers, who were all cold and sweat, their eyes full of fear. They knew that the emperor was indeed capable of ordering a beheading. So they dared not speak, just shrunk to the side of the city wall. Yu Yunping took a deep breath, his gaze regained its composure. He hadn't lost yet. Even though Shanghai Pass was lost, he still had the imperial guards of the capital city and the garrison army of Guangzhou. With the tall and solid capital city, it might still be defensible. Just half a month was needed. Then the King Qin's southern army would arrive as reinforcements. At that time, with the entire country's troops, totaling close to 700,000 to 800,000, all stationed in the capital, could the northern alien races still break through the human wall and behead him? In other words, he still had a chance. Yu Yunping tried to comfort himself with such thoughts. Report. At this moment, an official from the Civil Li Department hurried to the city wall with a pale face, clearly having an urgent matter to report. Yu Yunping had a bad feeling but remained calm. He must not panic now. If he panics, wouldn't the people below become leaderless? So he said lightly, "What is the matter? Report quickly." The message-bearing official wiped the sweat from his forehead, his voice quivering, and anxiously said, "Your Majesty, there are urgent reports from Hezhong Protectorate, Gusu Prefecture, Tianjin Prefecture, Fufeng County, Sacred Dragon County, and other places. More than half of the southern region, led by Nanya Prefecture, has started a rebellion. Rebellion? What's going on? Yu Yunping's heart tightened, and he quickly stepped forward, grabbing the sleeve of the message-bearing official. His face changed dramatically, and he demanded in a cold and angry voice. Explain. It's the remnants of the Yan country, the remnants of the Yan country. The message-bearing official stammered, facing the terrifying new emperor. The Yan country remnants, they publicly declared that they would restore their nation, receive the surrender of our lands, and the crown prince of Yan. Before hearing the end of the message, Yu Yunping's face turned pale. His lips trembling, his mouth open, he took several steps back. He uttered just 2 words. It's over. His face lost all color, leaving only a frail body swaying in the wind. His days and nights of hard work amounted to nothing, and his unrewarded efforts ultimately took a toll on him. Finally, he collapsed. Not only Yu Yunping, but also the surrounding ministers were shocked by the news. What? More than half of the southern region has surrendered to Yan country. This must be fake news, right? How could the remnants of the Yan country be so powerful? What should we do if the south has become Yan country's territory? It's over, we can't even move the capital now, it's really over. For a moment, the entire city wall boiled with commotion. Some ministers' eyes began to wander, obviously considering retreat. They didn't want to die with the Xia country. It hadn't reached that point yet. They came to seal their wives and receive honors, not to give their lives. The Northern Wolf Empire was full of aliens, so they would undoubtedly treat the people of the Xia country cruelly. They didn't want to fall into the hands of the alien tribes and become slaves. In the centuries-old traditional view, Northern aliens were unreasonable, rude, and impolite people. Some were already leaving the city, rushing home to make arrangements. Of course, there were also officials staying on the city wall, most of them young. They were all disciples from humble families who Yu Yunping had promoted. For friends, a man will die, for beauty, a woman will accommodate. It was the new emperor who promoted them, and they naturally vowed to follow him to the death. Someone! Take His Majesty back to the palace! A young scholar shouted anxiously, wearing a light-colored official robe, clearly a civil secretary type. Only they would often be by the emperor's side. The imperial guards on both sides, seeing this scene, proactively escorted Yu Yunping to the carriage with a yellow canopy. The emaciated red-eyed golden dragon of the capital city's national fortune hovered above the palace, sending out its last dying cry before vanishing suddenly.